ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Finals Community Cup main event day 2. Yesterday we did see nice and interesting upper bracket games which did kind of rile us up for the upcoming games. But before we jump into day 2, my name is Lucifer and joining me on desk is going to be Raider. And Raider, how packed are you for day 2?
Well, action-packed, should I say. Day 2 is going to be, for sure. And I'm also pretty excited about how the day is going to pan out because yesterday, the amount of competition that we got to see was something amazing. Yes, we got to see just 3 matches yesterday, but don't worry, today we have the day with 4 amazing BO3s. So yes, every single matchup is going to be fun to watch. And answering to your question, I believe, Lucifer, we are here to, witness the chaos.
We indeed are, because today is going to be crucial to decide who are going to be jumping right to the upper bracket finals or the winner bracket finals, or say one step closer to the $10,000 and the first main event of the finals to crown themselves as the champions. The deed to be done, the task at hand is yes a little afar, but they do get closer if they win their upper bracket or winner bracket games. However, along with the winner bracket games, we will also get a chance to see lower bracket games, meaning today there will be some eliminations.
Oh yeah, the day where we might bid farewell to a few teams. But how it all started, guys, we had 2 splits. Split 1 had 32 teams and exactly same was there in split 2 as well. And out of that, top 2 teams who were there #1 and 2 in the finals of those splits, they came straight up into the finals main event, which is currently on the way. And the other 2 teams, #3 and #4 respectively, went into the LCQ where they fought in a double elimination bracket, and through that we got to have the top 2 teams who qualified directly to the finale. Well, the main event is upon us, guys, and we have a prize pool, a massive one to be precise. It is of $10,000, where the champions are going to take it away with $6,000. Runner-ups will be having $2,000 as well. Runner-ups, second runner-ups, should I say, are going to get one more thing, and that is $1,200. So, meanwhile, the 4th place team is going to get $800 as well.
I think everybody is just eyeing for the main prize. That is going to be $6,000. I don't know who's going to take it away, but we'll give you a quick gist of what's happened so far. And what you saw in Split 1 is what Team IND replicated here also in the main event. They defeated Helldivers. Helldivers looked promising when they defeated Eternal Fate in our winner bracket round 1. But I think they ever so looked almost promising, almost looked like they could have taken IND on a map. But IND said, rounds are fine, but you're never going to take a game or a map from us. And IND breezed their way to the winner bracket finals. Waiting, who is it? Is it going to be Team Havk and B Team? That's going to be a game we are going to be watching today in round 2. But before B Team made their way towards Havk, they defeated yesterday Worst Generation. I was surprised by Worst Generation's no play yesterday. It was a similar situation when we saw Eternal Fate. It was a no-show. But let's hope today they have a lower bracket game. If they are a no-show today as well, then it's a done deed. They are going to be the first teams out of the top 6 to be out and under the weather, because only the top 4 get chances, Raider. Only the top 4 grab the prize money.
This is truly pretty competitive now, because as we can see, the matchups looks good. We will start with the winners bracket round 2, match number 2, and it is going to be between Havk, who came from split 2 as the very first team to win the finals of that particular phase, but now against them is B team. Well, honestly, B team has a very good potential, to be honest, and we have been joking around from the first time we got to see them that is B team the A team. To be honest, they have proved themselves in every single matchup that they have played so far. They've made sure that they get the best out of the whole equation. Now let's look at the Team Havk. What they have to offer is Kilwa, PT, Sukiyatma, Costly Boy and Pashu. We have seen BT, Kilwa and Pashu doing some amazing stuff. It's all about how Ghostly Boy and Sukiyatma are going to step up to the palette right now, because I think today there is no gap of making some mistakes, and also I think the team contribution has to be there.
Yeah, indeed, and it looks like Hades is missing today. On the other end, B Team has Snappy Face, Water, Satty Man, Mr. Beebs and Best Lamb. One more thing that B Team has to look forward to is Havk have a lot of experience. They've put in time together. Yes, Hades might be one of the players missing today, I'm not too sure, but one more for them to rile themselves up in this winner bracket game to get to the winner bracket finals is that it is Killua's birthday today. So for all the viewers, do put it up in the chat. Let's wish the birthday boy happy birthday, and let's see if it is going to be Team Havk. But we start things off with a pick of B Team. And B Team, why do they keep going to Sis Horizon? After the 6 games they've played, Raider, they won 5 of Sis Horizon games. Then we jump into Kyoto. That is going to be Havk picking it, and the decider is going to be Monaco. I really like the veto that we have in front of our screens.
2 pretty interesting, challenging maps up front, and then we go to decider where every single team finds themselves a bit comfortable, especially on their defense side. This is going to be a fun day for sure. Skyway Stadium in Las Vegas already out of the equation. That means these other 3 maps are going to be part and parcel of either B team surviving and going to fight against IND, or is it going to be the other team known as Havk? We would love to see if there is a battle between Havk and IND, to be honest, because these are the 2 biggest giants that have performed in Split 1 and Split 2 respectively. But obviously for that to happen, Havk needs to beat B team. But is it going to happen, guys? That's again my question, because trust me, B team has done some wonderful stuff, and I think they would like to maintain that triumphant victory that they had yesterday.
Yeah, I think they've done an incredible job. When we come into Havk's end of things, I see Kyoto. Now, I'm not too sure why they went into Kyoto, but they still have a decider of Monaco, which has also been a better map for them. Now, both Monaco and Kyoto, so far, Havk have not lost even once. One map that they've lost is going to be Skyway Stadium. So I think the decision seems good. When we speak about B team, they've had a victory and a loss on Kyoto. When we go into Monaco, they've had 2 winning games, no losses. So as of now, Vito looks interesting on both the ends, but to start things off itself, B team, it was one map where they completely looked obliterated on Sis Horizon, but after that they've never looked bad. That was one of the maps where even Mr. Beebs did not have a good game. There have been 2 games where I think Mr. Beebs and Bestlam have kind of switched up the way they play, but let's hope today that's not going to be the case. It is actually Mr. Beebs jumping to a heavy along with Snappy Face, Bestlam going on a medium, and Satiman also on a medium with a Guardian turret, and then a cloak for water on the light.
Let's go. The strategies are changing indeed, as you are seeing. Builds are getting switched up. On the other side, definitely the counter attacks are going to get established as well. We need to see if there is a interruption coming through, because the attack is going to be on par for sure. I am totally counting on that. Mr. Beast, Bestlam, Snappy Face, water. Satiman, yesterday water on that light. He did wonders. Today as well, same expectations I believe. Till the end of the Community Cup, I think the same expectations are going to be there from every single guy. But Water definitely needs to step up now once again, because he's the only light that the team has got. He's a squishy one, but yet effective one. So that's what we want to know. Now with the key, they are marching towards the terminals. Will they get the easy access? I doubt that, because the traps are already getting set up by Team Havk.
B team getting on attack. Do they start and convert immediately? Yesterday they looked fabulous. They did not give Ziver's generation a chance at all, but today they know who they're fighting against, the winners of Split 2. And we are looking forward to it if there is a chance. The opening key's been spotted out in the open. And we will see if there is going to be a chance. They've seen the crossing, but there's a gateway. Where does the light open it? Mr. Beebs on the other end with his Lewis gun. He's trying to wreck them a little, and now there's an opening. There's a chance here. They've isolated one of the players. Actually, a lot more. And now that's the first opening. Ghostly Boy gets an assist. A nice RPG. But Mr. Beeb also receives one and becomes an exchange for B team against Havk at a 4v4.
Need to back out. Killua on a medium is pretty low at the same point. Needs to wait for the next 10 seconds. And yes, Killua is back to good amount of HP. 4v3. Havk losing their members. They are the defenders. They need to make sure that the decryption key is not going to reach any terminal. But it seems like that the decryption key is marching. Oh, BT is going to lose. Yes, indeed. That's the fact. He gets KO'd. He gets finished for now. Now, I think the last 4 members that are there from B team, they won't have any trouble rotating back to A. They're going to get that plant done. They're going to make sure that they get that key planted onto the terminal. Once that happens,
look at the...
oh my god, so many mines. Wait, the dome shield is going to help them a lot. But till when? Oh, decryption has been started. Yeah, they didn't. But the dome shield definitely made them invincible at that point. And finally, Killua was the last man standing. He was trying to get a battle started, gets taken down, and hey, you go. B team getting their first round already in their name.
I don't know what's happening here. Team Havk, as you said, they're the winners of Split 2, but here B team show up really well, especially that gateway, right? I thought that was a free elimination opening of a gateway that
Yeah.
Team Havk should have just taken everybody down. Initially, we were able to spot only one of the mediums, but then there is a heavy, another medium, and all the three were able to see the gateway, but unfortunately, it ended up just being an exchange. I think that's where B team got an advantage. As of now, 3 mediums, 1 heavy and a light on the defense. BT is the one playing on the light. Nice usage of dematerializer and pulling the terminal itself out in the complete open.
Yeah,
This is
man.
going to make things even more interesting because when things are in the ground and in open vision, right, you can attack in from all directions, use nades if you have nades. But when it's like this, okay, the Guardian turret fell off because of the amount of destruction being caused. BT spotted the player, the call's been given. Sonar being used, tags them,
Yeah.
sees a lot more players around, but he knows he cannot take a direct shot. He takes one against the light. The light is only able to do a little damage, but that's not going to be still an elimination. Finally, the elimination comes through for Team Havk, and that's going to be, I think, and should be from BT.
It's actually B team which is falling short right now. It seems like that. They got one individual out of the equation. Decryption here to be started. Toxic gas canisters are still bursting out, so they are definitely going to have a lot of damage, but they need to get that decryption started as soon as possible. Dome shield. Okay, now this is a moment where they can get it done. Oh, it's 4v4. Havk also losing one of their own. Oh my god, what? Uses a materializer, isolated Sukiatma and gets him out. Now it's still 3v3. There is a big possibility that may have a pass out with a good advantage in this one.
B team have done what they wanted, and all
Yeah.
right now B team have to do is just going to safeguard the terminal
Yeah.
from hitting a pause, but it looks like they've found an opportunity to hit the pause. Decryption is getting paused. They need to go check it with the dome, and they successfully do so. B team don't realize, rather end up dueling with the players, and the opportunity taken over in control from defense. That is Team Havk immediately equalizing the scores.
You snooze, you lose. They were trying to take the duels, but eventually forgot that there is a terminal that they need to guard. There is an interruption that they need to actually interrupt, to be honest. Unfortunate for Team B team because they did wonders initially when it comes to their attack. The way they started after losing one of their own, it was basically a 4v5 equation, but still they were able to pull it off. They were able to make sure that the decryption is going to queue in. And after that, the use of dematerializer was even more fun to watch because of the way terminal dropped down to the ground floor, and from there, sneaky dome shield get utilized. And we got to see beautiful interruptions coming through. Oh, that's
Oh,
one way
look
to
at
open
this,
up.
always dragging the terminal out.
The users of Windsclaw, man, always dragging the terminal out and open. They're like putting up a dare over there. Get this terminal now decrypted because it's wide open. It is obviously going to be tough. Water received some shots, but he's still out there with 138 of his own HP. He's not going to have a big trouble. A light can definitely be effective. All he needs is beautiful chances, and he gets it. Steppy face is going to get compromised.
What an opportunity over there. Breaks the window open, spots one of the defenders running a drift. And now it's a time for Havk to still keep retaliating. Player gets spotted, water. He was using the cloak. In the meantime, decryption gets started. This is again B team taking matters into their own hands, but can he find an opportunity with the XP? Yes, he moves in, takes the light down, back to a 4v4 situation. And now it is time to make matters worse. The dematerializer ready from Sukiatma. He'll try to bring the terminal down, and he successfully does so. And he goes to the complete lower level. And they also use a dome. But I think that it was not enough. But look at him, his position. I think he should be able to stop it, but comes in out of nowhere. Water puts him to sleep. Rest in the ground. 2v2 situation. Bringing it to the last one. 1v1 situation right now. Pashu, he bursts open with the RPG, but still trying to find where this light is.
Wow.
And beat him successfully. Holds it off.
They saved
That was
the
a
day.
medium.
Yeah, on attack, if B team is getting 2 beautiful rounds, just think what they can get on defense. No doubt, From the other side, we got to see the winch claw action. We got to see the terminal getting dragged wide open, but they were still able to get it done. They were still able to like initiate the decryption, which was the best part for me personally. And even if you see, the only round that Havk was able to win was because of a small mistake coming in from B team. They were not vigilant enough to check that the decryption has already been started, and they didn't knew that
Yes.
there's a dome shield activated over there, and that's exactly what costed them. Otherwise, Lucifer, I think it could have been a 3-0 scoreline.
Havk now go on attack. It is still going to be difficult for them, but yeah, they will try their best to do something out of the ordinary. It's the lead right now in favor of B team. Havk have 3 mediums compared to the 2 on B team with 2 heavy that they're playing, especially Mr. Beebs maining that heavy. Now Water, I thought he was the man to clutch it the previous round, but it was not. It was a medium on an F card, I presume, but a farmhouse. But still, did the deed. Oh, there's an opportunity. Water. He is close by an R player as well. Spots big damage. He should be able to find the elimination, but he's just running around, making sure that he is not shot back from other players of the same team.
Sonar grenade being utilized, trying to get the info if there is somebody lurking in the shadow. But of course, on a light, this guy needs to be sneaky, has got look to work with. But needs to push in at this point, I believe. The key is pretty close to A terminal. They need to make sure that the key is not going to get utilized to get the decryption started. Alright, equipments are being utilized now. Best Lamb with that beautiful weapon that he has got. He's trying to pull it off. Are they rotating back to A? I mean, they were approaching A, but they are now trying to rotate through the building and decides to go from a different angle onto A terminal. This approach can actually help them a lot. Farmers on the burst action. It is fatal, but you need to be precise with the aim as well.
Oh, the opening, Havk lose. A player was right behind them and they couldn't keep an eye on him, and he takes 2, hurts them even more. Killua does help them recover, but they are losing players one after another. Numbers are getting heavy on B team. It's up to the last 2 to save this. Killua fighting with Mr. Beebs with the Lewis gun. A grenade gets thrown. They dodge the damage. Mr. Beebs receives another grenade and he goes kaboom with it. The key, they're trying to recover it and they successfully do so. They want to get closer to the terminal, but the charge comes through, and with that they put all the players of Havk to rest, and that's 3 on board for B team.
There you go. Now on to the match point of the very first map. B team definitely is looking quite lethal on their own pick. Princess Horizon, the way they have played so far, definitely is an example of domination. Definitely is an example of how their evolution is there in the game. I think at this point, all Team Havk can do is deny the inevitable. Make sure to delay it for sure. Make sure to get many more rounds at this point. I mean, they can go to a tiebreaker, but for that, they need to set up a good attack as well. I doubt that it's going to come that easily, because B team, the way they have been approaching in past 6 games in this beautiful map of Princess Horizon, they know every nit and gritty, and it seems like that they're pretty effective at it.
They have been effective. Now how far can they keep pushing this? Out in the open, looking for the key, but they're traversing with the key through the building. Wait, I think Mr. Beeb got a hit, and there is Water also giving them a clue of where the run is. Opening this time, B team lose on the chase. They're trying to recover back. Satiman calling his defenses to back off. So they're the ones to lose the first, but BT, along with Ghostly Boy, they're still trying to keep the fight on. Whereas the key is already bought in. They should have gone in along with the key, rather now get put a player out, and with that it brings the numbers back to a 4-4. Numbers equalized. Key needs to be recovered. Team Havk are worried to step out, and as soon as I think one of their players thought of recovering it, gets swept off. That's to the last 3, but somehow still managing to recover. Use the jump pad, but jumped up a floor above, and now the players are still dropping. Havk lose another. It's up to the last 2. What do they manage to do?
Did the key.
Finally, the key
A few seconds, and now they're starting the decryption. This might help them, but eventually it's a 2v4 equation, Lucifer. I doubt there's something beneficial coming through from here. I think this could be the last possible round. Yep, they spotted one. It was a medium, I believe. With the help of jump pad, he's once again swinging in, but he spots and damages out the opponent a bit more. Yes, the traps are set. We have the turrets available over there. The mediums are definitely making sure that the equipments are going to help them. Oh, dematerializer, there you go. All the trap gone away. Toxic gas. Yes, it is available over there, but they're trying to start the interruption. 30 seconds. That's what they need to stop for. Nades, equipment still bombing them out. Revolver into the action. Last man standing. It's going to be Sukyatma. And that is tricky to deal with. Spots one. Oh, he takes down water. The light has been picked off. But with the help of Dome Shield, they are moving in and they are marching. They do have enough seconds to pull off. And yeah, guys, there you go. A win comes through.
That is first map. B team successfully close it. Havk, I think we spoke about the missing piece today. They did not look great on the start and they're almost losing their chance here, Raider. This is going to be problematic for them. I just hope, fingers crossed, that they will be jumping back in the next map. That's going to be Kyoto. But this looked problematic. We did not see very well setups coming through or strategies in terms of execution. It just looked like they tried to run across and then figure out if there's an opportunity to open up, whether it be on the defenses to find a number advantage or on the attack to find a free opening of a terminal itself. They were able to find the terminal, you could see, but the key was getting lost because their individual players were hit by one or the other players who were from the defenses who were running and trying to initiate a fight. Successfully did, and therefore the key was left out in the open. Many players from there, and in terms of recovering it, ended up losing their lives to the fight. And you could see what just cascaded after that, them losing a round. It was just one round that they've picked up, and that too on their defenses. This is not the team Havk that we saw on Split 2, winning Split 2 especially.
Yeah, the kind of domination, the kind of destruction that they were able to pull through in Split 2, it's nowhere to be near of what happened today. Of course, B team is evolving along the way as they have played a number of matches throughout the Finals Community Cup, and every single match is going to, I guess, make them even more stronger. They have definitely been the example of Phoenix, to be honest, rising from the ashes, because initially they were looking a bit weaker, but bit by bit, they're just competing. Bit by bit, they're just trying to evolve on their strategies. Water on that light has been so phenomenal. You talk about Water, you talk about other individuals like Mr. Beebs, who is also switching up the role but still being that effective. Ghosty Boy, he's yet another guy who is doing something amazing. If you talk about Sati Man, yeah, there you go, another example of how players can evolve in just 9 or 10 days. Because if I'm able to recall it correctly, I believe we started on 2nd or 3rd of August, and it is now, 17th of August? You can clearly see how far the competition has come through.
And B team, they have traveled like a distance to come here and start putting up their fight. They fought yesterday after making their way through LCQ. The debut works out really well. They win, now moving into the winner bracket round 2. They again win one map against Team Havk, and look at Best Lamb. We had a couple of questionable plays when B team made their move. I think in Split 1 is when we saw them, and we were a little surprised. Where is this team? Why are they missing in terms of a couple of players? But here, 8 eliminations coming in, 1 death. Imagine. Wow. 2 assists. That was a big man play coming through from Best Slam, and I think the role switch itself worked out really well. He jumped to the medium, and with that medium, he was able to do wonder alongside Water, who has 7 eliminations. Hey, he was a heavy. He was a tank. He was enough.
Yeah. I know he was a tank, but still, I'm surprised to see like Mr. Beebs didn't even open up. Yes, he was able to get 2 assists for the team, but then again, what Beslam, Water, and Satiman did, it really helped the team a lot. But from the other side, every single individual tried to be in the fight, tried to be the part of that action. Be it Ghosty Boy, be it Kulua, be it BT, Sukyatma or Pashu, every single individual, to be honest. As you can see, they have opened up, they had tried their level best to get some good value for the team, but at the end, Bestlam, Water and Satiman, these 3 individuals completely toppled down the effect of the other team. So I absolutely love the way Havk played, but then again, they need to be a little bit more effective. Now, the next map is going to be Kyoto, which is Havk's pick, if I'm not wrong, but challenging is going to be the case for sure for them. Looking at the combat score comparison, you can see the Skyesports coming in from Water, Satiman and Bestlam on the high sides. Sabib's 1020 is what he offered in terms of combat score. Snappy Face with 1600 in his name. Yes, we didn't really saw the example of a team spirit, because we can see 3 individuals stepping it up, 2 left behind. But then again, if it is doing the job, great.
Yeah, I think that's what matters at this point. We did see 2 assists from him, so I think I don't have much to complain here. And I really like this versatility role switcher, because we were kind of beating around Mr. Beebs not doing much on the light, right? Because your light is the one who's going to be doing the highest damage outcome of all the other two builds. So therefore, Mr. Beebs not putting much value on a light, this makes more sense for them. It doesn't matter that he finds eliminations. It matters that he tanks damage. It matters that he kind of pulls terminals around. He causes distractions. He's just annoying to the opponents. And with this, we jump into Kyoto, where one round, call it a map, is going to be an advantage for B team, as they've already closed their pick. Now they're jumping into Havk's pick, where they are going to be starting off on defense. As we've always said, defense is the likeliest spot that any team would want to start off on a map. But there have been some teams, for them attack or defend doesn't matter, because their team gameplay has been better throughout the main event and the finals Community Cup Split 1 and
Are
Split
you
2.
hinting on IND?
But is it going to be enough?
Just a question for you, Lucifer. Are you hinting on IND? Never know. You never know, guys.
I'm not going to say anything, but it is what it is.
True, man. There are certain teams which are definitely working their way in terms of team contribution, and they don't have any issues, whether it is attack rounds or defense rounds, or it's a tiebreaker, or are they having that advantage or not. They just go in, get the job done, get out, and have that advantage in their favor. So yes, there have been some teams, and yeah, true. But there have been certain other teams who have face some difficulties, and example of that is going to be B team. They've lost certain maps, they've won certain maps. They know what's it, I guess, strong sport at this moment, and that is definitely going to be the map of Sis Horizon, because if I'm not wrong, including this last map that we just witnessed, they have now played 7 matches, I believe, and in 7 matches they've won 6 in Sis Horizon. So that's great for them. Now they know that their strong suit is this particular map, and to be honest, all the other teams kind of try to avoid Sis Horizon, try to avoid maps like Las Vegas. Even Lethal Force on the hindsight is also pretty good in Las Vegas, but somehow they didn't went out to be that effective in the LCQ, so that was a bit of a disheartening situation for them. But B team, they are doing good. They have got a map which is comparatively troublesome for the other guys, so I think that's exactly where they can take the edge.
Right now, all we would say is just cross your fingers and hope you perform better on the map 2, because as of how we saw, map 1 was not the Havk that we remember. And it looks like when we talk about teams, right, who have not had a good time, it kind of puts us in a position where we end up talking about, was this downtime or the rest time that the teams got, where we were thinking, hey, Split 1 teams who qualified now have a chance to watch Split 2, LCQ, all these teams, and then prepare against them. Looks like that's not been the case. Teams are just getting pushed out, except for IND. We've not seen any team so far being completely consistent. Now B team, from LCQ of how they've been showing up, putting up their performance, it looks like it's going in the right direction for them. So we're going to cross our fingers, wait and find out if it is going to finally end as they move into the winner bracket finals, or Team Havk will be able to push it to Monaco, an even fighting ground, because this terrain is going to be tough to maneuver. And I really like this change. It is not a change of a light or a medium. The builds are same, but it's about having a winch claw, dematerializer, guardian turrets, and a grappling hook from BT here, because there are a lot of high-rise buildings that you can grab onto and jump to for sniping, which BT looks a tad bit better from the two teams.
Okay, this is interesting. I mean, of course, as you rightly said, the approach is kind of different from with respect to the equipments and specializations that these individuals are trying to go through. Attack for Team Havk has to be good, but Kyoto is not a map that you can explore that easily. B team, they would be looking forward to get some good snipers working their way up. Obviously the clarity is not going to be that much as it's the night setting that we are talking about, but still, snipers, those eagle eyes can easily hunt their prey. I'm waiting for that, but initially we need to know what the setup is all about. Winch claw is available, so dragging those terminals out in open and setting it up is not going to be a trouble for any of the lads. B team, have they spotted anyone? Or these are warning shots? Well, these are warning shots. BT, in this wide open map, has decided to go with a XP. Any comments on that, Lucifer?
I think he's just acting as an informant right now.
Okay.
But they're in defense, so I'm just going to wait and watch what the play is. Sorry, they're on attack. And right as now, the information doesn't seem like it's given them much value. Killua starts off, but the damage is only a damage to push the players back from B team. Does that help them getting closer? They're trying to travel across using the key. BT's sonar seems to have found a tick on one of their defenders. It's still taking its time and converting for this round because teams are just holding off. This should be an opportunity. He spots a heavy. That's big damage that he could send off, but he also gets dished in return.
Yeah, light against heavy is never a very good decision unless you can confuse him. But eventually it was a straight up fight, and as we got to see, BT also got down to like 64 HP, which was again pretty nerve-wracking. Could have been taken down. Vanishing Bomb, there you go. Exploring ahead, trying to get the insight of what is over there available onto the B terminal. Who can get them out? But Snappy Face, unfortunately, is not going to be the part of the action as he gets compromised. But even Ghostly Boy receives the same fate as he has been equalized as well. Oh, 3v4, the attackers are failing. This is not good. Here comes the retaliation. 2v3 Winch Claw, but he didn't got the guy. Havk, Classman standing. PG7 gets him one. Dome Shield. 2 more shots. But it's a 1v2 equation. There you go. B team being the A1.
I think after finding the first elimination, right, this should have worked out in their favor. BT got closer to the B terminal. I think he spotted turrets around and he tried to destroy that, and eventually players from B team just surrounded them. Gada's in study. Fingers crossed. As of now, start has still not been great, just like how things ended on Sister Rise, and it seems like it is replicating on Kyoto.
Yeah.
Their own map pick. And they cannot give away 3 rounds on a stretch, because if they lose 3 rounds, that means almost the map's been completely lost. 3 chances will be there for the attackers to close. That's going to be B team when they go into the second half. But I know I'm overextending and talking about things, but that's how it is seeming even now. Saddy Man on the roof spots the key. I'm pretty sure the key's not yet taken a dive. It was a player. Player was a little too far. He's put down a gateway, so therefore the key should be safe when they use that and travel, and they successfully done so. And they jump towards the defender itself, running away as much as he could. Using a dome, they've tried to catch him off guard, but Beslam, he's going to protect them. The highest fragger of the previous map.
Oh yeah, got 8, was a part of 10 fight. And now look at him. Mr. Beeves gets Sukiatma. Attackers, they once again lose one of the key potential player that they could have really utilized a lot, but eventually this loss is going to make them pay the price. Pashu definitely trying to get the best out of that Lewis gun that he has got, but it's just not that effective. Need to know what happens next. Barry MS activated. Mr. Beeps ready for any action that could come his way. 1 minute. I think this is more than sufficient time. We have seen people starting the decryption in a span of like 30 seconds. So maybe that's exactly what they're looking for. They're trying to confuse their opponents, confuse the defenders, which are the B team. But it seems like that efforts should come through right now, as they don't have the manpower. They should pick isolated fires and they might get the value, but BT again down to 69 HP. Oh no, he's not even going to survive. There you go, out of question.
Oh, that's not a hard Pashu. He was able to find one, but the numbers are still not good. Havk have to somehow recover. It's all up to Pashu and Killua. Time's ticking, 20 seconds on the clock. They do have the key, but they also have the defenders in front of them. FK damage through Killua, but they get hit with a toxic gas. They're trying to run away to a position where they can be safe. Glitch nade also. Killua trying his best. The birthday boy gets one, but immediately gets exchanged as his teammate also falls. And that's going to be round 2 for B team.
Is it B team which is in sync or the other side which is in shambles? I don't know, man. B team definitely is being quite fruitful. But that approach with RPG7, he got 2 over there. That was just amazing. That was a total chaos. Admin and Temple are the now 2 terminals. This is the last round where B team needs to be fruitful. They should aim for a 3-0, but on the hindsight, Havk would love to open up. They need to get at least 1 terminal down to the ground floor, into the underground area. A lot of mines, traps, turrets, all of that is going to get set up. They want to make sure that they will create as much pain that's possible to their opponent, so that they get the upper hand out of it. Obviously, B team is here to win. Obviously, they are here to compete against IND. They want to make sure that they go to the winners bracket final, because from there they will be 1 step away from being the top 2 teams of this whole contestment. Remember, guys, we had total 64. Now we're down to like top 6. Of course, we will be favorable to 2, I believe, today. Other 4 will remain. Contestment will go on, but for now, let's see if there is an opening. Team Havk yet to find any space close to the terminal.
The key has gotten closer to admin. can see Ghostly Boy has also climbed up the roof, looking forward to information. Suki Atma fights with someone afar, gets stacked up. Ghostly Boy still waiting for information to spot a player. On the other end, defenders, they're just opening up spaces in the A terminal. They're making sure the floor is being destroyed. They're making sure that the sides of long distances are open for them. Jump pad recovered, and now they should be able to hit B. But they don't know B has been well set up. It's on the ground floor. They've dragged it. And once they take a look, they're like, oh lord, everything's been destroyed here. Ghostly Boy, he gives them a call that the players are close by. Be wary.
30 seconds is what we have right now. Attack has to come through. They have got the key and they are dropping it down to the own area. Dome shield activated. Barrier mesh elsewhere. Oh, Winch Claw with a melee. That's always fun to watch. And Mr. Beebs gets more. Nope, that's not at all going to happen. But they are trying to get the decryption started. The attackers are prevailing for now. They do have the manpower. Oh yeah, they have actually started the decryption. It's down to the one last member, and that's Satiman, I believe. Is he going to spot? Has got an AK to play with, has got a frag nade in front of him. And he gets spotted probably. Yeah, there you go. Finally, Havk opens up. They get one.
Much needed before they ended the round. If they didn't, it would have been a problem for them. And from there on, it could have cascaded. But it's not bigger trouble right now because they're going to go on the safer side. That's going to be defenders. Kyoto, residents in quarters. It's still not the high-rise buildings that we are seeing all around in the forest where people can hide. Therefore, the fights are head on so far outside all the quarters that are open to fight for. But PT now will be switching towards the SR. I'm pretty sure the sniper needs to come out now. If he doesn't use, it's going to be a problem, especially with a grapple hook, which is a rare specialization that lights use these days. Now on Kyoto it is very viable, as I said, high rises all around. Now all players together from B team, they strike. They're thinking of going through the forest and then hitting towards the terminal rather than directly approaching it. And the intentions from Havk also seem the same, that they clear distances of long where they can fight rather than letting it be crunched out in the corridors of the quarters.
The turret is set up a bit close. One RPG-7 can get that stuff out. The equipment is not going to be viable enough at that point. Setup definitely looks good, but at the same point there are certain weak spots that B team would love to exploit. Now B team is slowly approaching, marching in, trying to put up a good action. Well, they are pretty close to the E terminals, as it seems that they are looking forward to get the best value out of it. Turret is available, but there you go. Sadie Man has to go down. The attackers, they are in a bit of a trouble. Decryption has started. Interesting. The decryption already been started now. Trouble goes on in Havk. They have spotted one, and that's a heavy, I believe, who received that SR-84 shot. BT definitely trying to be effective. Grapple hook is not going to work. Drops down to the first floor, hunting for the player. In the close quarter, yes, one good shot can end it.
Oh, what? They were already trying to stop the decryption over there? That was bold coming in, especially with Havk having 4-5 players surviving. Snappy Face, the last one, getting chased from 3 of them. 1v2 fight right now. Wins a 1v1 because one of the players went and hit. And right now he's going in for another. Brings it down to a 1v1 situation. 17 seconds on the clock. He needs to find a way. 6 seconds is what he needs to breeze through. And he does. What a way for him to win this 1v3. I did not think it would be possible. That toxic gas amidst the haze got the last player for him.
Wow, now that is truly a comeback. Now it does feel like that Havk is out here giving up a good competition to B team, because what happened in this horizon was definitely a bit surprising for us. Now in Kyoto, things are going sideways. It's 2-2 equalized when it comes to the round victories. B team now are not on a very good spot because they are the attackers. They are definitely going to have a tough time opening up the sites, getting those terminals, and eventually getting the decryption key planted onto the terminals. It's going to be a tough equation for them to deal with. Now they are marching once again. Different angles is what they are trying to explore with. But as you can see, canisters dropping the terminal to ground floor, and from there we'll get to see a lot of mines. And not just that, glitch traps available probably. Apart from that, we will get to see some beautiful turrets being set up.
explosives, everything being put down.
Uh-oh.
Havk lose their first. I think there's a fight out in the open. Jumps right to start the decryption. Double downing on the shield with the mesh as well as the dome, and now the decryption has been started. They're trying to destroy even the mines that have been set up, making sure that the defenses do not enter. But B team, as they start the decryption and try to withhold the terminal, they do lose one of their own. But look at away, Kilowatt checks, unfortunate. It becomes a quick exchange, but Havk are doubling down. They take down the other player as well. Get to 3v2. The gateway is going to be used, but a lot of gadgets and canisters, explosives, all being used to deny Havk getting closer to the dome. And they try to go in. Oh, jump! It ends up being just an exchange because of the RPG. Make it an exchange to a 1v1. Defense versus the attack.
Snappy's pretty low. He's like 1 HP. Oh, there you go. Just talking about that beat. He swings in, gets it away. He has enough time. No doubt in that. 6 to 7 seconds is what you need, and he's going to be there on point. You still are left with like 4 seconds. Go ahead and enjoy that win. What a way to come back, man. Now it is Havk which is now in control. They have got the map point for now, but I think what the other side is going to look at, B team, they will be looking forward to track this competition to a tiebreaker and get it done in this exact map, because if it falls down to Monaco, things can go either way.
It can, because this map seems like, as you rightly said, Havk are bringing the game back. And now, one of the terminals on the tower is going to be an even better chance for Havk to hold it all off. And look at BT. He understands where the terminals are and ends up using an XP because he was not able to find much value. And now he's just gunning them out in the open, telling his teammates about the info. They're throwing down grenades. And now he's using a gateway and successfully brings them so ever close. And this is problem. They're trying to run towards the forest, but the entire is all here. Wait, they take the counter gateway and they end up towards the other side of the roof. What just happened? Crisscross of a gameplay coming through, and B team lose their first.
But the tower is wide open. They can go ahead and get it done. But no revolver action. There you go. Lefty shots. Dome shield is going to save the day for him. Asuki Atma was pouncing on him. Maybe he's going to get connected. No, that's not happening. The key needs to be there up on top. They need to get it started. They need to get the decryption started. Not going to happen that easily. Oh, 3 RPG 7 in the hand. This guy is definitely trying to get the demolition here. Okay, the tower seems a bit flimsy now. But the key decryption yet to be started is 3v4. Pretty tough. Toxic gas available over there. But look at this. Just on the floor beneath. We have Ghostly Boy. Ooh, one more down. It's down to the last two. Down to the last one. Has got an RPG 7. But he's also going to drop. And so does the hopes of winning this one.
Unfortunate. Oh. But what a game coming through. Kyoto pulls it back for Havk. And now that does put them on an advantage.
Yep.
It works out, man. Almost I thought things would have gone adrift, but it gets pulled off really, really well. And now this is a chance for Havk to get back into the game, especially as we said, Monaco is a land which is even. You do not have to be worried about a lot of high ridges. If you're playing on high ridges, your opponents will also be playing on the high ridges. Yes, there's a lot of alleyways where you would be a little crunched, where you would have to figure out that how would I kind of get out of the suffocation, right? If you're trying to run through an alley, you might be an easiest target for everybody to chase. But this was a really good game that they brought back, especially once they switched from the side. The attack, they were able to pull off one, but when they moved back into defense, very well held, did not let B team to go through on attack. And this is what we were exclaiming about. This is what we were talking about. Teams feel a lot more comfortable and would want to play on defense on every map as much as possible to pull back rounds or to pull a lead.
Definitely, I agree with your points, and even in Monaco, I guess, yes, it is an even map, but then again, the only advantage that you get with the map of Monaco is basically that you have that crane. The crane is wide open, it's pretty vulnerable. You can get shot down from multiple corners, and for that reason, I believe in Split 2 and also in LCQ, and even in the first day of the main event, we didn't really saw a lot of crane action coming through. People usually avoid that spot, and if there is a terminal available on the underpass, then again it's a big challenge going over there and eventually setting it up. It's again always a big challenge. Cathedral, you can demolish that, but you need to have some hefty heavies for that. Then only that is going to happen. We need to know what will happen over there, guys, but we'll have to wait. Even before that, the stats of the previous map is something that I'm waiting for. I need to know who is the MVP. Is it BT? Is it Sukiatma or Zatiman? Need to know that.
We all are looking forward to it because it was very interesting of how it all played out.
Pashu.
Because Pashu, I think that RPG itself was the starter of things, right? It was the Vic that
Yeah.
they needed for their John, and it works out. Pashu with 8 eliminations, 3,992 of a combat score, and Havk make their way in Kyoto to victory.
Oof, it's dicey. Pashu coming back into the picture, it is going to be definitely a big trouble equation for B team, as they were definitely smoothly getting some good rounds in their favor, but lately it does feel like that they're going to have a lot of challenge, all thanks to Pashu and his brotherhood. The team Havk, they are indeed wreaking havoc in the map of Kyoto. Now let's have a look at the scoreboard as well. Let's see what the other guys had to offer. Looking at the scoreboard, we have Killua right over there. BT actually was there with 5 frags, but there are certain other individuals who even outperformed him. Mostly boy, 5 frags, 5 assists. Look at Killua, 6 assists as well. Suki Atma had 3. But on the hindsight, Beslam, the MVP of the previous map, didn't even open up.
Surprise, right? And we
Oh,
were
yeah.
talking about him, the man who had the highest frags. We even exclaimed in between about how he was playing, and we did see him taking a couple of shots, and therefore we see 4 assists on his board, but not even a single elimination. Now maybe that got exchanged. One of his teammates were picking his up. Maybe he was doing the most damage, but it's still him having no eliminations, him not even having 2 or something like that does kind of switch things around, especially the spot or the fight of them having a chance to close this map. They should have tried to, but then an equalizer swoops in, coming in on the half as the side switch, and with that equalizer, immediate third also gets picked up, and from there on Havk do not even give a single round for them to close on the second half, and they themselves close it on Kyoto, making the score at 1-1. Now we go into Monaco. That's what we are all looking forward to now, how Monaco is going to fare. Now if we talk about Monaco so far, I spoke about it in the start of the map veto. It's been 2 wins for B team, whereas 3 wins for their respective competitors. That's Havk.
Yeah, that fact is definitely going to implicate a lot of stuff over there in Monaco. I mean, B team would be looking forward to get that advantage back into the picture. They want to win the map. They're starting on the defense. That is again a brighter side for them to look at. But of course, what happened onto the attack rounds is pretty clear. And also in the defense in Kyoto, they lost 1 round. That right there was I guess pretty big statement coming in from Havk that we are back into the picture. And if you win your attack rounds, you already know that you are in a very good spot because you are infiltrating the sites and eventually getting the terminal planted. You are setting up the decryption, and then after that, the post decryption scenario, the whole 60 seconds that you get in that, if you are able to like completely shut down your opponents, that means that you have that gunpowder to pull through. That's exactly what Havk was able to showcase in the map of Kyoto. And trust me, you really need a lot of gunpowder in that map. But now, guys, we'll take a short break. After that, we'll be back to see what happens in the decider. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Well, folks, we promised you that we'll be back after a quick short break, and yes, there you go. We are here on the desk of the Finals Community Cup after seeing what happened in the first two maps of the winners bracket round 2, match number 2 between Havk and B Team. It was fun, it was fierce, there was a comeback, there was a redemption. Got to see every single thing, but now we want to see the conclusion, the final marker of what will happen. Is it B Team advancing against IND, or is it Havk, which is going to wreak havoc against Team IND? Because yes, IND is the first one to reach in the winners bracket final. So let's wait and watch what happens. Composition is pretty much same, I believe. There is no such changes.
No change. Well, how does that work? Havk, they bring in again with a grapple. And that's going to be SR84. That's something that we did miss. But in Monaco, it's at least still a lot better compared to Kyoto. Kyoto, it's a little wild. There's a lot of forestation rather than deforestation happening over there. And therefore, it's kind of a little tough when they go through the jungles or the weeds to figure out a proper shot. It's better to have an SMG. But here, you can get clear sights. We end up going towards the park as one of the terminals and adjust into it towards the fountain end. And let's see how that works, because for now, it is going to be Havk to start things off an attack. They did not close on a lead in the previous game, but they were able to get one round, and that was enough for them to change the tides around when they went into defense, and I'm pretty sure that's the same thing they'll be thinking even now.
I need to do it again to win it all. Go ahead and give us the best fight of the segment, I believe. IND against Havk. I am definitely rooting for that fight. For now, let's wait and watch. How B Team is going to come back into the picture is something that we all need to know. Mr. Beeves on a heavy once again. Needs to be effective. Oh, a lot of damage. He receives a SR84. Down to like 100 HP. Oh yeah. He's going to get like 20 more HP, that's all. Even after waiting for 10 seconds. He has already compromised.
45, 150.
Oh yeah. 125 for a medium, I believe, yeah?
Yeah. Nice and medium. But for now, Shed and Fountain, it seems like Shed is
Ashu
what they're
out
eyeing
there.
on towards the park. Still a hold off, and there, that should be the opening where it actually gets immediately equalized. BT using the vanishing bomb, jumps across. The key's been recovered, but where do they tend to? It seems like he spots an open terminal. Oh no, he steps on the explosive! And now it brings down to a 2v2. Skyesports and Pashu trying to fight for this attack, trying to win this attack, but with the key loss, especially on the explosive, it makes matters worse. And look at how Beslam is hiding around the weeds, around the bushes. He's very close to the fountain. He spots them along with the farmers. The burst shots coming through, spots the dome, just backs off. He knows his turret is there, but water. He's right behind them, waits for them to jump out of the dome, successfully dealing a lot of damage, gets an assist, and now down to the last player. And both the defenders clear and get B Team 1.
This might be the first time when I'm seeing Water playing on a medium. Usually loves to play on a light. Yeah, that was pretty surprising for me as well. I was like, Water AK? How is that happening? And then I looked at it. Oh, it's a medium that he's playing on. Pretty fun to watch. Water doing some amazing stuff at the end. Pulled off a 1v2, I believe. The terminal. It is going to drop down. Usage of beautiful, beautiful dematerializer. Always fun to watch when dematerializer comes into the action. Now, Havk failed their previous attack. They got caught off guard. Dome shield definitely were saving them. But as soon as the players stepped in, it was like basically a bait coming in from B Team that, yeah, pounce on me, the other guy is going to shut you away. And that's exactly what happened. Now, once again, Havk is approaching. They're going through the buildings. Cathedral is what they're aiming for. But the terminal is still meters away.
Water on a medium. Oh wait, they're not actually playing any lights. 3 mediums, 2 heavies, and Water going in head on. BT just cleared off. BT knew he had no fight there because he had an SR84. Now they want to avenge BT's elimination. They're trying to chase Water, but I don't think that's a valid attempt. They managed to get upon the cathedral to try and find a way out, but the defenders run out and the attackers lose one of their forces. And now they try to jump on the spiral staircase. Skyesports trying his best using the DMAT. spots the player, that's all, but not any elimination. Uses the nade, his teammate to follow by. It is going to be Killua. There's an explosive canister coming in. Killua is not giving up, but Killua goes down to the player, and it's 3 of them right now on Havk's attack.
But Mr. Beeves, he's going to be in flames. Hattie Man, he's still trying to retaliate, but they were utils in the hand, but still Ghostly Boy. His teammates, they were not that effective anymore. It's 2v4 to be precise. I think now it's down to the last man standing. Where is that guy? Yeah, exactly. It's going to be Suki Atma, but his soul is not going to get any relishment as he's going to lose this one as well. That's pretty sure. Oh yeah, there you go. He got shot down even before climbing the stairs. Literally, to be honest, climbing the stairs was not in his fate.
This Monaco feels like Havk are not even here. It's ending up so quickly. Remember the first 2 maps? We were literally dialing the clock to almost the last 20-30 seconds. Here, in the starting 30-40 seconds, the round's getting done by. Is it going to keep replicating like this? This is going to be the last round of the first half. 2 minutes and 10 seconds for Havk to execute. They did have 15 to 20 seconds to discover what they wanted to do. A whole of 2 minutes 30 seconds. Let's hope the plan comes through for them. If it doesn't, it's going to be a flawless 3-0. So far, none of the maps have been a 3-0 in favor of B team. It has always been a 2-1. Only 1 round of a lead, and that's the reason Kyoto was a comeback for Havk.
Yeah, agreed. Kyoto was a different segment for Havk, but lately we just feel like that they're having a lot of tough time. B team this time receives a lot of shot. The heavy water was not that precise with his aim over there. Obviously on Cathedral, a lot of movements came through. Hilwa is pretty low as well. He has received a bit of a damage. Ashu trying to take the key over to the terminal, making sure that he gets that decryption started. Alright, they have got that terminal covered up. Setting up some good treatments. A lot of damage with the revolver as well. The barrier mesh is activated. No casualties so far, but the decryption has been started. That's what they wanted to make sure. But ooh, the pyros, they're going to hurt. Winch Claw, the melees, oh my god, Snappy Face has been compromised as well. It's down to the last 2 individuals from the attackers. They need to make sure that they will have no interruptions coming through in the decryption. But the attackers, they might fail. Oh wait, interruption is already started. Huh.
And BT, he has to go in for this. He does get an elimination, but it's already being stuck. Wait, actually, They don't end the defense. They still manage to put down the players from Havk and will be able to get 3. I thought almost the decryption was paused. It was put to a halt. But they're swooping, try to fight, eliminate 2. But do not get the defense all out. And the defense will get successfully 3 rounds on the last decider map, leaving Havk in trouble.
Big trouble. Big trouble at this point for Havk. But they do have a beauty of playing on the defense, so maybe that's exactly where they might prevail. We have seen certain rounds where a reverse sweep comes through. This will be very interesting if Havk can do something like that. Now, SR84 in the hands of BT, we know the damage is going to queue in. It is going to be tough. Actually, this is BT fighting against B team, so pretty ironic, guys. Let's see what happens. Grapple going through the rooftops, trying to pinpoint where the rotations are coming through, where the key is available. Whether the key is coming towards B or A terminal. I think at this point, initially, the first 10-20 seconds are very, very vital because you need to get that info of where the players actually are. Because if you get caught off guard, you are down. But even if that didn't happen, maybe the terminal is going to get started with the decryption. So look at that. B is pretty open. It's wide open. It's just one individual over there. I believe that's Pashu, who's giving up all the info, and now the players are relocating over there.
BT tried his best. No connection. Nada. Attacking our B team. And BT is on Havk. Nice sonars does give their position, but the decryption gets started. Throws another sonar and a jumping AK hit. And BT is dropped down to the last 10 of his health. Maybe even an elimination. Yes, it is. And there are more attacks coming in from B team. But it gets equalized on numbers back to a 4-4. But Pashu, he's here. Can they stop? There's an opportunity. They tried to bring the terminal closer, use the dome, and the attackers are further away. They tried to blast open the gases, the domes, everything, but the decryption is being stuck. Pasha is also teabagging in between, and along with that, Havk stick to halt the decryption successfully.
Rinse and repeat. Exactly what they did in Sisserais in Dome Shield. Hey guys, was as damage that's possible, and then all you need is just 6 to 7 seconds and they got it. They did it again. At that point it was 2-1 scoreline, now it's 3-1. It's not just the match point, guys, it is the series point that we are talking about. B team are already on a very big advantage, but as I said earlier as well, before the half got switched, that maybe there is a possibility that we might see a comeback coming in from this side. If that happens, it will be amazing. But look at him placing the mine along with that. The canister, the fire canister is also there. The toxic gas canister is also going to be available. So if somebody steps into that area, he is going to be blown to bits.
BT, I think he's spotted the key. He's made the info, and now he's spotted the player. They use the mat and enter. They're already in the B terminal and start the decryption. Every time defenses from Havk, they do not set up well, and therefore immediate entry to the terminal, and they start the decryption. Now it's time for a retake, and this time it's going to be a 5v5, even more tougher because it's on the lower ground. Spotting one, they find the elimination of the first on the B team. They need to simultaneously find a lot more. Spot one player, but he's a little tad bit afar. They don't successfully do it, but what happens is Havk get exchange in turn.
4v4 barrier mesh activated. B team trying to be on par. Best now has been picked off. Has got the RPG-7.
Snappy face spotted.
Well, he is receiving a lot of damage indeed. Down to one last man. There's that guy. It's Water the Heavy. Usually on light, he has been quite good, but now the maneuverability is going to be a big issue. Spots one, but no, nothing valuable so far. 2-3 is the scoreline. Good comeback coming in from Havk. They might just deny the whole map.
It is getting interesting right now. 2-3. So far, yes, it is still B team on the lead. They had 3 chances. Now they're on the last chance of closing this series, winning the winner bracket round 2 and jumping against IND.
Yep.
They've not done it yet. This is the double elimination bracket, so whichever team loses still has a chance. They will go into the lower bracket, but they will play a lower bracket elimination right today, and that's what they have to be worried about. Let's see if it's going to be Havk or is it going to be B team. Havk need 2 consecutive rounds, whereas B team just need a single one. B team, they're on the attack. Havk have decided our defenses are going to be, let them start the decryption, then we attack, pounce upon them where they least expected, and bring back the defenses. Stop that decryption, reign control over the terminal.
They have definitely done some good job when it comes to the post decryption type of scenario, because in just 60 seconds they kind of completely shut down the opponent's team, and then they get the upper hand onto it and start the interruption to queue. And once again B team onto the downfall. There goes the first one. Decryption is yet to be started, but I believe there will be a retaliation this time. B team is also not going swiftly for the decryption. They're like, let's get that equalizer, let's fight back and eventually put some players down. As you can see, all the individuals from B team have made sure that even Team Havk is going to be pretty low, but B team is also low in numbers now. They've also lost 2 big names. This is going to be troublesome. Oh, they lose one more, and that was SR84. It got connected. Starting man pretty low as well. Down to the last 2. It's 2v5. Pretty impossible, should I say.
Heavy and medium. Satiman and Snappy Face. Looks like Snappy Face has found one. Brings it down, but it's still a 2v4. Numbers better trading game. Running around. Restaurant is the closest terminal. 40 seconds on the clock. It looks like Satiman is taking the long route because his teammate Snappy Face is put 6 feet under the ground. Looks like Havk is gonna get to 3-3. Running through the forest. Trying to get the terminal to decrypt. Will get the key in. But can he play a 1v4 all alone? Lonesome. Does have a Guardian turret, I presume. He has already put it down. 3 players moving in from the same direction. There's a heavy in the mix. And then the mediums, he spots one of the mediums, isolates, wins the duel. Now his position's been compromised and the surge upon him, take him down. And the defenses from Havk still reign superior in the second half. 3 fabulous rounds, just like B team. And we run to the decider to see whose fate it is that we can put them towards the upper bracket finals.
Both the teams struggled on their attacks. And now, maybe it's unfortunate, but yeah, that's the reality that Team Havk is going to be attacking. Yeah.
Rather than saying struggled, we could say they fell flat on their attacks.
Oh, yeah.
And now it is attack for Havk. They started off an attack, did not pull off even a single round, but the previous 2 maps, they've successfully pulled off 1 round at least on those attacks. Can they find that 1 round here? This is the most needed round for them. But on the other end, B team might just feel comfortable that it is their defenses. Let them not feel too comfortable, because then Havk can still find a chance. It's all about mind games right now. It's about who is thinking what. Is it the mental game? Is it somebody feeling too comfortable that it's defense for us? We are going to play out better, because there's no more rounds after this. Mr. Beebs has already spotted the attackers of Havk running on the roof. They had also spotted the key, and now it looks like Beebs is chasing the player. Does have an RPG, but he's not intending to use it. And Havk's player, I just thought he maybe made it, survived. Not the case. The first player from Havk's dead, eliminated.
Manpower is getting compromised. No doubt that the other side is also it's looking pretty low. Because you can see that Havk is also giving hefty amount of damages, but at the end, Havk needs to infiltrate. That's his job. Fragnade, lovely damage. Pashu is now down to like single digit of HP. He was like down to 6 HP. Not a very good scenario, but yes, the decryption is something that they need to start miles away from the terminal, I believe. Oh, look at the damage. Just getting bombarded.
Very awkward
just
spot.
Getting flooded out at this point. Yeah, they can't really relocate.
And there you go. There's the second, maybe the third. This Farmers is taking everybody down.
What?
That's big 3. And now it's down to the last player. Where is this man hiding? Bestlam has done it once again, just like in the first map. Snappy Face has positioned, has pointed where that last player is. And this should be the end for it all. Havk, the chance that they had has been lost. Water's ready right now. BT's position compromised, and with this, B team successfully push themselves to the winner bracket finals. What a show from Bestlam, right when the team needed. His previous game was not him finding a lot of eliminations, but now he finds such an impactful 3K that he puts the Havk team under the ground.
I'm in loss of words at this point, Lucifer. I don't know, man. We talked about this map of Monaco that it's pretty equal from both the sides. But it does not feel like that. It feels that the defenders will prevail.
Yeah.
They will prevail.
I think
because
Monaco just proves better for defense. It's all about how well you kind of hold off. And you could clearly see the defenses were so easily able to pinpoint where the attack was going in any direction. And the strategy was all about how they would communicate back into the attack, back into the defense. And that worked out really, really well for B team. Advantage for them in terms of deciding where they started on and how this decider turned out to be, just because it came to a 3-3. Otherwise, if, as we said, Havk were able to stitch only 1 round on attack, you saw they were able to pull off 3 rounds in defense, which we knew is their strong suit, just like how it was for B team. But unfortunate, but what a show, what a play coming in from him. Bestlam, he was just using that burst fire and bursting the players.
Oh yeah. I mean, I find it difficult to control a Fummus because of the burst fire, but eventually it is a high damage rate type of weapon. And this guy just showed us how it's done. He's the real deal, I believe, when it comes to having a farmer's approach, because he was just so effective. Because if you see in the map of Kyoto, Bestlam didn't even open up and they lost that particular map. In this one, again, Bestlam was in a crunchy note, because if you see in the initial 6 rounds, we had not seen a lot of action from his corner. But the only round where he decides to go in bonkers, he gets it done. It was a 4v4 fight. Timer was still there. I believe there was still 50 more seconds left. So in those 50 seconds, there is a possibility that the attackers could have done the decryption. They could have started the decryption. This guy decided, no, we are not going to give you any more opportunity. And I believe a big part of that is also all thanks to Havk. They
Yeah.
got themselves entangled in a very tricky spot. They had nowhere to go. They had to use jump pads. They had to come out and take 1v1s. But even if the efforts from Bestlam were not enough, we have Water being the MVP with 9 amazing eliminations, been a part of 3 more fights, got a total of 5,274 combat score for himself in 5 rounds. I believe he just got 2 deaths. That's all. That's a good play.
Water was flowing all around Monaco and eventually ended up in the victory jar. 9 eliminations. Good stuff. And I think even you need to give credits for Bestlam to show up at the right time when the team needed. He had 1 elimination until the last round. Imagine 6 rounds, he has just 1 elimination, and the last 3 mattered the most. BT today looked a little confused. He was in a very complex situation to decide whether he wants to play the sniper, whether he wants to play the SMG. In situations where he could have played a sniper, where we spoke about it, and we were very vogue about it in telling that it should be Kyoto where he plays around with the sniper. He tried his best, but he was barely able to do much damage, and eventually it did not kind of hurt the team because we ended up seeing Pashu step up. We saw Ghostly Boy, Suki Atma, and it worked out really well. But in this round, Pashu couldn't step up. He just has a single elimination. 7, the birthday boy doing the best and reaching the farthest of the Northern Star, gets 7 eliminations, but it is not enough. As a team, somewhere on attack, this team felt little lost.
Not just them, but eventually both the sides, to be honest, on attack were feeling pretty lost. Eventually, if you see what Bestlam did, was definitely quite amazing. And the irony is that in the first map, he was the MVP. In second one, it was basically the other side. We got to see Pashu being the MVP. And in this particular map, Pashu had nothing to offer. Pashu was pretty much on the back foot, and he was not receiving a lot of combat scores. Not a lot of eliminations came through from his corner. I believe he was like there with just a single elimination. That's all he got. So I think, yes, not just on attack but also on defense, the team combination coming in from the other side didn't really work out.
I don't know what to talk about, but fortunately for our Havk, this is an upper bracket game, meaning they end up in the lower bracket, which they'll be fighting very shortly against Eternal Fate with these updated brackets that you could see, and Helldivers will have a second chance against Worst Generation. Now, Eternal Fate and Worst Generation had a very bad day one of the main event. On the other end, Helldivers looked very competitive, so I'm very worried for Worst Generation going up against Helldivers. They've been a team, they've been the dark horses. You can expect the unknown from them. You're never too sure of what Helldivers would do. IND, yes, proved a bit better, far superior. We've been talking about them as a team, the best Indian team, hopefully, is what they're trying to prove here in the main event. If they win, they are, yes, in the upper bracket finals. They're competitors have been etched on the brackets, which is going to be B team, and B team have also gone through a long journey just like IND. B team also qualified in split 1, but they went to the LCQ in a whole melodrama of LCQ, lost in the upper qualifiers, went to the lower qualifiers, and then made their way and now are in the upper bracket finals. But as we said, matches are still not done. We still have our loser brackets, and we will be jumping into it after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you said, it's going to be a very short break because our upper bracket games for the day are done, because now it's the most spicy things of life, the eliminations, meaning we're going to see 3 eliminations. I thought only 2, because we still have our lower bracket 2.1, which will depend on our lower bracket round 1 games. Get ready, Raider, because today is going to be hell a lot heated.
I am ready. I am ready to see what happens next. Well, of course, with a heavy heart, we will need to bid a farewell to all those teams who are going to fail to perform, to be honest. Of course, there is a learning scope that is going to be there every now and then, but I guess we could have given the example of IND, the domination that they put forth, but eventually yesterday even IND had to switch up their strategies from 3 heavies to now 2 heavies, 2 mediums and 1 light. We can see the changes coming through. Actually, 1 medium and 2 lights is what they preferred yesterday. So we can see even the biggest of the giants who felt like they are the pillars of this whole equation, they are not going to even move a bit. They are now changing the strategies, so that has to happen to all the other teams as well. But talking about the current competition, guys, we have Helldivers going up against their enemies, and the players that we have right now are going to be Hamster, FaZe, Maul, Max, and Haji.
Let's just wait and see if Worst Generation are going to be able to show up. That's going to be Frozen, Fawcett, Exotic, Swap, and Joseph. Yeah. Now, I'm worried for Worst Generation. And I don't know, I've been seeing a lot of variety of teams here in the finals, comparing the Split 1 performance, comparing the Split 2, LCQ. It's been very different.
Oh yeah.
But we'll see how it works. We start off by Helldivers picking up Skyway Stadium. Then we go to Worst Generation picking Sis Horizon, and Decider going into Monaco. I really like that the Sis Horizon map, which I complained about in Split 1 that players are not picking, and it's a map that I like. Looks like teams have decided to start picking up.
It's a tough one, but eventually if you have that idea, if you have the read, you can be as phenomenal as it's possible in this particular map. Of course, Kyoto and Las Vegas are one of the least, I guess, favorite maps of these particular current situations, because if you see from Split 2, we completely got to see that completely no use of Kyoto came through. In LCQ, yes, it was Lethal Force, which utilized a lot of maps of Las Vegas. There were a number of maps coming through from the corner, but they at the end were unable to qualify to the main event. So yeah, now in the main event, we have not yet seen even a single Las Vegas. Kyoto, yes, in just the previous BO3, we got to see that action coming through. Now, my question from these 2 individual teams would be, how are you trying to perform, or what are you trying to pull through? I mean, my answer will be there pretty soon. But as soon as we dive into the action, we'll get to know what are the compositions, what are the strategies that they might go through, that they might try to explore. But first of all, need to know what is the combination.
What is
3
the
heavies.
combination?
Okay.
Pulling off a book of IND?
Yeah.
Okay.
Change it up, bro.
They change.
Go for it.
Small changes, and then we have 2 heavies, 1 medium, and 2 lights.
2 lights. Yeah.
Are the lights going to put the lights on or off is what we're going to see as we start Skyway Stadium. Now, on the veto, I was a little surprised because none of these 2 teams have a good map. No strong map. So any map that they pick seems like it's been equalized with victories and losses now. As we start the round, let's see Helldivers. They've decided to play this. They start off an attack. Does the Skyway Stadium work for them?
Well, let's wait and watch. 2 minutes is what the attackers, Helldivers, have got. Helldivers yesterday was just phenomenal, to be honest, and that's exactly why I have my doubts against Worst Generation. I don't know what they're going to do. Definitely need to know how they're going to pull through. But Helldivers, players like Hamsters, even Max, Maul on that light has been phenomenal. With the help of barrier mesh, they're trying to get some insight. They're trying to figure out if there is someone lurking in the shadow who is trying to shut them away. Of course, there are going to be a number of people, barricades being appointed over there in the lobby. Cross exchange, that's a heavy that you're trying to put down, Fawcett. Don't do that, otherwise you're going to receive hefty amount of damage.
Fawcett and Swap are the lights. Both of them holding on to a medium. An SMG. Wow. How would it sound that both of them are holding down to a medium?
Lights, and they're playing on mediums.
Weird combination. I mean, it would seem like they're holding on to the attackers' mediums. But for now, as we speak about the mediums, it seems like Worst Generation have lost one of theirs. And that's going to be
Uh-oh.
Frozen Butcher. But they equalize immediately. But what a way, what a position for Swap to be in. Look at him. He is spotting everybody, uses the cloak, gives away the info of where they're heading. And it is the A terminal towards the walls.
That backstab is definitely going to be good. It can be effective. The key is out there. Medium and heavies are getting crashed at this point. Multiple sprays onto them. Barricades appointed. Joseph Jolly reloading the Lewis gun. Getting it ready for the next span of action. Dome shield also getting destroyed. You need to be quick. You need to be efficient. And that's exactly what Worst Generation is trying to be. 3v3. Oh my god. So much of chaos. Trying to get the key, but instantaneously gets bombed out. Right on the face with the RPG-7, and he is going to get put down for sure. Room shields, winch claw. Oh no, it always hurts. Whenever we get to see this winch claw action, it always hurts.
Yeah, I think it's only the lights who managed to get away from it, and that too you would need to have an evasive dash. Otherwise, this is just a done deal. The winch claw is just proving beneficial, better, superior, and this is why I missed it in the split one. Now, I'm enjoying watching the winch claw, and I'm going to be enjoying a lot more. Worst Generation, the team that I was worried for, proved better, even though they were the first one to lose one of their own. That was Frozen Butcher, their medium, but they converted really well. All kudos to Swap's position on the light on the roof and his trigger discipline. He held that trigger on the SMG till the end of time, until the opponents met his teammates and he was able to flank them with a big surprise, and they ended up losing their players. And now jumping all across again towards the offices in the walls. Last time they went into the walls, this time they have to get towards the offices, breaking the building open to manage a crossway. It's seeming like they want to go into the lower floor, but finally given a call to Max with your KS, do not break another floor open. We will use this open space on the roof and try to travel across towards the ICU. That is the B terminal.
Now grenades, detecting it away, getting the info that yes, there are certain players over there, and that's a heavy, I believe, who is out there on the rooftop. Yup, that's exactly what the case is. It's Joseph Jolly Whitey had to back out. Exotic out there is also playing on a heavy, and he's up on the rooftop, dishing out some damage, receiving itself as well. Fawcett and Swap, both the lights. They need to be quick. They need to wrap these individual players out and get them away. That's a possibility. They are pretty close to the terminal, but the key is miles away. They're approaching the B terminal, I believe. Can be effective. Worst Generation, very first round, came into the name. They would like to maintain that scenario. Two stairs. Approaching. Probably going to head them away. But so far, no casualties from both the sides. Oh, winch claw.
Shots coming in. The automatic shotgun automatically immediately puts the Helldivers down to the ground. And also they lose two. Trying to bring it back, Maul swoops in, mistake done immediately, he gets cleaned off. And now it's down to the last two. They do start the decryption, but at what cost? Down to their last two, down to their last nitty-gritty. Max sends out the RPG. Now the winch. Does it find an elimination? Yes, with the KS, he's successfully able to find one. But there's the Lewis, there's the light. They come onto him. Jump, eliminate. And then the last also of the attack, they eliminate. And now it's down to just stopping that decryption, putting it to a halt. And they will be successfully doing it. And that's going to be the second for the Worst Generation. And Helldivers, same, lost. Haven't logged into the game yet.
Don't be that harsh, Lucifer. Yeah, they fell loss. But I think maybe on their defense, Helldivers might come back. Just like what happened in the previous game where Havk was trying to get that tiebreaker and come into the picture. They were able to do it, although they lost the tiebreaker. Similar things could happen over here as well. This is just the first map, so maybe they are aiming for the decider map as well if they lose this one. All of that is mere speculations, guys, but Worst Generation on the two rounds, definitely was pretty efficient. Now, there is a very slow and calculative approach coming in from Helldivers. That's exactly why it's taking a lot of time. They're trying to take a lot of time. They're trying to consume all the info that they're getting from all the lights that they have got, and then try to enact on it. Of course, that in turn turns out to be a bit risky because once the action gets started, once you are trying to go ahead and get that decryption started onto the terminal, onto A or B terminal, either way, you don't have a lot of time, because if there is a retaliation coming in from the other side, from the defenders, you won't be able to get the retaliation done and also get the decryption. You might lose against the time, you might lose against the number. So that's again obviously a tricky part for the attackers. But now with the cloak, Hamster pretty low. Had to back out. Maul is also out there in the forest trying to get the key towards the terminal.
Hamster was able to find an elimination at a cost of a lot of his health, but there is a player hiding. They don't know about him. He's hiding towards the container, has an automatic shotgun, finally starts powering it through with the RPG, starts off. His position's now compromised. They're trying to push him out of the boulder. But he's still standing strong. He is the heavy, gets winched onto himself. And now they try to eliminate, but Worst Generation, they hold off. They eliminate the Helldivers. Decryption still not started, and the Worst Generation are going in heavy. Exchanges happening on the board, but it's a 2v3 situation. Attack on the low end, but they bring it to an equalizer of a 2-2. Joseph turns around, finds the player, puts the attack down, and it's all down to Hamster. He is so far away, and he's playing on the automatic pistol. That was a weapon that we had not seen. Was it M11, man? I'm a little confused the way he was holding, but the key is lost. His teammates lost on the round, and this first half looks fabulous. It is the automatic pistol as we spoke about, the silenced one. And with that, it's going to be 3-0 from Helldivers.
Well, Skyway Stadium is currently running out of the hands of Helldivers. Now they are on the defense. Probably we will get to see a comeback, but for that they need to be very good. They need to have that read. Of course, they were getting that read onto their opponents as well, but they were unable to set up a good attack, and that's kind of something which is still justifiable. We all know that on defense there is a comparatively there is an easier task to do. You need to just hold off ankles. You need to set up some good perimeters so that the terminal is not going to get breached, and eventually there are no decryption getting started. But even after that, I guess the defenders have a bit of a easy chance to push in, as they have already got the control of majority share of the map. But on the other side, when it comes to attacking, it's obviously vice versa. Wow, with the winch claw dropping the terminal from the up high building to the ground floor, sweeping it in open. It is going to be a trouble for the attackers, which is now Worst Generation, but they are bringing the key closer, going towards A. Yes, I've got the info. Rotations coming through. Probably there is going to be a chaos in just mere 15 seconds. Oh yeah, there you go.
Big damage. Exchanges 4-4. Attackers and defenders keeping toe-to-toe. Maul trying to hide in between. Gets hit, but he's still surviving. His teammates trying to help, but they couldn't. He still gets eliminated. Using the dome and surviving right now, Worst Generation. They have 3 rounds that they've already won, and now it seems like they do not even need to get to the terminal, because it's up to the last 2 defenders from Helldivers. One of their positions on the roof is being compromised. Exotic calls it out. He has an SA-12. That's the automatic shotgun, and they spot even another defender who is trying to chase them. And the decryption also simultaneously starts. This makes matters worse for Helldivers. They need 1 round at least to put a stop, pause this map. Otherwise, this is going to be done. This map, Skyway Stadium. Helldivers, they picked it up, but Worst Generation, they're running away with it.
Yeah, it does feel like that, man. The way they have outperformed their opponent, it seems like that. Yes, Worst Generation is going to win this very first map, as they have got the majority of the share done and dusted. They have done the decryption. Inch Claw this time failed to do anything mesmerizing, but Joseph Jolly Whitey has been taken down by Max. There was a good shotgun action coming through. KS is definitely one of the most lethal weapons that you can have as your primary. Winch Claw, melee. No. At the end, we have the winners, guys. And that is Worst Generations.
Hey, man, maybe it just takes a day for you to reset, whereas it also takes you to reset to a completely different team. Helldivers, now looking at the brink of elimination. They've lost their first own pick. And now we jump into Sis Horizon, which is going to be Worst Generation. And this is why when I saw the map veto, I said, it doesn't seem like the veto favors anybody here, Raider, because I saw their wins. Now we will talk about Skyway Stadium. Helldivers have won 2 games and have lost 2 games. Now when we go to Worst Generation, they've lost 2 games and lost 1 map of Skyway Stadium. But now they add their 3rd win, and the 3rd loss gets added to Helldivers. I don't know what the choice was. And now we go into Sis Horizon, which for me is a map that I see on records, on stream that we've seen, 2 times worst generation have lost it, but they still decide to pick it. Hey man, it's working out, go for it, win the map, win the series and eliminate a team which was the Dark Horses, which we said likeliest to show up better against IND, and they did show up better against IND. We had seen like a team was able to pull off 1 round. This team was able to almost clinch, I think 2 rounds. They were not able to get to the equalizer or run away with it. But that was telling us that the competition is still on. But today, not even a single on a map. That too, Skyway Stadium, it is not a surprise pick.
I mean, yesterday on Indy, as you were rightly calling it out, not just the first map, but also in the second one, it was like they were getting some good rounds against IND, and I was pretty surprised about that because IND so far has been like invincible. IND is the particular team who has shown a lot of destruction. They have made sure that they set up some good metas, and that's exactly why we have seen certain other teams also trying to follow those footsteps, but didn't really work out in the initial stages of splits. Split 2, I got to see a particular team using 3 heavies. No one can do that exact same thing unless you have that kind of synergy between your teammates. If the synergy is there, maybe. If the strategies are there, maybe that's a possibility. But IND was looking like an invincible team. Helldivers is the one which was like shaking them and make sure that wake up to the reality.
Human.
Yeah, they were making sure that they are in a, I guess, tricky spot. They're in a very, I guess, iffy sport where things go south for them. So that was pretty interesting to watch. But IND at the end were able to push them down to the lower bracket, and out here, it seems like that Joseph Jolly Whitey had a lot of questions. He answered by getting this 10 eliminations. Yeah, 1 death and just 1 assist. Yeah.
4,900 combat score. Joseph went wild. He was on the heavy. We saw him on the Lewis gun, and he was making sure that the opponents got riled up, picked off, won off in battles, and he was acting both like the tank, not just in terms of taking the damage but also dealing damage. He was always a foot ahead compared to even the lights. He was like, I'll start things off, then you see if you can jump in or chime in, and it just worked out. Here you can see Exotic and Frozen Butcher, they don't have any eliminations at all. They have assist. Exotic helped them out. Exotic was the other heavy
9
along with Joseph, the double heavy that they played. Frozen was their medium, so he was the one who was setting up with gadgets. And the other 2 lights, I really like this. We very almost see that it's a very inconsistent performance when we end up seeing 2 lights in a team, right? Only one of the lights perform, but here both of them with 5 eliminations does tell that Worst Generation have fared better today, and looks like the composition that they've brought in with their builds also worked well for them. Whereas this team that we saw from Helldivers, we ended up seeing majority of their players in just a single elimination or nothing at all. Very weird stuff. Maximum of just, I think, 5 eliminations was what we saw. But look at this graph.
Yeah.
It doesn't even mark anything close.
You can clearly see the difference. Of course, when it's a 4-0, things like that will happen. But now the question is, what will happen in the Sis Horizon? Even I was pretty surprised when we got to know that in the map feature we have Worst Generation picking up Sis Horizon. It's not a very easy map, but after seeing what happened between Havk and B team, we can't really say that even Monaco is an easy map. Despite of the fact that it has been utilized a lot, we got to see that every single attack round from both the sides was just going haywire. So maybe Sis Horizon is attack is going to be there from Worst Generation, as Helldivers have decided to go with the defense. So I think here the start for Worst Generation is going to be a bit compromising. It's not an easy map. There are certain tricky spots that you have to deal with, and even the SR action is not going to work out a lot because there are not a lot of rooftops actions that you can pull through. XP, maybe that is the choice. And I also want to see what Worst Generation is going to do in terms of their build. Are they going to once again stick with 2 heavies and 1 medium and 2 lights, or are they going to switch it up?
We have to wait and watch. Now the builds on either end of the teams were very similar in terms of the lights that we saw, dual lights that they were wielding with the builds, single, medium and double heavy coming through. So it was almost a mirror build coming through. The gadgets differed a little tad here, little tad there. We did see winch claws on both the ends on the heavy, which I'm really liking that it's made a custom, or it's become a norm right now compared to our split 1 start here on the Community Cup. And the only thing that I'm missing so far is maybe a spear. We've seen the sledgehammer. We ended up seeing the automatic shotgun. In the previous games, I think we even saw the grenade launchers, if I'm not wrong. Maybe in one of the games, or maybe I'm just talking about the games that I'm queuing in. But yeah.
That might be the case.
Apart from that, I think only complaint for me is just watching or waiting for the spear. If any teams try to pick that up. But I know it is tough at this point, especially in the main event. You do not have a chance to kind of throw away an advantage of a build that you already know about with bringing in a spear, because a caster on desk is babbling about it, telling, hey, I want to see this. I know, but it's just, I really enjoyed watching what today went through, especially as we spoke about the scores maximum, and their maximum eliminations that we spoke about, right, were, as you can see on my screen, is 8 in a sum up. Only 8 as a whole, and Joseph had 10 of his own.
That right there is a mic drop moment, guys. One individual performing even more than the whole team. That is going to hurt a lot. Maybe we are just pumping Helldivers right now. Maybe they're going to be like, enough of it. We have enough of it, and we are going to be back on this Horizon. Never know, man. You never know what is going to happen.
Yeah,
so for the best.
You never know in this game. We even called the Havk versus B team that Havk would have almost lot Kyoto if not for the change in the side of the half, and then we end up seeing them on defense, and they functioned really, really well. Even in Monaco, it ended up being the similar case, but here's this Horizon. I don't see it completely favoring the defense at all times because of the D-mats. Now, I just want to see how many of the defenders or the attackers end up using the D-mats. How do they reposition? Winchclaw, we for sure saw that, and therefore defenders will be making sure that they drag the terminal out of bounds from wherever its initial spawn point was. They will try to push it as further as they can, making sure that the teams are unable to reach it, or even if they're able to reach it, it's out in the open. Let's jump in with CNS bringing this. Let's see who wins it. It's going to be an afternoon Sunday of 2 p.m. But here it's a Saturday. But it's not 2 p.m. However, it is still a 2 heavy attack, medium of a D-mat that we spoke about on Frozen Butcher. And the lights are going to be the same, coming in with the XP.
No changes in the composition, but the complete arena has been changed. The opponents are same, but what will they offer? Are they going to have similar compositions or not? Let's see. 2 heavies, 2 mediums, 1 light. Okay, there is a difference, guys. There is a difference, and it's of the medium, so a bit more of a setup is going to come through, and I believe that's justifiable because of the fact that they are the defenders. They would love to have a 3-0 equation initially, and even on the attack, I believe the mediums can sustain a bit of a damage with those AKs. You can pull through even more value. So I'm not surprised with the whole approach, but yes, changes are definitely there from Helldivers.
There you go, that's the change. Classrooms.
It's stuck, bro.
Brought out in the open. These days, as we say in the educational system, we need a shift. Our younger generation need to have a lot more practical knowledge, and it seems like first generation, Helldivers have taken it into a literal matter. But on the other end, we were seeing the same thing being replicated on the window of Helldivers terminal. But it seems like the terminal got stuck while they were trying to demat it. First generation gearing up for an attack. They're already close. Butcher. Right on his face. Thankfully, that was not an explosive. It was a gas. It does drain a lot of his health, but Frozen Butcher is going to be surviving for now.
Good one, man. Good one. Good strategy. You want the terminal? Here, receive the bomb. Well, all in all,
you need a parting gift, right, with it?
Yeah.
You don't
Frozen
get
Butcher.
free.
No way in the finals, man. And that too in the main event, you are going to get one thing for free, and that is the loss. If you are not on par, maybe that is something that you can part ways with.
Yes, we've seen teams not even taking loss for free, but for now it's going to be the worst generation on attack, using the first as they were trying to start the decryption. RPG from Huddy, sending off, trying to push back the players. Will be able to do chip damage, but not an elimination yet. But worst generation already, who have lost one of the players, are a little worried right now to start the decryption. They need to take the terminal even further down, but with them already pushed off. And it seems like the attackers have moved in other directions. They've decided to start fighting with the defenders, try to eliminate them first and then start the decryption, but successfully they're not able to do it. Their attempts are falling flat. We saw a Winchclaw, but I'm not too sure from who. It ended up in vain. Toxic gas, there's a flank. Finally the equalizer comes through, but worst generation end up losing 2 on that gamble. And the time also ticked to 0. The clock is something that also lost our space of mind, and the same goes for our attackers. And with this, defense get the first. Good for them. Backroom and workspace now to work with.
It all went wrong when that mine dropped. That's all I have to say in this round, man. Anyway, that was fun to watch. Now it's 1-0 scoreline. Helldivers. Next 2 rounds are going to be very, very important for both the sides. Helldivers are already on a deficit when it comes to BO3 equation, so that's exactly what they have to like make value of. Sorry. With the key, now the players are moving in. They're approaching probably the B terminal. A is a bit further, and that's the workspace, if I'm not wrong, where they're trying to aim. Has got the portal to work with. Led is going to be on par with it. Yes, the portal is available, but need to activate it. Swap is the one with the cloak. He has spotted some individuals. Maybe they can decide to like let this area go, because if they go to B, I feel there is already a good hold coming through.
First round and Swap gets met with the medium, and the medium is trying to chase him. Swap trying to run ring around the roses on these stairs. And Helldivers, they lose their first in the defense. Attackers, they decided the chase is ours. Max opens up the space, but it looks like even a D-mat was also used. Huddy's been spotted. They will try to chase out Huddy. One of the mediums tried to attack the Worst Generation, and the Worst Generation as the whole team went through. Now, Helldivers have spotted an opportunity as they were trying to take control of the upper floor. They get caught off guard, but it doesn't seem like Worst Generation are worried, or they have to. They lose 2 at a blink of an eye, and now things are turning in favor of Helldivers. It's 3v2.
Decryption, it needs to get started. 40 more seconds. They are guarding the key. Pretty important so far. Frozen Butcher out there. IND Fawcett also trying his level best to get the best out of it. But as we can see, the players have been compromised, so that's exactly where they might fail. Glitch trap. Position being detected. Glitch trap being destroyed. Dematerializer off. But need to get that decryption started as fast as possible. Will it happen? Nope. The player gets taken down. He has been casualized now. Fawcett being the light, will be the last man standing, running low on the timer. Few seconds to go with. I think yes, it is a 2-0, guys. Team Helldivers.
Yeah, even after a really good start. Yeah. That's gotta hurt for Worst Generation. They had a great start. The attack found the first elimination. As we said, jumping up on the stairs, they found the first, then went to the floor, and from there on it seemed like they were not ready for a flank or maybe a surprise, and that's where things went wrong. Helldivers, the team which we spoke about, not the team that we are seeing right now. They look very different. And now we are running into the last round of defense coming in from Helldivers, where they've already picked 2. Now they have to pick up their 3rd. And then we go into the decider. The first game in our winner bracket, round 2, to decide our upper bracket finalist itself went to the decider. Why not this lower bracket game when the stakes are even higher? Because it is time for elimination for one of these 2 teams.
Yeah, we're talking about the survival of one and dismissal of another one. So yes, it's pretty possible that we are going to see another decider. It will be fun to watch, no doubt in that. But the setup on B looks good. Not just on that particular terminal, but also on A. We can clearly see 2 heavies guarding it out. They'll make sure that they get the better out of it. Canisters dropping down, trying to figure out where the A is. Okay, they have got it again. Normal is actually there in an open spot. It has got a lot of traps also. So it is going to be tough. It is going to be tough for decryption to get started. They need to get some glue walls, maybe a dome shield. Not just that. Oh, they use a winch claw to drag that terminal out and open. And now they're going to get the decryption started. And the worst part now, Lucifer, is that the whole approach of Helldivers is going to be even more tougher as the terminal is out there in open space. They need to get that encryption, but it is obviously going to be tough.
Yes, as you said, yes, it is going to be tough because even the Worst Generation, they moved in different directions. Face spotted one of them, used the D-mat, and looks like he's moved in a different direction. But what is happening to Helldivers? They're getting cornered. They lose 2, looking like they might lose their 3rd as Worst Generation attack. They not just lose their 3rd, even the 4th, and make it the 5th. as it ends up becoming the first round for attack for Worst Generation as we end the half.
A flawless win out there in the third round. Good strategies, even though uh, the defenders could have thought like they have dragged the terminal out and open. They have set up the particular terminal, but eventually with the help of Winchclaw, they were like able to get that terminal away from all those traps. Then two dome shields was all they needed, and that's how brilliantly they were able to like completely get it done. Now, of course, Helldivers have got the advantage of winning two rounds in the first half. But the question would be same: are they going to continue winning that in attack rounds as well? Because yes, they were sitting on a comfortable spot of having that defender's perspective in their name. But when you are attacking, things are completely different. You need to infiltrate. All you have is just 2 minutes and 10 seconds. You need to get that decryption started. Then you have another race for the next 60 seconds. You need to make sure that there is no interruption coming through. Yeah, there is a lot of trouble that is going to come the way of Helldivers.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be easy for Helldivers, especially when we ended up seeing them almost look like they were completely amazing on their defense, but then we ended up seeing two of the rounds which were a little scary, and it could have almost ended up being a 2-1 in favor of Worst Generation, and Helldivers would have been a little trouble, but it's fine for now. They end up on the half with a lead, but now, as you said, is the difficult part of the journey. The race is then on attack right now. Helldivers have to switch gears. They have to figure ways to figure a round on attack because they're already on 2. Now they have to get to 3, and once they're on 3, it'll feel a little more comfortable that they have a lot more chances to close on the second half. But if they don't find the third, Worst Generation will try to run away, and which has happened, right? Defense, side switch, the other team just ends up becoming in a different kind of a monster. They it looks like the Matrix pill, right? You want the red pill or the green, blue pill. I don't know where the green came in from, but yeah, it ends up becoming that you decide your own fate, and ends up being both of them are almost a trap.
I was like, where's Necros? Because he would be like, what pill are you talking about? If you remember,
he'll end up showing up his Hot Wheels like this car or this car.
Exactly. So yeah, guys, pun intended, I believe we have to see how Helldivers come back from here. Yes, they do have a good advantage in the favor, but that is just one good round that you have got in terms of the advantage. And now when you are trying to go ahead and get that attack established, of course there is a pause which is obviously going to help them to plan, plot, figure out if there is something different that they can do after seeing what the other side had offered in their attack rounds. I mean, that's the beauty of having the second attack half, because you can easily understand, you can easily calculate, you can easily decipher that what went wrong from the other side and decide to like, let's just wait and give them something different so that they cannot recuperate. And obviously in the game of the finals, you need to have those split second decisions. We have seen that happening from IND's perspective, and that was one of the decisions where they decided to like go with a different approach. They decided that no, 3 heavies are not going to work anymore. This is the main event. We had to pay respect to the opponents, and that's exactly where they switched. Although it was beneficial for them, but they still lost 2 or 3 rounds in both the maps. So that's exactly where Helldivers was quite chaotic. So there is no doubt in my mind that Helldivers is one of the most effective teams. Obviously, it all trickles down to these final few moments. You have to be good in these moments.
One thing, let's address the elephant in the room is why we are back on the desk is because we've had a player disconnection. So we've on a tech pause. So letting the players join back in, get the game back to an equal stance of a fight, because we do not want the fight to be a little odd, right? And I've heard the confirmation. It seems like the tech issue has been solved. We will be unpausing and jumping back into Sis Horizon to decide whether we are on elimination grounds or is it another map that it takes for us to head into the Butcher's Crowd. For now, it is Sis Horizon with a lead for Helldivers. Successfully, they've run across 2 rounds, which did seem a tad bit scary. It could have been 3, but as of now, the 2 rounds is something that they have to make do with. Has the side switch, and we try to jump into the game itself. There we go. Worst Generation, they're in defense. Helldivers, they have to play with the 5th player missing.
Uh-oh. Is it the point where Helldivers will break because of the fact that they don't have their 5th one? There's a big chance.
People are hitting the wads, watching jump pad, dragging of the terminals. Finally, yes, they're going in. They're making this game even more starry. With neon lights missing, it could have been even more better. But for now, it is, as you said, 4 players on Helldivers, especially on the attack, already seeming weak, is going to be even more troublesome. Now, they are trying to get back the 5th player, but it's not going to happen, at least in this round. Wow, a DMAC on the barricade.
Wow.
That's interesting.
That's one way
He
to do it.
opens up. That's a big way to do it. Visions all across, but the fight is still not in their favor. Make it even worse as they lose one of theirs. Hamsters out, and now it seems like they might lose a lot more. Make it the last 2. It's all down to Huddy and Maul. Make it only Maul, or even not him. The equalizer comes through for Worst Generation.
2 for 2. Beautiful comeback coming through. They won the 3rd round, which was, of course, a part of the first half. Now they won the 4th round. Flamethrower in the hand, Joseph Whitey. Let's see who's going to get cooked with that flamethrower. Of course, at this point, Worst Nation would be looking forward to get it done because they do have a slight advantage due to the disconnection that we can clearly see. Helldivers, they were looking in a good momentum, but after they lost the 3rd round, it felt like, yes, on attack they will have obviously a lot of trouble. And now with a man down, I think they will have even more big of a trouble. Let's see what happens next. Max usually loves to play on a medium, and I believe in this round he was doing the same, I believe. Or was it a heavy? Anyway, guys, from the other side we have Exotic and Joseph Jelly Whitey playing on the heavies. They are setting up, mediums are setting up. They are making sure that nobody is going to enter. They're trying to get those winch claw and other equipments, other specializations into the effect so that they can make sure that the other side is not going to have any advantage. And that's Exotic who's out there onto the line. Stun going through. A lot of damage is going to go in. Canister. Oh, this is tough. Rams are already pretty low.
In a disadvantage and on attack.
Wow.
Again, making it even worse. Helldivers almost seem like they could have got this map, but now they're just losing players one after another. Worst Generation will get to their 3 before Helldivers even see the daylight of 3. The flamethrower burns the dreams of Helldivers and put them on a speedway to the lower bracket round 2. Worst Generation running ahead.
It's now very, very difficult for Helldivers. They have to put out some different strategies, something out of the box. Then only maybe they're going to get the decryption started. Because if you see in the last 2 rounds, they have not even got the advantage of going towards terminal. It seems like that they're just getting shut down in midway. So yeah, Worst Nation has got that momentum. Worst Nation has got the map point and the series points as well. So they have everything that they really need. Yes, they struggled a lot when it comes to their attack, but finally they were able to pull it off by winning 1 round, which was the 3rd round especially. Now through stairs they are once again moving in. The neutralizer being used every now and then so that they can have the access. Medium checking out the backstabs. Portal is going to get set up pretty soon towards the terminal. They are looking forward to hit A, but it seems like that they are going to receive a lot of shots. Phase pretty much low at this point. The portal gets utilized. They are approaching B, but as the sonar goes in, glitch traps available. It's going to be tough. Oh, they lose 1 more.
Not yet. They tried their best to start the decryption. Wait, there is a chance right now. Helldivers, they've turned this odd into an even. They've brought it in their favor. 3v2. Helldivers have to start the decryption with the look key. It's in a lower ground. Dome versus a mesh. Glitch net being used to open it up. They fight it. Go on a reload. Let the heavy and they bring it down to a 1v2 situation. It's all up to Fawcett. The light. He gets cleaned off.
Lovely.
3-3. Helldivers turn this. A ship
And
which
here
was
comes
almost
the
sunk.
defense.
They patch it up. Side switch and they're back on defense.
Yeah.
The number of rounds that they won, majority, they bring it back to that even footing.
Oof, this is going to be interesting, man. Okay, Helldivers are actually on attack, guys. Not a very good side, man. Not a very good side. Yes, they were able to win 1 round, but I totally believe that they won't be able to get many more.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. The tiebreaker decides that they're going to be still on attack.
I really thought that they had a chance.
Yeah, I even felt it was the other way around, but
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like it decided. There was a graphic that it switched the sides, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So attack Helldivers. They have to find a way out. Worst Generation trying to figure out where the key is, where the players are. Attackers taking the key, slowly moving in another direction. B terminal just got checked, did not spot anybody. A terminal seems like they've left it completely open. Use the gateway phase, making his way towards the B terminal, but he should be wary about it. Detected already with the sonar. The ground that they were in gets destroyed, and now they're pushed to the lower ground. Huddy looking in the sky. I'm not sure what he's searching for, but a player cloak right in front of phase. He was a medium. He closes the floor, but with that it seems like Helldivers are losing their players down to the last to make it the last one.
One last individual. Bringing the hope for the team, but it's basically a 1v5 equation. I want to see who is he. Is he a light? Is he heavy or medium? Can elaborate the whole storyline. I doubt that something good is going to happen over here. There's no chances, but they're like, if it's a light, if there is a cloaking in effect, let's just shoot here and there. Oh, it's actually Huddy who has got a dome
He was
shield in
doing
the
the
hand.
same thing before also. I'm not too sure
Yeah.
what while his teammates were fighting in. But with that, the clock will tick to 0. I'm not too sure if they're going to find him. 10 seconds on the clock. With this, it is going to be Worst Generation who move ahead, and Helldivers, the count is going to come down to 0, and their journey in the Finals Community Cup also will be put to rest.
There you go. We have the winners of the lower bracket matchup, which was round number 1. First matchup going in the favor of this amazing team. The name is Worst Generation. They are indeed proven themselves to be the lethal one, to be the effective one. Helldivers on the other corner are going to drop down. Not a very good scenario for them. Big trouble. Of course, that disconnection is something which is going to be the major part of the action. But even
Yeah.
before that happened, we got to see in the attack half, Worst Generation got 1 round. So that doesn't mean, that clearly elaborates that Worst Generation was finding their tempo back. It's their map pick. They could have done even more of a damage. But the way the tiebreaker came into the picture, I was like, what? It's a 4-5 equation, but still these lads are pulling it off. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, even I was thinking, right, before this, every time that I ended up seeing a tiebreaker, I was always switching sides. So I think it is random, maybe. It might
Probably.
give you maybe on your luck, or it might not give you a side switch at all. But yeah, it is a part and parcel right now. But Helldivers, they still seem powerful enough. When we spoke about the rounds, right, when they had a man disadvantage, we thought it's not going to work out. They might just end up losing all the rounds, will not even push
Yeah.
it to the decider. But they actually managed to do so. And that was a surprise for us. And if that was the case, I feel like they still had a chance even on this decider round of attack. It's just about how they would have strategized. I'm not too sure what happened for Huddy over there. But yeah, it seems like you cannot do something about it. It is random. It is Huddy maybe not there. Maybe a similar situation of whatever Max faced happened. And with this Helldivers, a team which we called as the Dark Horses will be left as the Dark Horses in the dark. Whereas Worst Generation, they move ahead, they prove better, and they close it in 2 maps itself in this best of 3 series. So their journey still continues, but the difficulty or the situation of them being eliminated is still not evaded. They still have another loser bracket that they have to play right after another loser bracket round game that we have after maybe a couple of screens, and then we jump to a break, or then we end up seeing the fight. But for now, this was interesting, whatever we saw. I mean, almost looked like there could have been a chance. Then it was pulled back, and then helter-skelter, everything breaks loose. And it is the part and parcel of game.
It was definitely a seesaw ride for us as viewers because, as you rightly said, it initially felt like Worst Nation will lose their own map pick. But then there comes a retaliation coming in from Worst Nation. They were able to win 1 round. And after that, in the 4th round, we got to see a disconnection. And from there, still, we were like, yeah, it's done now. But then after, I guess, 13 rounds, in the 6th round, there was a possibility that Worst Nation could have closed it up. But eventually, Helldivers came back into the picture. And that's exactly how we got to see the tiebreaker. But now talking about the MVP, guys, after all, the show is over for Worst Generations. This individual approach, Fawcett is going to be the guy who made it possible that Worst Generation is going to shut this competition up in just two maps. In the second map of Sis Horizon, we got to see Fawcett doing some great stuff with 6 amazing finishes in his favor, 4 assists and 2 deaths. He was definitely the wonder boy. But FaZe on the other corner, 1 frag, that's all. 7 deaths. That's dicey.
I mean, this is something we spoke about it previously as well. This time Swap just has 2 eliminations, but I would still not count him out, where we had seen a big disparity between the lights, with one having a lot of eliminations and the other having nothing. Here it still seems to be the case that they are managing to do even bits of their part, whether it be in eliminations or assist at least, right? It's not heavily favoring only just eliminations or only assists, and this team looks balanced so far, at least in this lower bracket round 1, and the way they evaded the elimination SWAT. Now they will be jumping into lower bracket round 2 is something that we would want to see. But Hamster, FaZe, Maul, Max and Huddy, Maul came back to his form, at least on Sis Horizon. He was a little bit missing when we saw the first map, and them also playing lights, bringing in a double light, medium, too heavy, replicating the same build of what their opponents were playing on Worst Generation, and then they tried to switch things up. I think that was the decision making that they had to kind of figure out if it's their strategy or they're countering their opponents, or is it something they actually play or not.
Yeah, this was interesting for sure. But looking at the brackets right now, guys, we can clearly see in the winners bracket round 3, the winners bracket finals, we have IND and B team that are waiting for their own impressive battle, and out of which obviously one is going to go into the grand final. They'll be the part of top 2, but on the high side in lower bracket there is a complete chaos going in. Helldivers versus Worst Generation. I would like to tell you with a heavy heart that Helldivers is not going to make the cut, as they have lost their action against Worst Generation, and Worst Generation over there is now waiting for their opponent, which could be either Havk or Eternal Fate, depending on what happens in lower bracket round number 1, match number 1. So yeah, a lot of competition, a lot of fierce battle is upon us. We have seen 2 beautiful games, out of which 2 beautiful results came out. B team was again pretty unexpected for me, and then after that Helldivers falling short. It is again a bit unexpected. So unexpectations is the day, I believe.
Unexpected. You cannot have anything high on your list as of now. If it is expectations, then just make sure you crush that sheet, put it into a dustbin. But for now, we're going to take a break because there's another elimination game, meaning another SWAT that's going to break loose. Make sure you pack up with drinks and snacks because it's going to get spicy. As we said, the day is going to be interesting. See you after a break.
So far in the first two games, we have seen quite unexpected stuff. Now, once again, coming back after a short break onto the Fans Community Cup, on the desk of the Fans Community Cup, we have the hopes up high for some more unexpected stuff to happen. Maybe one particular team is going to survive, another one is going to go out. That, of course, is going to be the fate if we are talking about the lower bracket. But now let's have a look at the schedule as well. And yeah, guys, we are talking about the lower bracket matches today. We will get to see lower bracket match number 1.1, which is going to be there from round 1, I believe. Eternal Fate versus Havk are the two teams which are going to go face each other, and then whoever is going to win, they are going to face off against Worst Generation.
At this moment, it is just eliminations. Whoever is going to prove better is going to move ahead. Whoever is unable to, there's going to just keep losing. I mean, it's going to be a tidal wave of them just snowballing. Shooter, Fragrift, Flix, Parag, and they felt completely whitewashed in yesterday's game. Killua, BT, Suki Atma, Ghostly Boy, and Pashu, they pushed it to the decider, but it was not enough from their end. But this is a second chance, and this is the only second chance both these two teams get.
They need to get the best out of it. As you rightly said, this is the only second chance that they get. Yes, they dropped down from the winners bracket. Now they are in the losers one, in the lower bracket. I mean, obviously, whenever you are there in the lower bracket, there is a sort of elimination hung down your neck. Map veto looks good. Havk's Horizon getting started, and then immediately we have Skyesports Stadium. But I'm surprised to see that we have a decider of Las Vegas. I was saying this that we have not yet seen a lot of Las Vegas action, and that's a fact. But also in the main event, this is the very first time that we can see a Las Vegas getting queued. But that will happen only if we get a scoreline of 1-1 initially in the PO3. Then only the decider will queue in.
It's an odd thing, an odd ball, as you rightly said, to see Las Vegas being a decider. Any of these picks which are rarely picked, right? Say Horizon, Las Vegas or Kyoto, if they're becoming a decider, which is a rare case. Maybe the veto did not play out as they mattered or thought about it, but for now we'll start things off in the first and decide about the decider later when we also end up playing Skyway Stadium. Sis Horizon to start things off, Eternal Fate pick it up, Havk choose defense, and Eternal Fate decide to attack, and then we end up seeing what? Two heavies, two lights and a medium with window and classrooms to start things off.
Alright, things are going to get heated up now. I mean, this is one of those compositions which have been utilized a lot, but from the other side, we have, I believe, 3 mediums, 1 heavy, and 1 light. This is going to be interesting for sure. This is not one of those compositions that we have seen a lot. You need to have some heavy so that they can sustain the damage, the barrier mesh, maybe even some other specializations are going to be helpful enough. RPG-7, or maybe you are going to go with a flamethrower, winch claws are there or not in your favor. But all of that is out of question now as we dive into the action. Team Hawk out there with just 1 heavy. They're playing defense, and on the other side they are just dragging all the terminal and other traps out and open so that they can have a good run at it.
I'm pretty sure Classroom is out of business. It's the PT period right now. Recess for everybody. I'm pretty sure the recess I'm talking about is only a couple of people. There was a cartoon back on Disney. I'm not too sure if people even know. But yeah, I'm not too sure if that's the recess we are jumping into. But for now, it should be a window hit. They spot the key. Pashu. But Ghostly Boy seems like he's taken damage. He had a riff-raff. And now that's going to cause trouble. His position's been detected. He has to make way or he has to push away. And decides pushing away is the better option.
Turret definitely damages a lot, but I believe it's going to be a decryption getting started. Yup, there you go. No issues in that. The decryption has been started. Glitch trap is going to be a pain for sure. But nothing of a casualty is there from both the sides, to be honest. Pumice, you've seen what happened when this Pumice is there in the hands of a guy known as Best Slam. Terminal drops down. The traps are not going to be valuable enough, but they have spotted some individuals. Shots going in. It's 4v5. The Eternal Fate. The attack is falling short as hell. They are pulling through, but oh, it's down to 3v2. Now it's even more difficult. What is happening? Defenders are just falling ball.
It's only Ghostly Boy. His position's known. He was the first one to take damage, but it seems like he's going to be lost in the battle. 1v3. Terminal is saved with the barricade. He jumps above the barricade, finds the elimination. 1v2. Time's ticking. 10 seconds on the clock. Tries to make sure the decryption stopped. They're giving him space. What happened to the last two?
Okay, finally.
Right at the end second, the jump comes through, but I was worried. Maybe
Yeah.
I think they thought after going out they could make their way through the vent, but it was heavy sustaining, cannot slide through the vent, and they had to again rally their way around. Thankfully, the decryption to stop or interrupt needs 6 seconds. They'll be happy. Workspace in back room right now. Eternal Fate have another chance to attack and put another round on board.
For a brief moment, I was like, yeah, man, this is done because we have seen these kind of steals coming through in the first few games that we witnessed today. So I was like, yeah, this is another one of those moments where the defenders will be getting the upper hand and the attackers would be surprised after seeing that the interruption is pretty much done. But that didn't happen. Once again, the setup has to be created by Team Havk. How are they going to be effective is something that I still want to see, as they have lost the previous round, which was a bit interesting to watch because if you see Eternal Fate, they were not looking in control initially, but after that they started getting those shots. Once again, SR84 shot not connected. Actually, it did connect on Parag, I believe.
At this moment, whether connected or not, it's about the eliminations. Eternal Fate successfully found eliminations, were on a 3v1 and also made sure they won. Almost about to be a sneaky steal from under their noses, but they managed to bring it back. Now, what do they do? The hit is towards the A terminal using the gadgets that have been put down. They're destroying it, but that's a weird utilization of the piece. Now they jump, the terminal's out in the open, mesh, and the terminal is going to be starting to decrypt. They use the double mesh, the dome as well as the mesh shield, and now they successfully started decryption. What do the defenders do? Defenders, they lose their one. Now it's up to the other four, make it the three because a big hit comes in, and with that the elimination. Parag finds
Mr. Shooter pretty low, but he is going to have a good angle to play with. Fragger finds beautiful one. It was an assist on Pashu. Will he get one more? Oh, once again an assist. He's like, I'm damaging out individuals and you're just picking them off. He is going to get the assist, no doubt. And that with the last guy, he gets one. I believe it's a light. What? He gets two, but finally gets compromised as well. It's 2 rounds getting in the favor of Eternal Fate, and this is for the very first time in the main event that I can see Eternal Fate outshining their opponent, and also along with that, Sis Horizon being molded the way it was not being played in Split 1 and Split 2, and also LCQ. Because you can see Sis Horizon in attack, you have seen multiple teams failing, but these guys, Eternal Fate, they are just rolling in and getting some good rounds.
Eternal Fate picked this map, and this is why we are seeing a lot more Sis Horizon being played from teams, because they're very confident. Eternal Fate have played Sis Horizon once, they won it. Skyway Stadium is also a very good map for them. When we speak about Havk, Sis Horizon, they've also played it once, but they've even lost it once. And that's something that they will be worried about. And it happened today itself, that loss. So as of now, they will try to convert this as much as possible. Their victory on Skyway Stadium also doesn't seem to be good. They just have one on stream. So I'm kind of surprised that they picked that. Monaco was still in business and we didn't go the Monaco's way. But now it seems an archives hit. This is the last round of the first half. Eternal Fate, the attack has been good so far. They spot a player out in the open. Send out a explosive canister, but it doesn't do damage. Oh wait, my bad. It was actually a B in that they're trying to do. And again, the double protect. Dome, but this time it seems like, oh, they actually do it. I was thinking maybe the dome after getting destroyed will not have a chance.
Oh,
so close. Mesh being used. Winch also being used. And the first elimination is still Havk. Somehow managed to exchange, but they also lose one of their own immediately. So it's going to be a positive trade for Eternal Fate.
Yeah. They have got the upper hand. Cameron's running low, 30 more seconds. Ooh, that was a lovely shot getting connected. 4v2 is what we have right now. Team Havk, they need to get that interruption initiated, but the glitch trap is going to get the detection done. Ooh, with the revolver. Nix finds one. Will he get another one? No, not at all. And yes, we wrap the first half totally in the favor of the attackers. Well, there you go. It seems like that Eternal Fate is definitely going to have a fun run today. Yesterday, yes, they had certain advantages. They were not able to play in the manner that they needed to. Now today, they are a totally different team, it seems like that. And diving into the second half, I believe it is easily going to be a 4-0. Of course, need to know what Havk has to offer.
Havk, now they're in defense. I mean, in the previous defense itself, they did not do much. Right now, them being on attack is going to be even worse. Their defense is the one they are really good on, and they were unable to convert that. Now I'm even more worried for them. Heavy, 3 mediums and a light. BT.
Yeah.
Can he find an opportunity? Can he find an opening? This is the same way they've been playing time and time again, but it's not been working in their favor. Seems like BT got glitched. I'm not too sure if that was just a graphic for that time, or maybe he actually dropped a glitch can on himself. But for now, Pashu playing from afar as the key is making its way across the back alleys of this horizon.
Slowly marching in. Eternal Fate, their defense needs to be on par. If they really want to close this with a 4-0 equation, obviously that is going to do a lot of hefty damage onto the opponent when it comes to their motivation. Pashu pretty low, the heavy getting destroyed like that. It's not good. And from the other corner, from the left side, I believe we can clearly see that there's SR84 action that is coming through. Glitch trap! But Havk losing already their first one. Might get replicated onto the next few guys as well. Look at Ghostly Boy, like down to 10% HP of his own.
Oh, look at this move. Sonar and then the heavy to walk behind. Light being protected really well, but now an isolated duel. The farmhouse trying its burst shot. The light trying to run away as more quickly. And then Eternal Fate end up their other defense, but quickly traded out. Positive trade coming in from Havk. Number advantage, but a quick exchange dropping into the last player. And the player is also low. That's the heavy. Gets hit with a revolver, and that is Havk with the first on attack.
Amazing round. This time, yes, Havk definitely were able to bring themselves back into the action, despite of the fact that they lost first of their own, and after that, with the help of Revolver, everything changed. It's amazing. Brilliant round coming in from Team Havk. All they need to do is just maintain that pace and eventually get few more. But Eternal Fate now again has to go to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong for them. Next 2 minutes and few seconds are going to be equally important from both the sides. Havk needs to make sure that the advantage of having the very first map in their hand should not go out. Havk has got the deficit. They are pretty clearly on not a very good spot, but they will need some good action from here. Eternal Fate, the defenders, portal is activated. Our defenders need to figure out where the players are. No information relayed so far. Oh, I guess Fragrift is going to get that info. Yeah, he gets that info. Not just that, he completely depletes the HP of Ghostly Boy, as well as 2 shots of SR84 lands on him. But he is still surviving, so that's a win-win situation.
Suki walks right into a proximity of the gas, and the whole room explodes. Gas all across. There is the attack from Eternal Fate. They immediately jump in, pick off 3 of the attack of Havk, and this is the last round. 3 chances what Eternal Fate had. They bring it down to the 2, but in the second chance itself, they are taking everybody from Havk out, and it's down to one last 5-1, and they have to find a way, otherwise this map's done, and it is. The defenders eliminate the attacking team. With this, the winners are going to be Eternal Fate. They pick the map, close the map, and send it to the second.
Well, yeah, that's one way to close off your opponent. Havk, not a very good day for them as they started in the very first action. We got to see Havk failing, and once again similar things are getting replicated. I'm pretty surprised because this is that particular team who were able to outshine everybody else in the split 2, and they directly got their spot in the winners bracket round 2. But they kind of are falling short of their plays. In the first matchup, I thought maybe they have certain disadvantages, particularly the warm-up would have not been there, or maybe their strategies are not working out. But in the same exact map, they once again fight back, and it seems like that everything is just pretty same. On the high side, if you see Eternal Fate, the losses that they faced yesterday are completely justified, because today they are here to give some strong comeback, and they're here to survive, they're here to fight back, and they're doing it in a very good way.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday their comp, their build itself was very questionable.
Everything was going haywire.
Wait, what? Shooter's going heavy? What is happening? He mains a light and a medium. Man's going into a heavy. Maybe this is a big change up for the main event that they're doing, but it doesn't work. It seemed like, as we said, Fragrift was not feeling well, and today it seems like Fragrift is feeling well. Everybody is able to duel on their builds, their compositions that they wanted, and it's working out really, really well. Now, this is the start for Eternal Fate. It's just one map. The series is still not done. Havk did the same. Havk put that second map in their favor on the decider, and it went to the decider of the third map. That's where they lost for that round side switch. If that did not happen on the decider of Monaco, maybe Havk would have been still reigning on the upper brackets, would be in the finals, and stories could have been different. But for now, we will talk about that if it replicates here. If not, we go to Skyway Stadium to see Havk doing the same or not. Fragrift, as I said, feeling better. Also the MVP. 6 eliminations, 5 assists, meaning a part
Combat
of 11
score.
eliminations was this man.
And this is the highest combat score so far in the main event. Yes, I've seen this kind of a score in the Split 2, I believe, but eventually in the main event, where the stakes are that high, where you're talking about your survival, this guy definitely pulled through. 5 assists, 6 eliminations, as you rightly said, and eventually the combat score of 5914 in just 2 deaths. This guy was able to be phenomenal as he is. I guess we saw 5 rounds, and in those 5 rounds, this guy definitely made a marker. Let's talk about the losing team. They were failing. Pashu, in one particular map, he becomes the MVP. In rest of them, he is not even visible. That's exactly something that is happening and getting replicated out here as well. In Sis Horizon, we can clearly see Pashu, even BT for the same sake, not being on par. Kilwa and eventually Suki Atma also falling short of a lot of approaches. Yes, they have some decent frags in their favor, but as a team, you need to function when it comes to maps like Sis Horizon. To be honest, every single map demands that team coordination, and if you don't give it, that too in the main event, this is the result that you're going to have.
For now, I wouldn't say Havk are unable to show results, but it just feels like a missing piece puzzle is Hades, right?
Okay.
Eliminations are there, damage is there. Yes, not soaring as high as Fragrift with 5,900, but they're still able to do just. Pashu, as you said, yes, in games he's shown up as one of the best players, then ends up falling a little flat. So his performance has not been consistent, but it seems like the new piece addition coming through with Suki Atma, it has not gelled up really well. Suki Atma is doing his job of fragging. He's been the top fragger for their team, but it doesn't seem like this team is stitched really well together. And Eternal Fate, knowing that Kyoto is a good map, as I said, I really like the map veto, they banned that out. They're like, we are okay with Skyway, we are okay with Monaco coming through Las Vegas, we do not worry at all. We have the first pick, went to Sis Horizon, just ran across Havk and have a 4-1 win, and they're jumping into Skyway Stadium, which I am still worried for every team. Even though this is again very well in favor of teams who love to play defense, they can hold off really well, but because there are spaces, right, empty pockets of air, if you're able to take control of those empty pockets of air, you are the ones, whether on attack or defense, that you control things. The distance, the medium or long, the information of how you rally things. This happened in the previous game as well when we were talking about it, right? It was Worst Generation and Helldivers where we ended up seeing, I think, Swap. He was just on the roof of Skyway Stadium, relayed the information of everybody running across, and it was a win. Oh wait, it was actually the upper bracket game. It happened to Havk themselves when they were playing Skyway Stadium against B team, and Swap just saw all of them, and voila, what happens is them just getting put out. All the players from Havk just get hit off on Skyway Stadium's roof of the offices and wards.
Similar things can happen, and the best part is that this particular team known as Havk have already played this map, and they've decided to pull it through once again. I think, yes, they will be in their element, but then again, they need to bring that glory back. They need to bring that competition back. Of course, I would like to admit the fact that Hades is the one missing puzzle that they are definitely lacking on. If Hades would have been there, they would have been a completely different side of this team. But eventually, the reality is currently you just have this one last map of a chance. If you didn't pull this through, you're outside the competition. If you did get it, well, you are going to get one more map to play with, and that's going to be Las Vegas, which is even more tougher because if you see, the read of that map has not been that visible on streams, and also we've not yet seen a lot of competitions in that map. Maybe in their own time in ranked matches and competitive matches, they usually play that particular map, but trust me, Las Vegas is one of the most critical map, of course, coming hand in hand with Kyoto. So let's see if the decider comes through or not. But I think what the other team would be looking forward to do is make sure to shut the competition out here and go to Worst Generation to fight against them in the next matchup.
now Las Vegas as the decider can be even questionable, can be even a big question mark for teams of how they're going to function as well. Because overall, as I'm seeing, right, the number of times that Las Vegas on stream has been played is just 5. Out of all the other maps have at least been played towards 8 or plus times. Whereas this has been the least played map in the overall finals community cup. Now I'm not talking about just the main event, split 1, split 2, LCQ, all of that cumulative, where we had at least around 32 teams to bring into the top 4. So you had at least around 15-20 matches per split, if you would say. I know additionally a lot more are there, but I'm just saying a rough number of 15-20 matches. When we ended up into the LCQ, we had like 5 games. So, or even if you take an average of 5 games, right, per split, you have at least 15 times into 3 if you make it around
45.
40-50 times of a map which can be played. So if there's 5 maps, at least every map comes on an average of 10 times being played.
Yeah.
And if it's not even 10, then you need to understand it's a very least played map and teams do not like to go towards it because it's bigger than all of the other maps, if I count it. Now, there is this horizon, but there are buildings, there are corners. When you talk about Las Vegas, right, there are a lot of spaces of medium to long range fight that can happen, especially in the stretch of Las Vegas Strip itself. That tells you that there is a place that you can enable anything and everything. But I know I'm talking a lot about Las Vegas. Cha-ching, money makes money, guys. But yeah, I'm not saying that we are going to Las Vegas, but it's going to be interesting to see Las Vegas again making its appearance after again a long time.
Cameo.
Going into Skyway Stadium. Yeah, you can call it a cameo. Yeah, I mean, this is a drama that we are all enjoying of climax of a movie that we are witnessing of who's going to win it all. But yeah, coming back to Skyway Stadium, let's talk about that, right? The number of wins that Havk had is just 1. And Havk have also lost on this map. Now, when we talk about Eternal Fate, they've had 3 wins and only 1 loss. Now, again, the odds stack better for Eternal Fate when we speak about Skyway Stadium as well. And also, Eternal Fate have had a lot of rough games for them to work on their mistakes. Now, that tells me that Eternal Fate might just have a better day, especially after having a seriously super rough day yesterday, where they were completely disheartened from their own performances, I'm pretty sure, because that's not the team of Eternal Fate that we saw.
Of course, yesterday's day would be very disheartening for them, and eventually we can clearly see in their playstyle that they are here to come back, and eventually every single member, be it Fragrift or the other guys, they are just proving themselves quite lethal. They're bringing that value for the team. And of course, from the other side, if you see what Havk is trying to do is bring the competition back. They were trying to get a particular round in their favor, and they got it, that too in their attack, so it was good for them. But continuing that spirit was not there in their hands, to be honest. Now, Skyway Stadium is yet another map which is pretty complex, but then again, you have seen a lot of picks. I believe at least 13 to 14 maps, 13 to 14 times we have seen this map from the split 1 to LCQ, then split 2 as well, including the main event. So I believe, yes, there will be a better idea of Team Havk, and as they have played this map today itself, in the same exact scenario against a different team, against a different face, I think, yes, they will be looking forward to improve on their play and eventually build some good compositions, make sure that they get the best out of it so that they can push it to the decider, which is of Las Vegas. That's exactly why we are talking so much of Las Vegas, because at that point, even after the fact that the two teams have played a lot of matches, Las Vegas is a map where even if you are readily available with your strategies, things might backfire. You never know how the map is going to pan out for you. So for that reason, I guess bringing that map might be the biggest disadvantage for Eternal Fate. They need to make sure that they shut the competition away right here, right now.
Yeah, and I was just checking about the games that have happened here in the main event itself. So Eternal Fate played Skyway Stadium and Monaco against Helldivers, which they lost. So now, after going through a loss, the one loss that I spoke about that Eternal Fate have is just yesterday. So now they know what they have to correct, because as I remember, their Skyway Stadium is not bad. They are a good team on it, and yesterday's loss just replicates that they were not a team together. And we spoke about Fragrift missing yesterday. There was a switch where Fragrift had to kind of lay back and somebody else joined in. Ad was not yet playing at that time, so Ad had to move in, and then the heavy came through. Shooter had to switch role. A lot of things happened. I know we are talking a lot about Eternal Fate at this point because they've been the uprising team. They've been a graph who are climbing compared to Havk. Havk are still in that position of just a downfall, right? You saw the first game. If not
Yeah.
for Kyoto, maybe Havk would have been losing the series in the 2 maps itself. Now there is no Kyoto at all. So the deed gets even tougher for them. So right as of now, it is Havk to step up. And we already spoke about the missing puzzle piece of Havk is Hades missing.
Hades.
He is a phenomenal medium for them. And I think even though there is an addition of a sub-playing stand-in, it's not like he is not doing the job. As I said again, it is just that the team's not feeling well gelled together even with the stand-in, and that just maybe is proving the fact that one player is also very crucial, and at the end of the day this is a team game, and that's why how tough it is even if one of your players are missing for opportunity. But right now, let's start things off. Havk said we are going to come in guns heavy, high damage, and they main 2 lights, especially the LH1 from Killua. I'm looking out for it. That's going to do a lot of menace on attack. Oh!
Let's really watch.
At the last second, BT switches to the heavy, so it's going to be a double heavy, double medium, and a light to be played.
Last second switcheroos. Let's see if they're going to be valuable or not. We have the terminals ready. Timer will go off. The barriers will go off, and out there, Havk will need to pull it off. Yes, it's their pick, but Eternal Fate is like, yes, we are going to start with the defense side in our favor. So I think once again Eternal Fate is going to have a fun run. They can at least win 2 good rounds in their favor, but even if Havk wins 1, Eternal Fate will have a tough time bringing the competition back in their favor. Proximity mines available over there. Oh, shot. You can clearly hear that. No connection so far, I believe. Nobody got damaged. Team Havk slowly approaching towards the terminals, and the key is getting closer and closer. I believe it's B hit, where the terminal is going to get decrypted. Yep, that's exactly where they're trying to approach, but they're also trying to check out every other different angle. The decryption will be getting started pretty soon, as with the help of dematerializer, they're making it show, but it's 4v4 now. Both the teams get 2 heavy losses, 1 heavy losses to be precise. Eternal Fate on the other corner gets 1 more. They have been lost. Decryption yet to get started, but finally they will be able to do it as they have barrier meshes available, tomb shields available. So yeah, nobody to really harm them. Yeah, decryption gets started.
And Eternal Fate also loses 1. Meaning this retake is going to just get even tougher. Winch was tried, but it was rebounded. I'm not too sure how that played out. Mr. Shooter, where are you standing? At the realm of nothing. He will be finally swept off, and Havk starts strong. This is what I was talking about. Guns in heavy, high damage, something that you have to worry about, and they start off good. Apartment and construction to go forward. Lights are what we see even from Eternal Fate. I think there was a 2 light, medium and 2 heavies. I'm not too sure, but we'll eventually see again when we tread upon their side of things. But for now, Havk, as we speculated and we spoke about, they have to come together as a team. And with BT coming back to heavy, because all the past games that we have seen, BT has moved into light, which only happened in split 2. In split 1, oh no wait, I think split 2 start, BT was playing a heavy, and towards the end, BT ended up playing a light, which both worked out really well. But for now, in the hunt of information, Fragref almost about to be caught out, but will be backing off to a safe spot. Loses 40 points of health, but still not much to be worried about because he still has chances to bring it back. But now he has to be worried about of a single bullet hitting his head, and he will be put down. Oh, Fragref, he is like, they can't hit me, I'm gonna be the invincible. He tries his best. Shooter is also close by, hitting with his light, trying to do the damage, hits the reload, and then the backup comes, and therefore Eternal Fate, they end up losing. But Havk, they get hit pretty bad, countered, because many of the players out of the residences in the market snatched, rushed, and now Fragref chasing, tried to go for a quick scope, is spotting the player, is following him, but that's a medium he has to be worried about. It is still an advantage. Havk are on the last life, and make that life put to rest with it being 1-1.
Now the scores have been equalized in this particular map, but the fact is Havk has actually got one good round, so they can continue that. Maybe they're going to get one more round, and if that happens, obviously the attacking half of our team Eternal Fate is going to be even more challenging. As we dive into this third and the final round of the first half, Let's see what Eternal Fate is going to cook, and on the hindsight, how Havk is going to retaliate onto that note. In the previous matchup, we got to see Shooter and also the other guy spotting and eventually landing some good shots on both Ghosty Boy and also, I guess, Sukyatma also got attacked a lot in long ranges with the SR-84 action. So they not just got the info but also got the damage onto their opponent. But this time the adversaries are moving through the buildings. They're not approaching the rooftops for now, but the direction is here as the sonar grenades were utilized. Okay, there is an info. Kilwa has got that info where the players are, and he is in a flank situation. He is not approaching with the team, but from a different direction.
Shooter, previously he was the first one to fall, but Eternal Fate backup was pretty strong. Now again in a similar spot, Shooter got hit back, but he survives. Uses the vanishing bomb, but they see that, and Shooter, Thief vanishes of this round itself. Havk again starting off by finding a defender, but when this happened, Havk were close by and they immediately retaliated. But this time it doesn't look like they're close by, and therefore it is going to be safe havens for Havk to tread to the villa and get to the terminal. But is there any defenses charted on the villa? Fragref spots the player as they were going into the villa, but that information is skewed with his missed shot that they were also eyeing him, and there will be a lot more players trailing right behind him, and Fragref is worried that he might also be flanked. And there it is, the sniper versus sniper battle. Here it is Fragref who does the damage, but the decryption starts. Seems like there was nothing in terms of defenses set up in the villa.
Yeah, but attackers, I mean, there was a setup, but I guess they were able to evade it with the help of glitch. Now, the jump pads being utilized, they are trying to go through the roof with the help of dematerializer. That's a good approach coming through. They can get all the info from the other sides as well. It's 5v3. Need to get the numbers equalized, but no, it's not happening. It's 5v2. Oh, down to the last member standing, and yes, the attackers prevail. Eternal Fate, nothing to really offer. All they got just one round. But eventually the first and third round came into the favor of the attackers, which were Team Havk. They did some good stuff. Now all they need to do is just maintain that tempo, maintain that kind of synergy between the team, and win 2 more defense rounds. All they need to do is that. But on the hindsight, in order to avoid Las Vegas being queued, Eternal Fate needs to start from scratch. They need to win back-to-back 3 good rounds, or at least bring the tiebreaker of this map.
I mean, Havk doing that on attack was really good. Eternal Fate, I would say they just fumbled whatever happened. Especially even Villa not setting up defenses. We've seen a lot of things breaking loose on Villa, right? Almost certain times that the Villa compounds, windows get destroyed. But just giving a space for Havk to just enter and start the decryption, maybe not right. But for now, it is the side switcheroo. Let's see what better can Eternal Fate pull off on their attack. But Killua, the Guardian on the roof, SR-84, has not yet spotted the key, but the sights still seem to be set towards these floating buildings of the offices and the hospital. He's still waiting. They've not yet used the jump pad, therefore the information's not been seeked. But finally the key, it gets sent off, and right behind it would be the players, and eventually the information should be relayed. Shooter breaks, and now with that they know they're hitting the IT.
Approaching the B terminal, sonar grenade is being utilized. The key is out there using the dematerializer. They move in towards the terminal, but even before that, they get bombed out with the RPG-7. But the action is not going to hurt them a lot. Detection is there, but they are going to make sure that the decryption is going to queue in so that they have the upper hand. For the next 60 seconds, the trouble is going to be on. But the key is far away. Oh, finally they get it. The key is out here. Eternal Fate going for the very first attack round. Look definitely quite on point with their approach. Have some good HPs to play with as well. They're not doing damage a lot, but from the other side, as you can see, the players of Team Havk, they are indeed getting a lot of damage. There you go.
Use their first defenses. Decryption's been started, but quick exchange back to a 4-4. Shooter almost about to be caught off. Helps his teammate to eliminate, but they also get an exchange in return. But it's still a positive advantage here for Eternal Fate as they find the second and the last as well. And with that, the scores get equalized. 2-2. Not giving Havk a chance to close this map. Eternal Fate, they understand that the series are on an advantage for them after they've closed the first map on Sister Horizon. They want to close it here as well, keeping the competition afoot and afloat. Havk, the defense on the second round of the second half did not work out well, but they now have the third. Let's see if they'll be able to prep better.
Big challenge.
Sorry, the first
Really.
round of the second half.
Yeah, it is indeed the first round of the first round of the second half, as you rightly said. But eventually, at this point, I think Eternal Fate, the way they are establishing their attack is pretty much in sync. They had no trouble approaching the terminal, and after that, if you see, users of dome shields were there, but they were able to utilize that whole period to get the decryption started. They would be looking forward to do that again. Vanishing bomb, trying to move forward. But the info is obviously going to be there. The lights are making sure that they are not going to receive any SR-84 shots onto them, which will deplete their massive chunk of HP. And over there is going, and I believe with the help of Dematerializer, once again they are going to like fetch those terminals down, then get some good value. Barrier mesh activated. The heavy is going to absorb all the damages that are being sustained. But at the same point, they need to open up. Time is still there with them. So that's another added advantage. But the terminal, they need to get that. Oh, what? Oh, the decryption is still going to get started. It's already 4v3. Eternal Fate, they're losing a bunch of their players, but they will be able to... Oh, what's wrong?
They're getting hit back. Wait, both the terminals are here? Wait, I'm confused.
What?
Back to a 3v3 raider. This is getting interesting. I'm confused where the terminals are. Are they fighting for one terminal or two terminals simultaneously? But the attack and the defense are 3-3.
I think that was a winch claw action probably. The key is here. The key is out there. And Havk has got their eyes set on it. What will the attackers do? Havk. Oh, one more has been spotted. Barricades appointed over there. Damage is getting skewed. Eternal Fate losing one of their own. It's 2v2 again. What a close quarter competition this is. Flix and Parag, both of them are pretty low. Now Flix is the one which is going to be there. Charge and Slam is available for him. Is he going to use it?
He makes noise.
No time. No time for him.
No.
What? Why?
Unfortunate. I mean, it was not his doing. He wanted to jump across into the other opening, but it ended up being
He jumped in the void.
no floor where he jumped. The floor's lava is the game's name, and he just jumps into the glitch. The Matrix doesn't help him, and right now it is going to be Havk on map point with that third on board. Shed getting destroyed in an instant. Havk are saying it's going to be out in the open. It cannot be inside a building. One of the terminals have been opened up, but I'm still worried about the A. What have they planned for that?
Let's see. Eventually, from the other side, I would like to say that the Eternal Fate has got only one option, and that is to bring the tiebreaker and win it as well. I think if the side switches, Eternal Fate might have their defenders' perspective. But so far, we have seen the attackers prevailing a bit more, and the defenders staying a bit behind. Did he spot him or not? Oh, he did finally.
He did.
Oh, now he's carrying a lot of bullets. But he was heavy, so he sustained.
That was weird. First Parag spotted them, but he did not do enough damage. Then they spotted him. They did good damage. Dome versus dome battle. Heavy trying to protect each other. Brings down to a 4v4. Shooter almost charged in, and then he gets taken down. There was no safe space. But look at Fragriff right behind enemy territory. But he also gets caught. Eternal Fate losing all their players down to one last with the key in control for Havk. Looks like Havk will be closing Skyway Stadium. Of all the questions of all that them winning one Skyway Stadium, they'll be able to put the second on stream. What a gap, Parag. That's a small window to even do anything. Unfortunate. But fortunate for Havk, and Las Vegas is where we head. Cha-ching, cha-ching. The money strikes heavy. That is what will decide whether it's Eternal Fate or Havk going ahead in our loser bracket game.
1-1. Havk saves the day. They are back into the control. And I'm happy to say that Havk in their attack round were just amazing. They got two beautiful rounds in their favor, and after that, yes, there was a sudden hiccup for them as they lost a bit more in the defense half of their own, as Eternal Fate was able to get the very first round of the second half. But after that, things started to topple down, and rounds after that were not even close for Eternal Fate. As they were advancing, they were getting shut down. As they were approaching, they were just getting compromised, and that's how Havk was able to be quite efficient. Now, with this approach, of course, Las Vegas is going to come through, as you talked about it, that the strip is wide open. Challenging in that particular map is going to be equally hard. It's a very big map that we need to talk about, and I think in that particular map, the kind of momentum that Havk has got, they might just secure the day.
I think so. I mean, it almost looks similar on Monaco. We started speaking about this, commending them, and what happened at last was the decider. And I just, fingers crossed, we just look forward to maybe a different approach for now. Look forward to what gets better, because it is going to get tough, right? As we spoke about it now, heading to Las Vegas, Eternal Fate, they will start in defense. They had a chance to decide which side they're going to make sure of their starting to fare better. Now, I don't know if defense is going to be a wise choice, especially after seeing them getting flattened on Skyway Stadium. Not even a single defense where I felt comfortable that they were looking good. Only that one round where all of their players charged and attacked the players of Havk was the round that they had. Otherwise, none of the rounds there was a chance that I even saw from the players of Eternal Fate. Now, how are there two different books of Eternal Fate playing on the same day? And same vice versa for Havk here, Raider.
It's not like Eternal Fate is not trying. To be honest, they did their best at that point, but eventually the comeback from Havk was even more great, because Havk knows that this is their last run, and of course Hades is not there, so that's one setback that they are already facing. They don't need a setback of getting eliminated from the competition as well, so that's why they are fighting back. Suki being the MVP, 7 eliminations, 1 assist and 2 deaths in 6 rounds that we got to witness. A total combat score of 4,303 is again testimony of how chaotic he was in the map, how effective he was. Looking at the scoreboard, guys, we can clearly see that there are certain setbacks that Mr. Shooter and AD had. Both of them had, and Shooter were unable to be on point. Pashu also was on a weaker spot, but still Suki, Ghostly Boy, these two individuals pulled the best efforts. Kilwa on the light was immensely valuable for the team as well. I think it's all about the impact frags right now, and those impact frags were there from Havk.
As of now, impact frags Havk, yes, successfully so. Suki was the top fragger in previous game now as well, and along with his teammates, Ghostly Boy is also picked up, so that's something that I'm really happy about. Killua changing his role to a light and then an LH1 as well as a SR. BT changing his role to a heavy. That worked out. I think finally it seems like them changing the versatility that they have within the team to roles, that worked out. With Hades also they used to do this, and that's the reason BT, who was initially playing a heavy, jumped into a light, and they had to change it back again just so that it works out for the team. But here, unfortunate Shooter, we could see him getting picked out on majority of the rounds on the second half. Even the first half as well on defense, Shooter was the one who would initiate the duel, who would initiate the battle, and then in that arena he would be the first one also to get swept off. He tried his best to hide, but any time that he decided to hide, he was always traced and put out. Now going into Las Vegas, the decider, as we said, we've seen this game only played 5 times in the whole of the Community Cup on live stream. Now, as we talk about the teams themselves, Havk have not played on stream even once on Las Vegas, and then we talk about Eternal Fate, they also haven't played. So both these teams are stepping into Las Vegas on stream. Now, they might have played off stream or maybe any other round 1 games, but on stream, they're playing for the first time to decide whether Havk gets a chance to go ahead or is it going to be Eternal Fate. Their last chance stands on a map which we have not seen yet of what they have to offer.
And that too in the main event, man. This is not the stage where you want to gamble around your opportunity. To be honest, yes, it is going to be quite fierce to watch. And as I got to see that the defense is going to come through from Eternal Fate. They failed in Sister Horizon. They failed in Skyway Stadium, to be precise. In Sister Horizon, they were pretty on point with it. Now in Las Vegas, they once again have got the defense. Let's see how Eternal Fate is going to cook their opportunity, or are they going to be on the losing end? Because if you see the attacking half of the team known as Havk lately on the Skyway Stadium was phenomenal. I just have to give a lot of applaud to what they did. So the way they were able to, I guess, infiltrate and eventually get that decryption started, that was amazing. It was like, what is happening today? Monaco, a defense side map, is turning out to be not so defensive. Uh, Skyway Stadium is also turning it in a different way. But we will get to see what happens in Las Vegas and how the game turns out after a quick short break. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup main event, and we are jumping into deciding who is going to be facing in the lower bracket round 2. Is it going to be Havk or Eternal Fate as they start punching each other on Las Vegas, a map where you would have to figure out whether it is the life of the richest that you would want to lead. My name is Lucifer. Joining me back on desk is Raider, and this game 3 is gotten as exciting, Raider.
Oh yeah, what a turn of events. Where we were looking at Eternal Fate on the driving seats, it seems like Havk has got that gist of what they need to do and how to come back into the picture. Of course, Havk and Eternal Fate, both of them are in a situation where even if they win, they are still going to have a lot of battle to face with, because Versus Nation is patiently waiting to see who is going to be the winner of this particular competition and who's going to come in front of us as our competitor. But even before that happens, Eternal Fate versus Havk. This is a fierce battle, and as we dive into the Las Vegas, we can clearly see how important it is becoming. But the map, I mean, Lucifer, I'm losing everything at the map. Las Vegas is not the map that you want to mess with.
Yeah, especially that we don't know what these two teams have to offer.
Yeah.
For now, I think the builds have to be same, but they say no. Killua
Let's
is
wait
back
for a
on
few more
medium.
seconds.
Yeah, I would rightly agree with you as well. Let's wait for a lot more seconds at the end second.
Oh,
There we
look
go,
at him,
Killua
look at
just
him.
baiting us. Roofwell and Lobby on the other end, 2 lights heavy and a medium coming through to play. So, last minute debate still across, but still heavily inclining towards mediums with 2 heavies on Pashu as well as BT. Let's see how this team functions right now. This is the decider. Starting attack, Havk.
That's what I said. Eternal Fate has got the defense. Yes, they failed in Skyesports Stadium. They need to fulfill their strategies in this one. Of course, it's a new terrain for both the maps, especially both the teams, especially on the competitive scenario. This is the very first time in the Finals Community Cup when we can, first of all, see both of these teams going head to head, and eventually, apart from that, even in this map, it is going to be tricky. Light with the cloaks moving forward, ET out there, putting the key in up front and eventually moving in towards the terminal. One is in Casino, I believe, another one is out there on terminals. Well, there you go, the timing, but eventually there are 3 to 4 individuals who are aiming onto this angle and they get him out of the equation. Parag gets compromised, but the other 2 heavies and 2 lights are still there, surviving.
Nobody's going to talk about that. Don't worry, shooter. It happened.
Didn't say anything,
Forget
man.
about it. But we saw what Parag was almost about to do. The timing was just off. He just put down the explosive. Yeah, I think an explosive. But yeah, the door opened and the door was the first to blast. And right now, nice winch. But AD had better health. He'll find the elimination before the winch hits him. But the decryption is still being started. Numbers on Havk reduced to a 3. 4v3 on this retake. Eternal Fate have a better advantage. Ghostly Boy, a nice cheeky spot. But he knew the decryption was already being interrupted. This is a cause for concern. Jumping, trying to run in. It's not working. And the decryption is put to a halt. Eternal Fate get one on defense.
They were quick enough to get that decryption started, but it seems like that Eternal Fate was even more quicker to get that interruption started. Impressive play from Eternal Fate. This is what the comeback needs to be. Now maintenance, and there is another terminal available over there. So let's see if they decide to go for maintenance or onto the B terminal. Because maintenance is a space which is a bit more open. I think, yes, there is a probability that Team Havk might look into that fact as well. But B, a bit more further, a bit more deep into the enemy's territory. Let's see where they're going to actually pitch in.
I personally like parking.
Okay.
And we ended up seeing one of the games of Las Vegas end up on parking. I think we saw that matchup yesterday. And it seems like their intentions are also towards parking. But what a shot from Fragref. Almost takes the player down and now sneakily chasing using the zip lines, and I'm pretty sure they'll not have the idea about it. It's okay, Atma loses half of his health because of the sniper's magnum bullet. And now Ghostly Boy trying to keep an eye out behind him. The parking is getting wrecked. Ghostly Boy spots a player. Jump at gives his teammates the idea that the defenders are around us, somewhere nearby, but they're not indulging in a battle on 1v1s.
This is the beauty of Las Vegas. A lot of uncharted territories for both the teams. Have they spotted? Yes, they did. Eternal Fate loses their first one. Detections are there, but eventually the sonar grenade is not going to help anybody go down. So you need to pitch in. B terminal is where these guys are moving in. Dematerializer? No, they're going to just take the stairs into the parking. And it's going to be an easy decryption coming through. But on the other side, if you see, both Team Havk and Eternal Fate are losing a bunch of their own players. But now, parking has been capitalized. The terminal has been interrupted. Decrypted. The decryption has been started. But what? Was it a bomb or a RPG? I think it was an
I'm not
RPG.
too sure. I think maybe an explosive. RPG I can still see on the attacker's hand. So
Okay.
I'm confused. I think it should be an explosive. There's a nade. Flix dodges it. But there's a barricade. Uses the charge and slam to enter. But he has to be afraid of the opponents being close by. Uses an RPG but doesn't survive. Eternal Fate down to their last player. Where is that last player? They know he's right behind the barricade, but Ad also breaks through. He's on the floor above. He receives a nade. Somehow managed to survive with the mesh he has, but he falls down to a mess of the floor. And with that, it's going to be an equalizer. The Team Havk pull back on round 2.
Yeah. Lounge, casino floor. These are the next two terminals, which is going to be, of course, the last round of this first half. Casino is going to be even more challenging as it's once again, just like maintenance, a wide open space. So penetrating that is going to be a big challenge for Team Havk. But so far, they have done good as they have equalized the Las Vegas equation as well. It seems like that every single round is going to be dicey. It's like a seesaw ride for us casters as well. In one round, we get to see Eternal Fate pulling through. In another one, we get to see Havk being even more effective and swooping in some good rounds in their name. Flag Rift, Parag, yes, they are approaching, but out there onto the terminal rooftop, there will be a bit more of action. It's pretty vulnerable space, to be honest, but you really want to get the best out of it.
Wow.
Well, there you go. This was a surprise. Elua, the light, gets some heavy damage onto him.
Both the lights charge from Eternal Fate. And what a charge they did. EMAC being used, Ad being pummeled, and his mesh has been broken. It's on a recharge. He's trying to move. He asks his teammate for help and finally does receive with a DMAT. Somehow slides his body through that slim DMAT. But for now, it's still an advantage. Again, Frag Rift almost about to be caught off. Has an evasive dash, went spotted, and he'll jump through it. For now, it is still Eternal Fate having man advantage of 5.
But it can be cut short pretty easily. I do believe that. Because we have seen certain rounds where yes, Eternal Fate have started with the advantage, but they kind of fall short. Might happen again, but look at this. Beautiful revival action coming through. Multiple players out there, and there you go. 4v4, now it's down to 3v4. Last two individuals, what are they going to do? Suki Atma pretty low. Glitch Sharp is going to detect him. But again, a 3v3 equation. So yes, positions are revealed, but eventually the manpower is also pretty staggering.
They're still using this as a decoy. I think they're now treading towards the A terminal.
Yeah.
This is what they did in the previous round of parking. Actually, they're trying to hit the B terminal. Oh, the floor breaks. But A and B terminal both are close by. And there you go, immediately. Retaliation coming in. The defenses are super strong. Havk lose another. So the situation is a disadvantage right now for Havk. But they bring it back 2v2. Ghostly Boy, along with his teammate Pashu, they're trying their best. It's up to Shooter and Flix on the other end. Both of them hiding behind the cafeteria. And the time, they play the time game. It hits the 0. And with this, it's going to be the defenses of Eternal Fate who end the half on a lead.
That's a good start for Eternal Fate indeed. They started with one round of an advantage, but instantaneously there was a comeback from Havk. But finally, a statement coming in from Eternal Fate as well. But now, here comes the tricky part. Eternal Fate will be playing as the attackers, and we all know as an attacker, in any particular map, you might face a lot of backlash, you might face a lot of trouble, because you need to infiltrate, as I've said n number of times from the start of Split 1. You need to infiltrate, you need to get the space, you need to get the decryption started, and the next 60 seconds are going to be equally important. So let's see what Eternal Fate has to offer. Well, the key is coming through, but I think there will be a spottation. Yep, indeed, he spotted one. He's able to shut him away, but the medium is pretty low.
Connection.
Oh, not just that, the other guy is also low. I believe that was yet another
That's
medium
light.
from the same team. Oh, that was a light? Oh my god. Light
Yeah,
receiving
body
that kind
shot.
of damage is always Always risky.
Yeah, big time. There you go. Frag drift is brought back to 100. However, AD, he'll be just brought back to 150. Imagine even a heavy losing the health. But the decryption gets started. Eternal Fate. They hit the B objective, use the D-mat, and it's done. Rooftop. And they spot the players. Oh, one of their players slipped down. Use the dome. Try to hold it off. Havk. Now it's their chance. They're trying their best as the players are using the D-mat and trying to move down. But Ghostly Boy gets caught out on the roof itself. Eternal Fate, actually they're the ones who are losing it. They're down to the third. Havk are trying to pull it back, but through the small gap, it is Havk who do manage to lose a player, but it's still a number advantage. Parag also goes down in his search of a 2v3. Now it's all a 1v3 in shooter. They are starting stopping, I would say, the decryption, and he's so further away. He's given up. He knows he's nowhere close. With the D-mat they'd closed it. No vision for him, and with that it's going to be an equalizer. What a play coming in from both the teams. They start the decryption without any casualty. Then by the time the decryption had to be halted, a lot of casualties happen, and the D-mat being used to perfection to close out vision for the opponents, and Havk. They rain havoc on the opponents to equalize the score.
Cat and mouse chase out here. One down in favor of Eternal Fate. Just in the next round, we get to see Havk outshining their opponent as well. Now, we have seen 4 big rounds in this map of Las Vegas, which is actually the decider, guys. And still no clue of who is going to win. Still no idea of who is in lead. That's the beauty of these competitions. That's the beauty of main event. That's the beauty of lower bracket. It's always fun to watch. To be honest, I personally love lower bracket even more than the winner bracket. Of course, the grand final is something different. But in the lower bracket, the kind of contestment that we get to see is just on a different level, because then the fight is obviously there for the survival. Winner bracket, you have the cushion. But this guy with the revolver is very, very sneaky. He's up on the vents, on the ducts, and he's just patiently waiting. If somebody swings through, he's going to just get some good revolver shot onto the opponent.
What a read from Frag Rift. He knew if it's a kitchen, and as you said, there will be players sitting on the ducts. Uses the explosive canister, breaks that part of the kitchen open. Suki Atma had to fall down. Now Ghostly Boy making a maneuver on the other end. Eternal Fate, they get there, but not enough. Decryption gets started, but the players just disappear. And now the dome being used, shooter close by, he will be chased. They will not allow him to survive. Shooter gets a nade thrown at him. More power of players surging. BT pulls and chains the player, and it's down to the last 2. They're gunning, and with that, even that second player gets cleaned off. It's all up to Frag Rift, who has an XP. A 1v3 again for him. He can spot the player, has to take the duels individually, but doesn't manage to. And with this, it is going to be a 3 for Havk. Havk are fighting tooth and nail for them to go into the next lower bracket. They don't want elimination, and proving defense is their better end. They bring it back.
They indeed bring it back, as now they have got the series point, not just the map point, guys. This is the series point for one and only Team Havk. They themselves have lost a lot of big opportunities, but now they just want to survive. They just want to thrive. Of course, Warzone Nation would be waiting them just behind another door on the lowers bracket, round number 2. So it's going to be a challenge for them, but even before that, they need to surpass this challenge. Lights moving forward, jump pads over there, pushing in deep. Eternal Fate have lost one big opportunity that they could have concluded, but they need to bring the tiebreaker now. That's the only option that these guys have got. Can they bring it? We will get to know that in just a span of like 1 minute and 50 seconds. Oh, on the escalators, yes, on the elevators, yes, we will get to see some beautiful shots on the escalators. There are connections. Dome shield reactivated, but they do have the terminal, so they can easily get that. But no, it gets stopped. The winch claw always is going to save the day. Not just that, the Lewis gun action is on par. 4v4, pretty close of a winch claw, but this time he's going to get just a tear.
And now there's the jumping jacks of Havk as they find a player. It's a 4v3 disadvantage, but Havk, they also lose one of theirs. Eternal Fate bring it back, but not enough to keep their players alive as another gets picked off. Time's ticking. as players are falling, because Havk, they're the ones who are on an advantage. As you said, series point here on the decider of elimination. Through the mesh, Flicks trying his best. Both the heavies fighting as best as they can. One of them fall, and it is all up to Flicks. And he's not yet regenerated to full health, and with that they close the doors on Eternal Fate. Havk make do of this survival. They go to lower bracket round 2. The survivor is still not done. They've not pushed them to the grand finals, but they step up, they push it, and Havk survive.
Make sure to show that why they were the first winners of the split 2. Havk is back in game, guys. Havk is back in action. Of course, the next game is going to dictate what might happen to them, what's their future in this whole run for tomorrow, because tomorrow is the last day. We will get to know who's the real deal, who's the real champ of the very first Community Cup of the finals. Well, so far, a lot of fierce competition we have with heavy hearts, saying farewell, bid farewells to a lot of interesting teams, a lot of amazing teams who have outshined themselves a lot. But now it all trickles down to this exact equation of what happens in the next game. Nation versus, I believe Havk is going to be a fun game. But even before we talk about that action, we need to talk about what happened here. Well, Las Vegas, as I said, is a very tricky map. I called it out that Eternal Fate, don't let the Skyway Stadium out of your hand, because if it falls down to Las Vegas, you never know what's going to happen, and that's exactly what came in front of them. They were looking good, especially when it comes to their defense rounds. They were able to win one particular round, but the other side was able to get 2. So from the very first onset of this particular map of Las Vegas, it felt like Havk is in control. They were getting some good synergy fights in their favor, getting some good picks. At the end, it worked out for them.
It did. I also feel that maybe in terms of decision making of all, Eternal Fate kind of decided to start the decryption, right? In all of their attack rounds, they were stepping in first to start the decryption rather than clearing out the spaces. They used to put up a dome, maybe hold off a mesh, and then they're like, we will still put up the decryption. And the players from Havk had already decided we'll try to grab the terminals closer. And that's what they were doing. They were in watching distance of where the terminal can start decryption from with the key. And they made sure they kept themselves at a distance. And you saw the Winch Claw in the last round. In the other rounds, you can talk about the other players holding with their rifles in distance. And that is the reason I would say maybe Eternal Fate, rather than thinking about holding it off, maybe like selling a fake decryption start, and then figuring out where the players are, fight against them, and then again start getting into the decryption mode of putting your key in. But they were jumping in to do it right from the get-go of every attack round that they played. Mistakes happen, but with this we have our top 4. But before we jump in and talk about them, we have to break down this map further. Las Vegas and Ghostly Boy steps up big time. 8 finishes, 5 assists coming in, meaning this man was part of 13 eliminations as a whole, with 4,600 combat score.
Amazing scores coming through. I mean, he was a part of 13 fights, as you rightly said, and in just one round he got taken down. Ghostly Boy, from the very onset of this day, he was on the back foot, but when his team needed the most, he stepped in. As you can see, phenomenal performances. Let's talk about the other guys as well. Ghostly Boy out there with 8 amazing eliminations, but the rest remaining individuals, for example, even Pashu this time was stepping up. Killua got 5 of his own. On a light, Killua is every now and then doing the job, and I remember one of those rounds where Killua got 2 frags back to back. It was, if I'm not wrong, Flix and Parag who got taken down by his SR-84 in Las Vegas. It's fun to watch the way he plays, and due to the fact that Las Vegas is a big map, and also even the casino buildings are pretty much wide open, and there are a lot of space in parking as well. Certain places where you usually get to see terminal, those places are quite wide open. That's why those SR-84 are not just viable on the rooftops, but also on the area like parking, like maintenance, or like even casino floor. So for that reason, the SR action was definitely on point from both the sides.
Talking about the graphs, Ghostly Boy proving a tad bit better and not in par also, I would say, because any other player from Eternal Fate barely managed up to getting to 3,500, which is still better on BT. Skyesports and Pashu, finally, I feel like Skyesports had gelled in really well now. that is because I'm not inclining that he has to show up with a low combat score every time, but it just upholds the team in terms of their roles, what they need to do, and that worked out really, really well. It was not always pressurized on Suke Atma. I'm the addition, I need to step up every time. It just felt like he was one with the team, and with this, Las Vegas gets close, the decider gets done, lower bracket, and they push themselves to the top 4. Now, is this the way you wanted to get to the top 4? I'm pretty sure this is not the way they would have wanted to. But they have to accept right as of now, because there's no other chance for them from here on. The lower bracket journey strikes, and it strikes hard. But they've also struck back. Now against Eternal Fate, right, who looked really well today. We spoke about them that they should be a team who should have a chance to take down maybe Havk, because Havk were not looking great. And it looks like finally they needed a couple of games to kind of gel with each other, and when that happened, they're able to take opponents down. They're able to control not just on defense but even on attack. They were able to pull off rounds. With this done, our lower bracket round 2 is confirmed of who is going to play and who is going to take $800 at the end of our lower bracket round 2. Team Havk versus Worst Generation.
But Lucifer, the fight for survival is still on. Hawk might go out, Generation might go out, because the lower bracket round 2 is again pretty much available out here. So need to know what happens over there. And yes guys, with that we have the last matchup today here of the lower bracket, and that's the only matchup that is there on round 2, because after that, yes, we'll get to know who are the first one watching a bracket finals, I believe, because whoever is going to lose the upper bracket, the winner bracket final, they will drop down, and eventually we'll get to see that competition. It's obviously reserved for tomorrow. We will take a short break before we queue in the next one, so stay tuned.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the finals community cup, and this is the main event's lower bracket elimination game round 2. We've already lost 2 of the teams. Unfortunate, but this is how the double elimination works. Thankful will be the teams that they got a second chance win the main event. But now, as we jump into the main event's main top prizes, we are going to also see somebody walking with $800 because their journey is going to come to an end, Necros. And with me, as I said, Necros joined me on desk.
Finally, I'm back after a long day. I know you guys were missing me, right? So I decided to hop in and maybe in the last match. So, I decided, let's not let the boys wait for me, my arrival. So I decided, yes, this is the time I hop in. But yeah, for Havk, I would say they didn't had a very great day, but definitely the lower bracket run that they're having right now, it's going good. They're winning the matches, still being in the competition is what matters the most. But the opponents that they will be facing right now, Lucifer, it's going to be really tough for them because World Generation, after they dropped down to lower bracket round 1, from there to lower bracket round 2, yes, they have won. They have defeated Helldivers, but now against Havk, how are they prepared?
How are they prepared indeed? Worst Generation, they won their game pretty good. Whereas when we speak about Havk, I am confused. I am not too sure. I'm perplexed because it went to the decider. And as we speak about the deciders, let's talk about the map veto. Skyway Stadium is where we start. Worst Generation decide that we will take Havk on Skyway Stadium. But Havk decides his horizon and the decider again ends up being Las Vegas. Which memory timeline are we in? Who is picking what? Weren't these switches supposed to be the other way around? I'm confused. Now I understand Worst Generation's best map is Skyway Stadium, but it is also a good map for Havk. Monaco being banned. From Havk themselves, they've won majority of the games that they've played on that. After being Kyoto, Monaco is their second best, but they decide to go on Cis Horizon, which they've lost twice in the whole Split 1, Split 2, LCQ and now main event conundrum. They lost Cis Horizon today itself and they still decide. I'm not too sure where we are heading, Necros, but it's going to be an interesting one. Whoever is going to be in the top 4, let me correct myself, top 3 is going to be a very tough team to battle with because they will be waiting for the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, definitely. And as you mentioned, Monaco being banned by the players of Havk and now coming down to Skyway Stadium, which is picked by Worst Generation. Yes, it does look a little bit dicey, not gonna lie, because once again, if you're gambling around the map veto that, yeah, I can defeat them in a map where they are very, very strong, it's like a two-way decision. Either we can say World Generation is just way too more confident than Havk in this particular match as they think that they can defeat them. Otherwise, it's like a double choice that, yeah, let's take it and let's see what happens next.
Right now, what's going to happen is apartment and construction is where the terminals are going to be. 2 heavies, 2 mediums and a light coming through from our attackers. And let's see if this works out. On the other end, it's going to be mediums, 2 heavies and a light coming through. And it is going to be almost a similar comp from these builds and the fight coming through. Let's see if it is going to be Havk or B team. The fight is on as we start things off, but actually it is not, as players have a tech issue. So we will be resorting to maybe restarting again, rehosting. So we should be jumping back in, but we have kind of had a glimpse of what the builds are. 2 heavies, 2 mediums and a light. And just one confusion I had on the side of Havk, but I think it should be the 2 mediums, 2 heavies and a light itself on both the ends. So right as now we know the build composition, but it's just about the attack and the defense. Havk, they need to stand strong on defense. They did win out on Skyway Stadium when we saw today's game, and it was just the previous one that they were fighting. Now can they win this, where Worst Generation have a better win rate, Necros?
Yeah, and against the kind of fight back Eternal Fate we're putting up on the table, it was like, okay, now this was something that I didn't anticipate Eternal Fate to put up this level of competition against a team like Havk. Even when I saw Havk getting taken down in the upper brackets against B team, I was surprised. But wait, what, did I see it right? Did I witness it right? That B team defeated Havk? Somehow, yes, I have declared my favorites before the start of the main event that Team IND and Team Havk are the 2 teams I'm really looking forward to see them in the grand finale of this main event. But before that, I knew that either of the one team will be going down, because otherwise Havk and IND would have faced each other in the upper bracket final, which did not happen. Luckily, maybe just keeping the main plot till the very end. But right now, coming down, Havk, they have to go through a lot of obstacle journey. It's a hard journey. The lower bracket run is always very tough for each and every team who takes part in it, and Wars Generation are also one of them. And to put some big benchmarks on the table, I believe if they defeat Havk right now, they can just completely crush all our predictions in this moment.
I think as of now we cannot speculate anything. Worst Generation, they seem to be looking good. Let's see if they will be able to take upon the sides of Havk and also put them to rest. Now, Eternal Fate as well as Havk. If we quickly talk about them in terms of them playing against each other, I'm not too sure. I don't think so. They've played against each other in Split 1. If they would have had a chance to meet in Split 1 and Split 2 as well, because if they met in Split 2, we wouldn't have seen them coming up so far. Even it was Havk in the last. They've actually, wait, this is a rematch then. I'm just checking it. It is Eternal Fate versus Havk. Eternal Fate got pushed to the LCQ by Havk themselves. So when we go back, it is going to be this revenge match. Now, whether it is going to be Eternal Fate. Let me come.
Wars Generation.
Worst Generation is where I have to come back again. I just get very hyped up when I end up seeing scripts of revenge matches, right? Now this revenge match again, guys, apologies, it was in the previous game. Now it's going to be Worst Generation, so we have to wait and see how the Worst Generation lineup or the match works out, because right now it is the main event. Now, as I was talking about the Worst Generation, they made it all the way to the top. In that time, it was Unite Together was the name of this team. In Split 1, they changed it to Split 2. But in Split 1, it doesn't seem like they've met each other. There is Burden United, there was Unite Together, but I don't see any Unite Together that have met each other. So for now, I'm sure, finally, I can calm myself down, back to my senses. This is going to be a rehost, as we said. Skyway Stadium is something that we're going to get a chance to see once more. But where do you think this inclines, Necros? For me, it still feels it is Worst Generation. They've picked it, rightfully they have 3 wins. Do they close it?
After watching the previous games of how Havk played and how Wars Generation had their matches, I also do feel like that Wars Generation might have an upper hand. I don't want to jinx it or something, but it's actually the facts that we are talking about through the stats after watching all those strats and the matches that we have witnessed previously. Some things, as in even in the audience perspective, it is kind of quite understandable. Yeah, this team actually played better the finals game in the terms of maybe strategy, in the terms of gun game in the previous past matches. But hey, once again, these two teams haven't faced each other in this entire main event so far. But you never know what kind of strategies that they have prepared, that they have upon their sleeves for the main event, for the trump cards that we usually talk about for the main event, as what even IND has something. But you know what, at this moment, the players were facing some tech issues, and I believe they will be back again soon. But before that, we're going to take a short break, and on to the other side, we come back with the Skyway Stadium.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Finals Community Cup. And as we said, we are going to rehost and we are going to be back into the game. And that's what has happened. We'll jump right into the game. We are not going to wait it out. The picks, in terms of their builds, are going to be same: 2 heavies, 2 lights, and a medium. And as I said, even the other end of things is going to have the same thing with Havk coming in. It's going to be 2 mediums, not a light. So that's the minor change. I missed out on the previous build composition when we were seeing it because we did not get a full display of it. But now we have Necros. Let's start off with attack on Skyway Stadium.
I am super pumped up, not just because this is the first game I'm gonna cast today, but also I'm really excited to see both the teams competing against each other. Wars Generation, Team Havk. They are like, even Wars Generation would be the third favorite team of my choice in this entire main event after IND and Havk. So I'm really rooting for. I don't know what to say because both the teams in terms of strategy and gun game, they have been exceptionally well in their own splits.
So you're saying you're going to leave out B team? That is a conversation we'll have later tomorrow, and we'll get to know. But for now, Worst Generation, they're waiting for their light to set the gateway up and successfully do so. They're in. They've gotten closer. Now they're at the A terminal. Can they get this done without any casualties? This is a raid. This is a read for Havk. They spot the players moving across, use the zip lines, jump across themselves. In the residence is where the fight is going to initially happen, and one of the players, I think that was a light, who jumped up on the roof, gets hit pretty bad. And yes, it is Swap, Worst Generation. Now he's down. They'll be back to 100, but they're still trying to get closer to the A terminal.
Still not a single frag out for any of these sides. Sonar grenades are walking out from both the ends. Wars Generation, they are on the attack, so they will be a little bit of under pressure at this moment. But look at that, the terminal going down. The RPG has done a brilliant damage, and Swap gets taken down in a blink of an eye. BT gets the opening frag for the side of Team Havk, and look at that, 3 players already down and out for the side of Wars Generation.
They get in, they get the key, get to the terminal, but they start losing all of their players. Joseph and Fawcett. Joseph's compromised. Fawcett gets cleared off. And his position now known. What can he do? He gets winched in by the other heavy. By both the heavies. That's gotta hurt. Clawed in deep and eliminated.
You know what, Lucifer? I felt it to my heart that one claw just came and grabbed me at my chest and just pulled me closer to him. I was like, oh my god. That was a mini heart attack.
I think one's not enough, and they go bring in 2 of the claws. That's gonna hurt. Now we have a cafeteria. And there's more action from Pashu with a winch. Motion sensors. We put up a couple of goose to block the lift itself. So them trying to access the lift, it will come up to the roof, but you will not be able to access it. And Pashu is still dragging it closer to the B terminal. He's waiting for the time and also waiting for the winch claw to regenerate. In the meantime, Burst Generation on their attack have already entered the offices. They're trying to get closer to the A attack, thinking the cafeteria should be clear. They spot out a player. Winch goes out from Exotic but doesn't manage to catch the player. They spot him. He's used the vent and he's run away.
Even Swap got so much damage on him, so I really thought he might have been taken down. But hey, all the players of Team Havk, they're in a very beautiful position. And oh, BT, again, he wants to go a little bit of in a nasty way because he's got the RPG ready on his hand. Shots being taken by the air of Sukiatma, still trying to find that first frag from the side of Havk. Not an easy job to deal with, but still, the A terminal is right in front of them as they have brought it in the open land, so it is not that difficult for them to defend it.
In the dome, the fight starts. Worst Generation trying their best to get closer, but all they're getting is eliminated. Another dome, another destruction of the dome. The key is right in front of them. Mesh being spotted from Ghostly Boy. He's given the call, and one of the light is right behind them. That light gets cleaned off. Therefore, first defender to fall from Team Havk. But it's still a 4v3 advantage of Team Havk. The key is, yes, closer to the A terminal, but do they get a chance to get it through? Joseph, he strikes from a position where they were not thought of, but Worst Generation As soon as Joseph falls, everybody else simultaneously goes down. That's going to be second for Havk, and it seems like the Havk that rose in the previous game are not stopping.
I don't know whether they will be rethinking their decisions or not, Worst Generation, but hey, it's too early to say. We have seen a lot of comebacks happen in the second half as soon as the sides get switched up, because Havk will be also coming back to attack. Even if they get a 3-0 clean half all to themselves, it's not an easy job. But look at this strategy. They want to just get the terminal out from this building. Is it so?
Yeah, they want to.
Oh my god.
There you go, out in the open. The round starts. They think they can get the key into the right side, but they always end up getting compromised. Right now, one was already brought out closer to the construction. They're actually dragging it into the construction side itself, so both the terminals are going to be close to each other. And I'm pretty sure Worst Generation's player, who is right now trying to activate the gateway, trying to put up a second spot, he's worried. He's like, both of them are here. The terminal's getting closer, and now they get spotted by the turret. That's big info. Killua was on the crane, but they used the gateway, so now they're closer. So Killua had to drop down, get closer. Boy, this can be a big explosive, and it is. It opens up, but they also managed to start the decryption, and now the players of Team Havk are a little bit out of the construction site. They need to get closer.
Not an easy task for these players to get closer and also play the post decryption game out there. And even not a single player of Worst Generation has been taken down with the RPG being fired. BT drops down to a little bit of low HP. He's got the Lewis gun on him. He has to find a little bit of exotic. Has been taken down, and Havk, they're crumbling down. All the numbers are in shambles. BT trying to pull a great play, but it's not going to be in his favor as Worst Generation retains one round all to themselves in the first half.
At least got one on attack. It was needed, otherwise Havk would have a flawless 3 running into the attack of it. But for now, going to defend Mansion and Restaurant, have a second chances. Worst Generation from here on will be trying to make sure that it is something they can keep control of. Otherwise, Team Havk, they just need 2 more rounds to close this map, push it to Sis Horizon. And right as now, Team Havk are the ones who are on the lead as they start off attack in the second half.
This is going to be a very important half for the boys of Havk. They need the first round itself in their favor to gain the momentum back. But it's also a difficult part, right? We have seen so many times in the map of Skyway Stadium. It is a little bit of difficult room to get the attacking halves on your side. Maybe 1 or maybe 2, but that's the maximum we see teams grabbing for themselves. And mostly the teams win when they are on the defensive half in the second half as well. So it's going to be really important for Worst Generation to get 3 back-to-back rounds in their favor and not to let lose a single round. Because if they give the momentum to the boys of Havk, then it might just be very problematic for them.
Killua spotted them already crossing. Killua spotted a player right in front of him. The information's being relayed and they take advantage of it. Havk are getting cleared off. I thought the information will work in advantage of Havk, but it's actually working in favor of Worst Generation. BT and Sukriyatna have been lost. The medium and a heavy are out of business. And now Pashu, he gets cleared off. The Mansion is not where the business strikes. It is where Worst Generation strike. But there's a chance they're bringing it back. Ghostly Boy along with his teammate Killua. The flank, well, do good damage. Down to a 2v2.
He is just right in front of them, Lucifer. And if they want to just get the decryption started, they have to take at least one of the players. Ghostly Boy has done a fantabulous job all to his teammate for his team. But right now, Killua and Ghostly Boy, they're just on a rampage. That one no-scope shot was literally amazing, bringing it down to a 1v2 situation. Even Exotic, he's dropped it down to 155 HP. It will be a tough task for him to just pull these things out. But if he can do so, it can be the clutch of a lifetime.
Oh, he tries to winch his way out. Tried to buy time. There was 18 seconds on the clock. It was not enough. A medium and a light. They drain his health down like nothing and get round. Havk get to 3. Havk are looking forward to closing Skyway Stadium in their favor.
What an incredible round. From a position where we thought that this round was done for Havk, Killua and Ghostly Boy, they pulled an unimaginable play all to themselves.
And now, if they pull it again, it is Havk closing this map entirely. A 4-1. And Worst Generation wouldn't want it that way. I'm pretty sure after putting up such a performance, they're worried about themselves. They're worried about what's going on, what's going wrong. How do they bring things back to control, especially staying on defense. They have two heavies. Joseph, who was one of the MVPs in our lower bracket round 1, had 10 eliminations on a heavy, which is not an easy number that we have seen ever. That's the first time for everything, and Joseph does make it happen now. He's in trouble. He's out. He's holding right next to the terminal, hiding in plain sight. One of his teammates gets spotted, and now they're running across, going into the B terminal. They at least know where this attack is headed. But what do Worst Generation say about it?
This is a must-win round for them, otherwise this map is slipping away from their hands. And definitely Worst Generation doesn't want it, because this was their pick. And when you get defeated in your own pick map, that's a real nightmare for any team. But how Havk is playing, you can see Killua once again with the sniper. He has been a pure menace for the side of Team Worst Generation, but right now the decryption being started, it's going to be a lot more troubling for the side of Worst Generation at this moment.
Oh, what? Exotic. That's a nice way to bring it back, but he was a heavy. Movement speed not that great. Gets cleared off. Make it the last two. Joseph was still trying to cross the bridge, which was laid open, and now Joseph moves in, tries his best, but only one written in his name as his last teammate also gets cleared off. Havk gets Skyway Stadium.
This is the main fact that we were talking about, that they have been very, very much fantabulous in this particular map of Skyway Stadium, and Worst Generation probably did the worst choice of getting this map, picking this map in the veto, when they could have picked any other map, maybe Las Vegas coming up front, or maybe Kyoto, something different rather than Skyway Stadium.
Not
because
Kyoto.
No, okay, so my bad. I forgot that, not Kyoto. But still, any other map rather than Skyway. Why would you pick a map that you know even your opponent is strong on?
Again, this happens, right? This is a team who don't have a big map pool. Unfortunate. And when they do not have a big map pool, you have to go to the norms of Skyway Stadium, to the norms of Monaco. And they tried their best. They were the teams who had a better win ratio compared to Havk, but it was still not enough. They had to find a way through, and as I said, this was a sleeping Havk that we caught today, a glimpse of them in their initial games after they lost the winner bracket game, the loser bracket game that they were about to lose. All these were a sleeper for them, but they finally managed to wake up from that. I don't know what wake-up call that they had. It's worked out. Now going into Sis Horizon, also a map that they've lost, and if they've picked it themselves in the veto, when they had a chance of picking Monaco, when they had a chance of maybe even going to, okay, Kyoto was not there, Kyoto was out of business, but Monaco itself, even Las Vegas, a map that they recently won to decide their fate to continue in the loser bracket, they go towards Sis Horizon, a map which they've had many unsuccessful attempts on. But I think this is just them using this map, the second one, as a training ground to get better on it. Eventually they know that when they go into the lower bracket finals or the grand finals, if they go, they will have a chance to fight on Sis Horizon, and if they do not deliver, it's a position that they wouldn't want to be in, Necros. Nobody would want to be in, where you're uncomfortable on a map and an opponent picks it.
Yeah, when you know that, yeah, Stadium, this is one of our forte. Monaco is one of our forte. In Las Vegas, they are having a decent performance, being put aside as well. But as you mentioned, if this is a training ground purpose for Team Havk, they will be definitely looking forward to at least put some good scores up on the table. And talking about the MVP, definitely it has to be Ghostly Boy. That clutch, that one round that he pulled off just by assisting Killua, just by being on his side, helped Havk clinch this game with a 4-1 scoreline. 8 eliminations, 5 assists, and 1 death with a combat score of 4,603. Incredible performance by this lad, but I really believe this player, Ghostly Boy, alongside the other players like BT, Killua, and all, they might have the potential to again go back and play the grand finals of this Community Cup from this stage.
Ghostly Boy was the one who helped the team and got them to winning their lower bracket on Las Vegas. It was the same score, around the same combat score. He was a part of 13 eliminations. He's a part of 13 eliminations again here. And it looks like Ghostly Boy, the Ghostly Boy that we saw in our Split 2, he's finally also awakened with the team. And this is what I said. Now it's time for Worst Generation to be worried about. Not that they are not looking good as a team, they are, but Havk are looking better even with this new addition. Initial games that we saw them, initial maps that we saw them on, they were not good. They lost their winner bracket, they were not happy with it. They lost against B Team. Then they matched up. They thought fighting with Eternal Fate would be a little tad bit easier, but when they ended up losing the first map, they said that this is looking not good. We might end up actually losing the series and maybe even getting eliminated at the 6th and the 5th positions. And they deliver. Pashu with 2 eliminations, assists of 4, BT equalizing at 3-3, Suki Atma of 4, Killua at 5. On the other end, Swap had 2, Exotic had 2, Fawcett had 2, Joseph had 2, and Frozen is the only odd person out with 3 eliminations. But when I meant previously when Worst Generation, their lights had equal scores of 5-5, 3-3 in terms of eliminations, this is not what I meant. Now Fawcett and Swap having just 2 just also tells us that this was not the game that Worst Generation would have wanted. They never could have had control in this map. They had 2 lights, but the opposition had 2 mediums, because of which they were able to withhold and tank upon at least damage compared to their lights, who were getting in reload opportunities caught out for free.
Yeah. Even about talking about the combat score comparison, you can see the big skyscrapers being made by Ghostly Boy and Killua. Incredible performance. Both the players have crossed the 4,000 combat score marker all to themselves. Definitely a much needed performance from these boys, from coming down to the lower brackets and again defeating every team coming in their way. It's a very tough job and it does need a lot of focus and concentration. So far so good. Havk has been almost unbeatable, but somehow we can say the next map can be another tad bit of interesting one, because again we have talked about it, Cis Horizon being picked by Havk. Not a great map to play on for their side, even against Eternal Fate. They were having a tough time. They lost one map. From there, it also went to a decider. Maybe this series can also go to a decider. So far it has been a very long day for Havk in the office. But for the boys of Worst Generation, how long are they willing to stretch it further?
Yeah, I think this was good that you mentioned that the boys of Havk have had a long day. They've been playing winner brackets, they've been playing loser brackets, and now they're playing their 3rd game compared to the other teams who have been playing just their 2nd game right now. And if that is something that Worst Generation incline on, they better hope it works. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. Coming in again with the same composition of their build, 2 mediums, 2 heavies, and a light. Pavilion and Tea House the attack. And as the attackers head and start things off on Cis Horizon, let's see if this match works out.
Incredible matchup. All the compositions looks very, very strong, but even if we know that Cis Horizon is not a very strong map for the side of Havk, I am very sure that even Worst Generation, they have also prepared that they have done their homework about this map.
One sec, wait. This is why I was confused when we started. It showed a different name, but I was busy in discussing about how the build is. We are on Kyoto. Seems like there's been a little iffy on the veto that we saw, and right now we go on Kyoto, and I am worried. This just gives me a 2-0 vibes. Kyoto is the strongest map that Team Havk play on. That's their best map, and they're the only team to main one of these maps as their best.
Yeah. Once again, we were having this discussion, all these speculations that, Cis Horizon can be a little icy and all. But coming down to Kyoto, okay. Now, this is something that even I'm scared of. Havk on Kyoto, and you can see already the glimmers, the starting frags all coming into the direction. Team Havk, they might have lost 2 players, but Worst Generation being on the defensive side, they have to take a lot of advantage of this situation, getting some multiple frags all to themselves. Killua going up close and personal. This is a good situation for him to get one more frag, but eventually he drops down to 15 HP and has to make an immediate fallback to get his heal done.
2v3. Havk, they're on attack. We said this should be a good map for them, but Worst Generation seem like they're ready for them. Pashu jumps up on the goo, spots the player, but not the damage. And now they need to get to the key, but the key is lost inside the compounds. 40 seconds on the clock. They're close to the terminal, but they're unable to close it. And what a jump! Pashu lands right in front of the defender, but he does not survive for long. 1v2 here. 1v1. They winch him, and they close. Worst Generation get one.
Okay, so that's the first round going underway. But as we were discussing, Kyoto was banned, and there has been a little bit of errors, and with the switcheroo, we'll be coming back to Sis Horizon, and I was like, is it somehow the better was wrong, or we were seeing something different? Again, Havk deciding Kyoto. I wouldn't be surprised about it, but fine. We move on to Sis Horizon.
Yes, for all our viewers, that was the wrong map that we started things off on, and I'm pretty sure it would have changed even before we kind of were into it. Could have been paused. We were just having the final confirmations, and now that we have, we're going to be jumping back to Sis Horizon. You don't have to be worried, and I was worried for Worst Generation, but Worst Generation actually pulled off a round over there, so like, okay. It seems like it's going to be competitive between the two, but hey, we rehost. We get back into it. Do not worry. The game is still on. Nothing's lost. Yes?
I have one thought in my mind, Lucifer. Worst Generation won. They fought very nicely, that's for sure. But what if the players of Havk decided, this is a wrong map. It was supposed to be Sis Horizon, so we're going to give them one round and let them have this boost that, they would have got a chance to defeat us in Kyoto if they picked it.
I'm
Just saying.
Doesn't seem like... it does seem like the world of Narnia that you're speaking about right now. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be an easy world to search for. And that's not a world that anybody would have wanted to live in, right? As of now, with giving away a map, Worst Generation themselves will be like, wait. Pause? And then, yes, the pause is there. But, okay, let's get back to the discussion. Kyoto out of business. It's not Kyoto anymore. We have the confirmation. It is Sis Horizon. So, we were also perplexed for a point. So, Sis Horizon, as stands, right, Nikros, is an even ground. Both these teams have won only one game and have lost their two Sis Horizon maps that they played against their opponents. And Havk, their wounds are more fresh. They've lost today itself on Sis Horizon, and I think twice against B Team, against Eternal Fate. Both these two teams defeated them on Sis Horizon today itself. So there's going to be a deep wound for them. But for them to scratch that wound and fight as a pick by themselves was a surprise, and I'm still surprised. I would maybe even try to reach out to Killua or BT or somebody later after this to figure out, hey, Sis Horizon, and then drop a question mark over there. Like, why?
You know what? Random thought in my mind. Today is Killua's birthday, so maybe he's dropping some birthday surprises like, guys, it's my birthday. Let's have some birthday party in Sis Horizon or something like that.
Now that you point that out, I think it's the birthday spirit. And I just hope that they do not let the clock run till 12. The spirit is high right as of now. Use that spirit, drive that force, and get into the lower bracket finals. If they try to extend it further, the spirit might die down. You should never test your luck out too much, right? They tell you, this is a saying. You have your luck, play it out, play it as an advantage. Make sure it is in your favor, but never overdo it.
Yeah, always. Nothing like... Even like when it comes down to the confident part, that I'm very confident about the next map or something. Don't be overconfident. Don't do anything over which might just cause you a lot of problems. But sometimes this map and the people behind always try to distract.
Hey man, I love the producers, right? They give you info that you never know about. And
exactly.
As they said, none of these teams are going to be unprepared. We don't know what they're going to be doing. Sis Horizon is not a map pick that we would have thought even Worst Generation themselves would have made it. But builds are going to be same. Let's quickly talk about study and lecture hall. Those are the ones. as we start off attack.
Yeah. Now this is going to be interesting. Can players of Wars Generation push the series towards Las Vegas, towards the decider, to just remain relevant in the series, remain alive in the series, and not to crush their hopes to reaching the grand finals of the main event of this Community Cup? Though it's going to be a little bit dicey as Wars Generation starts on the defensive half. But Team Havk won't try to repeat the mistakes that they have done so far in today's previous games, particularly in this match of in the map of Cis Horizon. As you mentioned earlier, they have been defeated twice, not once but twice. Today's day itself, it's a very big gamble decision for them.
Swap, that's a big chance for him. Can he find the elimination? Yes, successfully he does. Havk do not even try to challenge him. They just try to run across, and now the key's in control. And this is going to be Swap running, trying to find a lot more, but they also lose one of their own. Havk lose in tandem and get down to 3. Swap barely survives. 2 is what he's breathing on, and his teammates, they're trying to do the heavy lifting. 2 versus 3. Swap will also regain his health. Fawcett and Swap together with their medium. So it's going to be a 2 light and a medium fight. On the other end, it's going to be a light and a medium fight for Team Havk to bring back their attack.
Hey, never underestimate these duo. They both have already pulled up one round in the previous map of Skyway Stadium, and they can do it once again. Ghostly Boy, he's on 125 right now. Killua is on a full health. But yes, exactly. The key is in a very far distance, 34 meters away, but it is all guarded by the players. But he has been spotted. Nobody expected
Swap.
be Swap on that position.
What a way to use a cloak, and now Killua knows. He also has a cloak, but he's unable to spot the opponent right in front of him. Throws a nade, uses a cloak, grabs it quickly, and now tries to send it off. Keeps an eye if anybody is following him. And look at the weapon he has, an SR-84. It's not a weapon that he can challenge anybody on. Everybody else is wielding a weapon which can spray. And now with his position compromised, they're all going to charge onto him. Shotgun shots, XPs, and with that, the first round for Worst Generation. What a start coming in from them. I don't know what the move from Havk was while they were running across with the key, but not retaliating against the defenders who were trying to attack you. Yeah. Enter drift, gallery and hallway. Let's see if the second attack works.
Not a great start indeed for the boys of Havk. That's what they've expected. Definitely not something they would want for themselves, but Wars Generation definitely looking for a good comeback. They are all aware that Havk, they haven't been performing very greatly in this particular map, so they can utilize it to bring up the equalizer in the series. Already 1-0 up in the rounds. We'll be looking forward to pull at least one more, if not 3.
Treading cautiously this time. As you can see, Suki Atma keeping an eye out for anybody who's flanking, keeping an eye out for somebody aiming from afar on the walkways. Nothing as of now, but it seems like it's going to be a B hit. They hear a couple of footsteps inside the building itself. Taking their time, because they know it's not going to be easy, especially after losing the first round. And I think they're finally reading into it that we have made a blunder of picking Cis Horizon. Gateway. They're finding the second point of the gateway terminal where it could be deployed, and the teammates could immediately use that to cover a half or a whole building's length. And Fawcett is pretty close to the terminal. He's spotting all the gadgets which we laid down, and he's holding it now. He's making sure that nobody from the attack gets closer, and they actually get closer with a key. They take the terminal down from the bridge, and now they're trying to get the decryption started. It's not working. Worst Generation find a chance to pick off players, not just one, multiples of them. 2 of them have been lost from the side of Havk, and more of them getting pushed. Frozen Butcher, in the meantime, he manages to move around, survive on bare 5.
But the numbers are dwindling for the side of Havk. There is nothing more that they can do about this round. Is even slipping away from their hands. Pashu and Killua maybe trying to put up all the things together to bring this round in their favor. But oh, the shots are being exchanged. down to Pashu, who is barely surviving on 14 HP. And with that being said, Watch Generation, they're having the best run so far in the map of Sister Horizon, bagging the 2 consecutive rounds in their favor on the defensive half. Just one more to go. Can they manage the clean sweep, a clean half all to themselves?
More of this pick being a nightmare. And this is not the night that they would have wanted on. And imagine if this becomes a pick because of which they end up losing the lower bracket run. Round 2, they'll be beating themselves up. How could they make a pick of Assist Horizon and that Assist Horizon gets played out and they are losing rounds? Winch clawing it out of the place, trying to push it out, wedging it. But Exotic couldn't do it. He has to wait for it now. Barricades. And look at what they're doing. It's so out in the open. The zipline gets destroyed. The only way to walk across is using the bridge. But they've already been spotted, I presume, because I can see a lot of blips around. And yes, they've been spotted. BT, he's the first one fighting his way through. Killua is already in the A terminal. Spotted the explosive mine deployed. Destroys it. Telling the defenders that they're also trying to hit both the terminals simultaneously. It can be a distraction, and there it goes. It's going to be the B terminal. They start the decryption, but instantaneously they also find an elimination on one of the players of the Worst Generation. Fawcett trying to chase the player to find an elimination, finds, as his teammate also finds the second, bringing it down to a 3v3.
Going to be a very close round indeed. Killua with the sniper trying to make those quick connections. Exotic getting taken down, and Killua gets a double. Swat is even down. 2 bullets, 2 shots, 2 players down. What a play by this man. Bring it down to a 1v3. So Kiatma in a very, very profitable position. Coming down to this 1v3 situation. Watch Generation, they're letting this round slip away, but what play by the boys of Havk. Oh my god.
Revolver strikes right to their heads, and this Havk is what was missing. And they find a classroom open, they just attack it. There was just one single explosive mine, and Killua had made his way through with a cloak he was using. And now with this, they switch sides. Even though they're on the deficit, they still have a round. They did not give a flawless away to the defenders, who are now the attackers. Worst Generation, they have to turn the tides right now. Defense is where Havk reign better, but this is a nightmare of a map that we've been talking about. This might be the wrong map. This might be the wrong pick. This might be the dreams for Havk where they lose it all, but you also need to understand that they are the ones who are on a map lead. Meaning for them, this map might not matter much, but they will try to close it.
Oh, surely. Defensive half once again, trying to capitalize as much as possible. The one round that Havk secured can be very, very much profitable sometime. But bringing it down, again, they're trying to get this terminal out in the open, and they have been successful in that. Exactly at the point where they want it to be. You can see even with the keys, Watch Generation, they're progressing, they're coming forward for the A terminal. Maybe that's the possibility that I am assuming. But for the next situation, how are Team Havk prepared?
Swap getting closer to the A terminal, which was just lured or chained out. And now as they get closer to the A terminal, they'll end up seeing that it's on the bottom floor. It says back room, but it is not in the back room. It's on the floor. Once they open the window, that's when they'll be able to spot it. But the key is spotted from Killua. And that's a nice shot. 2 nice shots. He's waiting for a lot more. And there it is. Eliminations being found. Assists. Those are going to affect Worst Generation losing their players. Fawcett trying his best, but he has to hit the reload. And Fawcett, he's losing his teammate. Somehow finds an elimination on Sukiatma. But he and his teammate are the last 2 surviving in the battle. With the key lost, Swap and Fawcett both are the lights. Fawcett is stuck. Swap, what can he do? Assist. They find a way, but it's only 1 elimination. Now Fawcett is stuck in a 1v3. Uses the vanishing bomb, but they know his position of where he used it. He's trying to slow down his movement, but what a blow! I think that was a canister being sent, and it was a big damage, dropped to just 11 on his health.
He has to be very patient. Just 9 more seconds, Lucifer. He's not gonna make it to the key at all. There is no chances he can start a decryption in 4 seconds with this HP. He might just try to get 1 or 2 frags down, but Killua says, nope, you're not going anywhere near.
Killua takes a picture of him on that elimination. What a play coming in. The birthday boy finishing this strong as ever. And he's not stopping at all. I'm worried. I thought Worst Generation, they have an advantage with the blunder of a move being done from Team Havk. But it's being proven wrong. It's being proven otherwise. And it'll still work out. Archives and collection. Let's see if Worst Generation will be able to find their way to the map point to bring the series to an equalizer. Or is it going to be a series point for Havk?
This moment, the sonar is going out. The players have been spotted. Killua trying to make a good connection out of it. He connects one very nicely. Even the second shot with a hefty amount of damage on the player's faucet drops down to almost like, what, 30-40 HP? Rosen even drops down. He has lost a lot of health in spite of being a heavy build.
No, that's a medium and a light. That's not something that you would want to lose health on. Heavy is still fine. I mean, I know you lose a lot of tank ability, but losing health on light and a medium, this is what happens. Oh no, wait, I thought it was a light going down. Now this time it ends up being a heavy. Joseph's Law. They still managed to start the decryption, but their players are faltering in numbers. Down to the last 3. Swap is the only light. It's going to be a heavy and a medium to defend this decryption.
Oh my god. This is going to be a tough job for the boys of Worst Generation. They've lost already 2. While Havk, they're all still standing with all the 5 players remaining. Players have been spotted. This is a good chance for Swap to get 1 frag. You can see this is where they wanted to pull off the strings, but there is no way that he can stop it. Has Havk move on to the series point for themselves.
BT just stands there, stopping the decryption, interrupting it when Swap with the XP54 is just gunning him right at his face, but still doesn't manage to find the elimination. And Swap was late into stopping or defending it. There was, I think, already 3 or 4 seconds of it done. By the time Swap entered, it was the last couple of seconds. And therefore, even though he'd brought BT to his minimum health, he couldn't find the elimination. And Team Havk, they are on their trajectory to making it to the top 3 and eliminating Worst Generation here at the 4th spot in the finals Community Cup main event. 1 round is all they need. A map of a disaster is what Havk had on Sis Horizon, but they're proving it wrong. They're proving that this map also can work in their favor and finally putting the positive scores as they make their worthwhile.
Just 1 more round away from where they wanted themselves to be in. Still a long way to go. The job is not done yet. Worst Generation trying to pull everything in this round. They spotted the players, they spotted the terminal area as well. Trying to get at least 1 frag for themselves as they have got the deserving one. Dropping down on the players of Havk. They've created the opening, the loophole that they wanted for themselves.
That's Killua. That's the main man who's been doing damage with his
Exactly.
SR. The snipe is out. Explosive canister. Swap still hiding with the cloak, but they spot him. They see something out of the ordinary and damage. Swap always, I don't know how lucky he is, he always manages to survive. It is still a 4v3 disadvantage for the defenders, but the defenders are the one on an advantage. And look at the positions that they're holding. Pashu spots Joseph running away towards the B terminal, but the B terminal is right in their sights towards the A. The barricade's being used. The key gets closer. They're trying to start the decryption. Pashu wants to use his RPG, but he was a little too late. But the decryption gets started. He wants to pull it down, but now Pashu is getting hit in all directions. He needs to survive, doesn't manage to. He alone tried to tread ahead.
Oh my god. Look at this positioning. Yes, Doom Shield will be activated.
Oh, no.
Defenses are
Not
here.
again.
But the shots are being taken down. Worst Generation, they might have interrupted it. 2 players down and out. This round is slipping away from the hands of Havk. There is no way it's coming back as Worst Generation makes a major comeback in the series.
Tiebreaker. We go to a tiebreaker. And it seems like this time also we are not switching. It is going to be random, as we said earlier. It depends. You switch or you not switch. It depends on your luck. And I'm pretty sure as of now, they will be happy. Previously, Team Havk, when this happened, the tiebreaker, they were pushed to the attack. They were forced to play on the attack. Now they have defense. The previous round was a little bit of a helter-skelter situation. They decided to stick it under their noses of making a decryption interruption, but that did not work out. They couldn't stop it. But now they have a second chance. This is maybe the luck favoring them. But they have to make this work. If not this, then they go to the third map, which is again going to be Las Vegas.
I do think that somehow Havk don't want to push it to Las Vegas, but if it goes down to that, I don't think it could be. It would be that much problematic for them.
Pushing it out with the help of the canister. And out in the open again. Terminal. Motion sensors across it. Making sure that even if they have to rotate in case the B decryption gets started, they have it, or they have a chance to rotate as fast as they can. The key is making its way slowly through the buildings, and it wants the B terminal itself. The attackers, worst generation, they want to hit the B terminal. And they know right now they will keep an eye out. Killua this time he's surviving. He's playing with a cloak. He's playing away. He's playing on the roofs. And they charge upon him. Killua gets cleaned off. Again, they make sure the possible trap or the risk, they clear it out. Make it even more. They clear off 3 of the players from Havk. It looks like we are going to the third map. Watch Generation are not going to give this map away. And there it goes. One last player, Ghostly Boy. He was on the roof trying to help out Killua. Now he's a long lost player, all on his lonesome, waiting for the deep underground to be put to rest for. He tries his best. They try to charge upon him. He finds 2 eliminations. This is them making mistakes. The decryption has not been started. 30 seconds on the clock, and as I say, the decryption gets started. 125 is all Ghostly Boy will be able to recover on, but the A terminal, the one which was further away, is what they decide to start the decryption on. Fighting a 1v3, this is an impossible task.
For sure. Ghostly Boy, once again, if he manages to clutch it out, which seems to be almost impossible, I don't think it is even imaginable that this guy can clutch a 1v3 and win the series. 1v5, maybe like getting an entire 5 KO streak for himself. But at this moment, he's trying his hard to pull something off, but it won't be possible. 3 of the players were all covered in the Doom Shield. Just defended as we move down to Las Vegas. Another decider matchup for the boys of Havk.
We spoke about it. This map is not good for them. This is a nightmare. They've already lost it twice. Make it thrice today. And I'm writing it down on their losses. And I'm just making a change. I put 1 today. Then I had to make it into a 2. Now I'm making it into a 3. I'm still not sure why you would choose this map when you had the choices of Monaco. Yeah, that's all about it. Right? There's no more words that you could talk about.
I think the first statement that you made after seeing the veto was just to go for the practice. Maybe just looking forward that if anyhow in the next matchups, if they win it, and if they move forward in the lower bracket finals and the grand finals, if they face something coming up from their opponent that, yes, they have picked this horizon, so they would be ready to play against them. I guess that's what the approach is all about from the side of Team Havk. But hey, it hasn't worked out for them the way they wanted it to be. But very much kudos to the side of was Generation, because the way they have made the comeback and the way they have actually controlled the attack in the final tiebreaker round out to themselves was impeccable.
I don't know, man. I have very few words right now to kind of break this horizon down. I feel like it's kind of wrong. I would end up saying that, hey, they look competitive. You saw the scoreline of 3-3. It was anybody's game. It was anybody's game. I never said it wasn't anybody's game, but this was still a wrong choice in terms of the map veto coming in now. Maybe they were happy about it, but I would always say, right, when you're having a streak of losses, there's a reset that we would like to hit. Now, if they wanted this as a training ground, maybe they could have gone back to train, because they would have gotten a chance of a whole day, or maybe just say at max of 12 hours, we would say it way, because they would need sleep after having a tough game as such today. But using Sis Horizon as a training ground in between is, yeah, again, these are my words that I'm trying to speculate. But Fawcett, you need to give it to him. He started things off by taking the key away in the first round. It was Swap, and along with the Swap, it was Fawcett. Both of them went hand in hand. There were rounds where Swap and Fawcett were the last two players, but they still didn't give up. And those were the rounds that Killua was on. Once they started to put Killua down, took him off the map, that's where Worst Generation were in control. Look at Swap and Fawcett, both cumulative. They're part of a 14 eliminations, and then you add on their assists of an elimination. I'm pretty sure they would have assisted each other. That's going to be an additional 8, meaning at least a part of 22 eliminations together as a whole. Now 22 might not make the exact sense, but I'm just telling you a sum up of it, of how they worked with each other. These are the lights, and rare sights are lights performing on as the top fraggers in the recent times of the finals.
Yep. But still, it was a very entertaining matchup in the particular map of Sis Horizon. There is no questions asked, because the way both the teams have played, yes, it was indeed a match or map which Havk were not strong on, but still being able to pull off 3 rounds in their favor, almost closing up the series, was very, very good I would say good demo of their gameplay in this particular map. But yeah, maybe a little bit of improvements are needed still to win this one, and we can get a gist about it by seeing the combat score comparison between both the teams. Ghostly Boy, he did a very, very great job. 5,000 and above combat score going up. He has raised the bars to its limit, but for sure this is going to be a very, very important game, the next one in the map of Las Vegas. And I really want to see how things turn up, because Ghostly Boy has been doing a wonderful job so far for the side of Team Havk. Even the other players like BT, he seemed to be very off in this particular map of Sis Horizon as compared to what he had done in Skyway Stadium.
We go all the way to the deciders. We spoke about the lower brackets being spicier, interesting and heated up, and yes, it is getting as squished, as put in the grinder of things to completely juice all of its action is what we are seeing right as of now. The best of the best are giving it their all. The map vetoes kind of seem very weird, but everybody is still fighting things out. Now Las Vegas, here's is a fact that I just got to check about. Worst Generation banned it in the previous game that they played against Helldivers, which was their lower bracket round 1. Now it gets forced upon them as Monaco gets banned by Havk themselves. Now I feel like Worst Generation, the games that I saw on Las Vegas and as well as the games that I get a chance to see for Havk were the games that we saw them being forced to the decider to be played on Las Vegas, and both of the teams have won it. So this stands off on an even standpoint. When Las Vegas was played from Havk in the previous lower bracket, we did not know what to expect. That was the same from their opponents, which was Eternal Fate. The game got closer, but eventually it was a better strategy coming in from Havk. Now, Worst Generation have also played it, Havk also have played it. Both of them have won it once, and that's all the amount of times that I've seen them play it on stream. And
well,
it is a
all
decider
this
now.
all this calculations, assumptions and speculation, well, the debate will be settled in some time for sure, because as we move down to Las Vegas, this is going to be the decider. It's almost you can just imagine, it's almost 10:46 or 47 around the clock in the Indian Standard Time, and for the boys of Havk, I mean, just imagine playing so many games, and even in all those games you are playing 2 deciders. Very, very tough.
Don't let the clock tick to 0. You are testing your luck out. And as I said, that second map pick itself might be the decision that would put them in a spiral staircase of a loophole of their own elimination. It's tough. Okay, I'll just stop. Otherwise, I'll be just ranting about it for now. Let's just jump into Las Vegas. Let's talk about it, Las Vegas, right? Now, there's positives to talk about Las Vegas for Havk. They had a really good strategy going into defense. The way they played defense was wonderful. Now, just like how we ended up seeing Pashu dragging with the winch claw the terminals around, in Las Vegas, we spoke about this. There's a lot of medium to long range fights that you can have, whether on the strip, whether in the casinos themselves. The distance is there. You do not have to always be stuck to a lot of corners of kitchens or something like that, or maybe the receptions or something like that. There's a lot of medium to long range fights that can enable, and that's the place that we ended up seeing Havk played better on their defense, and it was the second half. And this is going to be the same thing that will be replicated, that Havk will be going into defense in the second half. Now let's talk about the positives to Reverse Generation. I do not know when this Las Vegas game was played. I went back to the history books and got this information. So for me to go back again would be me to watch the WOD all over again. So I would put my best bet on it that Reverse Generation were able to play this and make their way through while looking better but not confident. So we have to just wait and watch out if that works out for them or not as we start things off on Las Vegas, the decider in our lower bracket round 2. 3 mediums and 2 heavies, Necros.
Oh.
No lights at all main from our Havk. This is a surprise. On the other end, there are lights. Reverse Generation, Swap and Faucet. Let's see how this works.
We know whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but this decision of playing 3 mediums, something that even I didn't see it coming anywhere near. But okay, we'll see how things go and turn around, because as we move on and jump onto the decider map, I'm really excited to see how Havk are gonna play around this. They are starting on the attacking side in the first half. Reverse Generation will be on the defensive side for sure. Looking forward to not let them come even closer to those terminals.
2 lights, medium and 2 heavies. As we said, Reverse Generation, Swap went above, spotted them. Now he's hearing the footsteps. There's a gateway. Uses the gateway and just is able to go towards the stairs. Not much of a distance, that is, but he's still a little away in terms of the position and he can have a chance to climb. But there's a fight. Heavy surrounded, and now there's a lot more defenders from the Reverse Generation getting pummeled, getting shot by, sent RPGs across as they're losing. And now it's up to Swap. He spotted them on the ducts, but can he find a way to put them all down? Swap and Exotic, it's all. Heavy is another one. He's going out. He doesn't have a cloak, so it's all up to Swap. The man who relayed information is the man who's going to survive as the attackers have this first round.
Yeah, a 1v4 is... it's not possible.
Close to the terminal.
Yeah, but even when you think like a 1v4, it can be like doable if he isolates players, and Swap has the capability to get 1 or 2 frags in total in a single blow, but again he has to isolate the players in a different way. But he has already got all the intel. Oh, he might be getting that first frag. Yes, Killua gets taken down, but eventually Swap was spotted, and the first round is underway for Team Havk as they start on the attacking half.
Three mediums and 2 heavies are gonna be annoying. And you could see Swap's decision was clear. He knew that if he fights with a heavy, XP's bullets are not gonna be enough to empty it with 1 mag and an elimination. So he knew it should be a medium. He fights with a medium, wins, but right behind him was a heavy, and that puts him down. Now this is Havk, who already have a round in their attack. They're gonna look forward to another. But what do the defenses plan? The defenses were caught off guard. The defenses looked like they wanted to charge upon, but Killua, wait, he spotted a player. Now they're wanting to charge upon, and it is working again. What are these mistakes being done from the side of Reverse Generation? A nade was thrown, but Killua is on the chase. He spots the player jumping across. He pings it as well, but that's all the info they get. Somehow Reverse Generation managed to survive. Oh, they're here already at the terminal. The key is also here. So they're moving across. They're just selling a battle of a fake at B and running towards A.
They are very quick on this attacking half. I mean, drastic improvement for sure. The glitch trap definitely will be annoying a little bit for the players of Havk. The dematerializer is being used, and they are not wasting a single second to start the decryption. Yes, all the traps, all the setups will be laid right now.
I think there might be a data reshaper as well. I'm yet to see of all the players, but Killua, he's the first one from the attackers to fall. Revolver is also something that we can see, but players from our attack are falling. Havk are losing. And there's more. It's up to the last two players and jump coming in together. Sukyatma was right behind the enemy. Tried his best. Now it's all up to Pashu the Heavy. Has to save. Does have a RPG to blast them across. Uses the dome. Spots the player above. Wants to take a shot. He knows he has to go into the dome and try to stop it from happening. He tries but fails. Joseph survives and the defense get one round for themselves.
That's a drastic fall by the boys of Havk, not gonna lie. Everything was settled up for them, even when you see Pashu trying to pull something, Sukyatma getting a lot of frags on the pistols. I mean, he has been so incredible with those headshots, those crispy headshots, getting the frags at the very right time. But somehow, I feel like I can't see the similar BT that I saw in the Skyway Stadium. After that, he's been completely shut down.
Wait and watch. BT changed his role in the past two games, getting back to the heavy. He was playing the light previously in his winner bracket when it did not work out. He's back to the heavy and it has found value for the team, but right now, worst generation, they're playing at a spot where they know how the spawns work. Now, players who have played the finals for a long time, when they understand where the terminals are spawning, they get an idea of where the attackers can move in from. And worst generation looked like Swap went for the hunt to gain info of where the players can head from, and he just gets destroyed. That's the first blood. That's the first elimination. And now Havk on an advantage on lead. On attack, sorry.
Already you can see Swab getting taken down on an early note will definitely benefit the side of Team Havk. They will be looking forward to utilize this situation because he has been a pure menace for the side of Havk. Every time you see Swap, he gets at least one or two people down before himself getting taken down by the opponent. So that's a really, really great move that he has been doing so far, benefiting his team. But Worst Generation, they don't want to lose any more round being on the defensive side, at least in this particular map, because if they lose so, they might be giving a lot more advantage to the boys of Havk.
Defenders spot the key. But there are more numbers from the attackers who are oversurging them. Killua with the farmers. Burst fire shot. They spot the dome. Numbers are not looking great. Worst Generation lose one more. And this is going to just keep falling down if Worst Generation do not strong up their defenses. BT gets closer, uses the dome, and there is the decryption that's going to start. He's getting detected, but he doesn't worry. The numbers are better. Even if he does get eliminated, his teammates are there. But right now, no eliminations, because eliminations are coming in from Havk. They themselves are finding the players in search of them, putting them down to the ground. And Ghostly Boy had another opportunity as he was driving himself above with the zipline. He does convey the information, but Fawcett, he managed to score one in between. But that's not going to be enough. There's a heavy in the mix. You can never go on a head-on fight with the heavy, especially when he's firing. And that is going to be attack to defense has Havk score on a lead to close the first half.
2-1 is what they want, is what definitely every team wants, being on the attacking side. Now switching on the defensive side, this is the moment. Havk, can they clinch it, or Worst Generation will be coming up with the best comeback performance? Still a long way to go. 3 more rounds needed for the side of Worst Generation to bag up this series. And for Havk, they just need 2 more.
Las Vegas it is. Parking is one of the terminals that we see right now. How do Worst Generation approach this? It is going to be annoying. It is going to be a work for them to even get closer to the terminals. Look at this. As soon as they enter, explosives, gadgets, everything bursting and destroying players. Nice winch coming in. They drag Havk. Find the first. They're going to find a lot more. Swap gets cleaned off. Now Exotic is on the lower floor. Frozen as well as Fawcett. Look at their healths. Everybody's so low. That's what happens when you try to fight with a medium. Especially 3 mediums who will put all their gadgets around in any position or any spots that you would try to tread across. And now Frozen. He's caught out. Fawcett trying to surprise, successfully does so. Trying to equalize the numbers. Can he successfully get it to a 3v3? Unsuccessful in that attempt. Number of Havk players, number of defenders in floors is tough. Winchko fails. Tries the automatic shotgun, is only able to do damage as his teammate falls. It's only up to Exotic. 1v4. Impossible task with the key lost.
Yeah, the key is already way too far for Exotic to go and collect and maybe try to start the decryption and buy some time for himself. And look at this. All this wreckage out in the open, the building being demolished from all the corners, all the openings or the entries being denied. But Exotic will be moving closer. Killua this time the winch won't be missed. This Killua gets taken down, bring it down to a 1v3. Still trying to do something better out of the HP he has for now.
Oh no.
150.
All that climb. Thankfully there's a zip line, but as soon as he takes the zip line, there's a cloud of toxic gas. He treads through it to get across the other end of the floor, but there's a glitch that hits him. Tries to winch his way out of it, but Havk get to 3. The blunder that they would have committed on Sis Horizon, they are trying to make sure that that fall doesn't replicate it here. They're paying for all their mistakes. They're making sure that this is not a map that they go down on. This is a map that they won today itself on a decider, and they want to win it once again, especially off a scoreline with the series point in their favor right now at 3-1.
One more round away to secure their slot in the next round and crushing the dreams of Wars Generation. The Twap getting him taken down is what Team Havk is looking forward to, because Havk cannot afford two lights to be on an active node. That one is Faucet, another one is Swap. If they can get either of them down, this is where the benefit lies all to themselves.
Look at the turret positioning. They used a gateway, and that's where the turret also was. They eventually do destroy it, but now they're worried. Winching. And now putting a barricade. They might be starting the decryption. They're getting hit with a lot of gadgets, but through it they try to start decryption. Successfully do so, but at the cost of losing one of their players.
Oh, it could have been second one as well. A lot of hefty damage being done on the players. Killua also tries to just go back. Even Exotic gets taken down, but what a shot! Joseph gets taken down. Now to single player, and that's done.
It doesn't look like they're stopping. It is done. They're fighting to now stop the decryption. Winch claw across.
Oh,
but what a way. Emoting. What a play coming in from Havk. This is something that we see them on. This is the Havk that we remember. But Worst Generation, they lost their opportunity by losing Skyway Stadium. Imagine if they had it under control. This would have been them going to the lower bracket final. But they do not go empty-handed. They get to the 4th spot and will have $800 of the finals Community Cup's prize pool of $10,000 US. But Havk, they made us run till the end of the finish line. End of the clock as well. It was literally a ticking away map in terms of either a success or a loss, but they successfully managed to close it to the lower bracket final. If they had another map to play, I'm not too sure if they were done for it, but my hands are up. I would never be up for such a competitive game which gets pushed. They've played 8 maps today. On a roll, 8 maps.
Hats off to those players. Like, yeah, the insane level of dedication that these boys have is unmatchable.
9. I have to add one more. I thought the first game was a 2-0, but
yeah,
it is not. All of the games have been 2-1s, 2-1s, 2-1s. 9 maps in a competitive circuit. Havk are writing a script of an unthought journey. Everybody wants a lower bracket hero. But this is something else. 9 games. They have 3 games that they had to play right today. And they lose 1, win 2. And now they're in the lower bracket finals. What script is this? Havk, they did not have Hades when they started things off. Then everybody had to step into different shoes. They had to step into bringing the game back. Skyesports stepped up. He was fragging for them in all the first games of the winner bracket. Then Skyesports joined together as one. And now the team's winning all their games in the lower bracket. But is it going to be enough tomorrow we'll get to know, Necros.
I really want to have maybe an interview with any of the player from Havk. Like, let it be Killua, let it be
They wouldn't
BT.
want to, believe me.
I mean, I really want to ask, how has been the day for you guys? I mean, it was a long day with Suki Atma this time. I mean, this guy has been doing exceptionally well for the past couple of rounds in the matches as well with his pistol. He's got 6 eliminations and 6 assists for sure, 5,000 above combat score. But compared to all those situations, he has clinched so many frags sometimes, like getting 2Ks or 3Ks, maybe 2K is the highest if I'm not wrong from his side in each round. But every time you see Suki Atma, he's getting frags. He's putting his efforts to push his team to win that particular map itself. And this time, Killua also stepping up, Pashu following it up. Ghosty Boy seemed to be a little bit, shutted up by the players of Wars Generation this time. But it's okay. After all, what matters is that your team won.
Yeah, I mean, getting to the top 4 of the Finals Community Cup main event was itself a hassle, a hustle, a task. It was an enormous, gigantic task that not a lot of people have achieved. Imagine 64 teams and we have our top 4 with Worst Generation ending up at the 4th spot. It was a very hard fought task. Congratulations to them. Yes, it might be the journey that they thought that it would have been ending on. Maybe they would have thought the lower bracket finals is something that they have, especially with the veto. But hey, $800 for all the efforts of 3 weeks comes to fruition and you are going to be named as the top 4 teams. But now as a lower bracket has another name in it. It's going to be Team Havk. Look at their journey, Eternal Fate, Worst Generation, and now who is it going to be? IND or B Team? B Team were the same team that we spoke about. Necros, the same team that we spoke about in our split 1. And we spoke about that they would face off IND, and it seems like it's a very interesting face off if it happens. It might not have happened over there, but it is for sure happening here. B Team versus IND. The upper bracket final is what we are going to see underway tomorrow. And the grand finals, the big daddy of the all, of the main event, the $6,000 is tomorrow, Necros.
Yeah. Also, if B Team loses to Team IND, they're going to drop down to the lower bracket finals to play a revenge matchup, which will be the revenge matchup for Havk if they face B Team in the lower bracket final. If it's Team IND, now that's gonna be very, very dicey. That I don't want to go into discussions because I don't want two of my favorites to battle in lower brackets. I want them to play in the grand finals. I pray to God they go in grand finals. But again, tomorrow is going to be a very hectic day as we move down to the final day of the Finals Community Cup. Stay tuned, same time in the same place. For now, this is Necros Lucifer and we were joined by Raider. We're going to say bye-bye to today's matches. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Take care. See ya. Have a great night.